The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your
Recording in
hands,
progress.
let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A very warm global namaste to everyone from wherever in the world you're tuning into us to. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth, and welcome to our Global International Health Forum Part 2. This is our 125th episode that falls on the auspicious day of Easter. On behalf of myself and our whole family here at Healing Our Earth, we'd like to wish you all a very, very happy Easter. We have something very exciting lined up for you all today. So let me begin this session by saying a small prayer. You may all wish to use any positive affirmation that you wish to. I will be saying the Gayatri mantra 3 times, followed by 1 Loka Samasta. So let's all close our eyes. Let's all sit comfortably and easily. And let's take a deep, long centering breath in. And breathe out. One more deep, long transition breath in. And let go. Holding any prayer or affirmation within your heart. Let's begin. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings on our planet be happy, healthy, abundant, blissful, and joyful. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome back. And for those of you who have just hopped on, a very warm global namaste to all of you and a very happy Easter to all of you. Welcome to our 105th episode at Healing Our Earth. And we have something very, very exciting lined up for you. It's part 2 of our Global International Health Forum, and we will begin our session now. So before we begin, I'd like to call upon 2 very special members of our Healing Our Earth family and the lead team members for our Global International Health Forum, Dr. Rajiv Gupta and Professor Romesh Gupta, to give us a very small welcome session.
Thanks a lot, Seema, for the beautiful prayer and for bringing this second part of integrated health. And I'm grateful for Healing Our Earth for coordinating such a beautiful seminar, which is public engagement, public enriching, as well as, in fact, an interactive session so that we all know how we can heal ourselves better and how we can heal all people around us better and how can we heal our earth, because if we are healthy, people around us are healthy, the whole planet is going to be healthy.
Absolutely.
Health is much more than wealth, and that's where I want to leave. So thank you once again. Thanks to all, and special gratitude to Nil Kumar for all the great work he has done. Thanks, Seema.
Thank you so much for your wonderful message, a very warm global namaste. And indeed, being healthy is a much, much bigger, better vision than just being wealthy. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, for your very inspiring message, and a very warm global namaste to you, Romesh Gupta ji.
Mike.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now, Seema ji?
Yes, indeed, we can hear you now.
Good afternoon and happy Easter to everyone. My sincere thanks to Mr. Neil Kumar and his colleagues to put up yet again an exciting afternoon. We have got very, very talented and experienced speaker lined up for this afternoon. So without any ado, please enjoy them and make yourself more healthier and happier. And
what a lovely message.
With some more messages at a later time.
Yes, we'll be seeing Dr. Rajiv and you at a later time. Thank you so much for your very warm messages. And now we will begin our Global Integrated Health Forum. What wonderful messages we've had from Dr. Ramesh and Mr. Romesh, Dr. Rajiv and Mr. Romesh. And now I'd like to invite a very special guest, Dr. Vijendra Subramaniam. His forte is integrative cancer solutions and the challenges. Dr. Vijendra Subramaniam is a senior consultant gynecologist at the Makota Medical Center, a leading private hospital in Malaysia. Dr. Vijay is an accomplished surgeon trained in minimally invasive surgery in gynecological cancers from the world-famous Kurushiki Medical Center in Japan. Dr. Vijay has worked in oncology since 1995. Since 2011, he has expanded his practice to areas to include alternative and complementary modalities in an integrative fashion in the world of cancer treatment. He has traveled extensively throughout the world, learning and observing firsthand from the leading practitioners of integrative medicine. What an exciting session we have today. And a very, very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Vijendra. You're all the way in Malaysia. We're here in the UK, and it must be early evening there.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Seema. Yes, it is, well, a bit late evening. It's 9 o'clock at night.
Yes, yes, of course. You're quite ahead of us. I just remembered that.
You're 7 hours ahead of you.
So thank you very much for hopping on and being with us early in the evening for this wonderful session. We so look forward to hearing what you have in store for us. And the next 15 to 20 minutes is all yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Seema. And I really would again wish all of you all a wonderful, wonderful, peaceful namaste. And it's really nice to be sharing this platform with some amazing people. I think I looked at the list of speakers, and I think there's so much talent and skill here. Now, I was really excited when I was asked to share my experiences. And I think the work that you all are doing in bringing consciousness to healing, health, integrating these various amazing healing sciences is clearly a step in the right direction, and I think the world needs it. So great work, keep it up. I will share my little bits that I have picked up along the way. Now, I qualified, yes, as a medical doctor about 36 years ago, and in a journey that even I would consider fascinating, because it has taken me to the depths of the Borneo rainforest, to the city lights of London and everything in between and around it. And my medical career was very much spent in obstetrics and gynecology, and I had the distinct privilege of assisting thousands of women deliver their loved ones, and overseeing a service in maternity and child health. But I would eventually subspecialize in gynae oncology, and that basically is focusing on removal of surgical removal of gynecological cancers. And together with the powerful tools of radiotherapy and chemotherapy, I learned to subdue cancer. And this, I had convinced myself, that was the cutting edge in cancer care. But it was in 2011, things changed when I was called upon to help my aunt, who was about 72 at that time, with advanced breast cancer, and who had refused all manners of conventional treatment. I was pretty ignorant of any alternative treatment options. And with ignorance also comes a fair bit of arrogance, because you think, what you don't know is not so important. And I was fortunate that I was blessed to meet some senior colleagues who were far more well-versed with healing-based alternative and complementary therapies. And over a period of 3 months, my aunt made progressive response to this line of treatment. And at 9 months, she, from a 8 centimeter ulcerated growth with metastasis, this has shrunk to a 2 centimeter superficial ulcer, which she subsequently had it removed by a wide local excision. And she lived cancer-free for 9 years. And around the same time, I had a very young girl, 19 years old, with very advanced ovarian cancer, who also had declined conventional treatment and would only accept alternative therapies. Now, we did what we call a fertility sparing surgery, followed by nutritional and metabolic treatment. And within about 8 weeks, her cancer markers from about 32,000 had completely normalized. She went on to get married and has 2 children, and she has remained cancer-free for the last 10 years. Now, obviously excited with what I have seen, I tried to bring this new thoughts and new ideas about healing-based therapies into cancer treatment. And there were other reasons too, because by then I realized a lot of what we were doing in conventional treatment was really not working as it was claimed to be. And this chart explains why. Because if you notice, in a span of 50 years, while we made huge progress in terms of reduction in death rates from heart disease, with cancer, we barely budged. And 10 years later, we were still doing very poorly, 60 years from our war on cancer. So clearly, the methods that we were using were not achieving the results that we were looking for. And this is a lot to do with how we have approached the problem, because we were very much disease-centered, and we had ignored the other aspects of the patient. And I plead guilty to that same charge, because we just couldn't get our eyes off the cancer. So what really worked in my aunt and this other young patient is that we had been able to engage them in a journey of healing. If the slide does not move. Okay, my apologies. The slides have frozen. I hope you all can still hear me.
We can.
Okay.
So Dr. Vijay, maybe you can share screen again. Stop the screen share again and try it. Over.
Okay, all right. 1 second. Can't find my cursor. Okay.
I'll help you break in.
Okay, is that?
You can now start sharing yourself. Over.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I think we had erred, and we are fundamentally flawed in our approach, because our focus was essentially on the growth. Now, it is also a failure for us to understand that there are many hallmarks of cancer, across all types of cancers. They share a commonality. They have certain traits which cuts across different cancers. And the approaches, our standard approaches, did very little to address any of those approaches, hallmarks. And it is important to recognize that an effective cancer treatment strategy must, be able to address all the hallmarks of cancer. And this is the huge flaw in conventional treatment. I mean, we are looking essentially at the growth, and we fail to look or deal with the root causes. So our goals should be both to see what is the most effective way to deal with the growth, as well as how do we deal with the root causes and the terrain in such a way that cancer can be effectively overcome, not just the elimination of the growth. So there are several key principles of healing, and I'm sure over the course of the next few speakers, we will be hearing many of these topics. We approach it with, the incorporation of non-toxic therapies, immunomodulation, oxygen-based therapies, detoxification, restoring the microbiome, and optimizing nutrition. And of course, not to forget that the most important is also emotional and spiritual healing. Now, in the last 10 years, I had the opportunity to manage hundreds, probably more than 1,000 new cases of cancer. And we published some interesting data when we did a retrospective review of patients with advanced and recurrent ovarian cancer. We deliberately picked this group of cancer patients because these are particularly aggressive and difficult to treat cancers. So we wanted to see if by using a integrative approach, whether our results are better. And we published this in the complementary, in a journal of complementary therapies in clinical practice. And we looked at about 40 patients. And what was very interesting is a big bunch of them, about 22 patients, had very favorable response just with complementary and alternative therapies. Some had less favorable, and when we added some amount of or limited use of chemotherapy, and some opted for the normal full dose chemotherapy treatment. I don't want to go into too much details, but what was very interesting when we finally analyzed this group was that the group of patients that had the benefit of the integrative approach and who had used the least or no chemotherapy had actually much higher survival rate compared to those who had a limited use of chemo and those who did the standard approach. Now, this is a small group, it's retrospective, it is just a signal of something. It doesn't, point towards us that this is the only way to manage cancer. Now, obviously, in the last 10 years, I've had the benefit of not just managing ovarian cancers and gynecological cancers, because word gets around that there are effective healing therapies. So we were helping a whole range of cancer patients overcome their cancers in a variety of very different out-of-the-box ways. Now, it's a bit disappointing though that faced with what looked like a very interesting breakthrough of how we could integrate, use a whole range of complementary and alternate therapies to enhance conventional treatment, there was general derision and skepticism from the medical community and colleagues. These were labeled as anecdotes and lacking in randomized controlled trials, which is generally taken as the gold standard. And we face a lot of obstacles because as a practicing gynae oncologist in a private hospital, I was bound by the private Healthcare Act, and many restrictions were placed on what therapies I could perform within the hospital premises. As most of these therapies are not considered standard of care treatment protocols, insurance companies declined to pay for such treatment. This meant that treatment was generally out-of-pocket expenses for the patient, thereby limiting access to the safe and effective therapies to maybe only a fortunate few. Now, the other challenge that we face is the regulatory environment makes it difficult for an allopathic doctor to offer alternative solutions. I personally was hauled up by the Malaysian Medical Council for offering alternative treatment options to cancer patients. I was charged with professional misconduct for this. Fortunately, I was exonerated after presenting my defense of nutritional medicine as part and parcel of cancer treatment paradigm. So although over the last 10 years of incorporating a range of complementary and alternate therapies in advanced cancers and seeing outstanding results, I still can't claim these to be safe or considered to be effective treatment in cancer. This is a strange situation. And because of the above mentioned and many other reasons, doctors generally do not want to be associated with complementary and alternative medicine. So the pool of doctors offering integrative treatment in cancer is therefore rather limited, and most patients will never know actually such services even exist. But despite this formidable obstacles and challenges, we have been able to devise innovative methods to deliver seamless integrative cancer care solutions. We set up a facility off-site out of Makota Medical Center, which was able to provide the full range of complementary and alternative therapies. This can be viewed at the website for those who are interested. It's called integratedcancercaremalaysia.com. Now, we also managed to establish a network with practitioners around the world and region so that we could blend and complement each other's work and coordinate treatment, because many of our patients are cross-border. We get patients from Singapore, Indonesia, even Sri Lanka, and so forth. So we were able to work together with other teams in other countries as well. So one of the things that worked very well for my patients is that despite the slow acceptance in the hospital level, seeing the results, seeing that this was not accompanied by adverse toxic reactions, we were able to enlist a growing community of specialists and subspecialists who helped coordinate our seamless care. Just to illustrate one example, like we had this 65-year-old Chinese Singaporean lady who had a recurrent endometrial cancer, having had a surgery already done 10 years earlier. Now, she came in a terrible state, in a wheelchair. She couldn't walk. She had a huge tumor filling up the entire abdomen, pelvis, and it spread pretty much everywhere. She had bilateral kidneys being blocked because the ureters were damaged. She was severely anemic, and she had deep vein thrombosis. She couldn't eat. Now, essentially, in conventional cancer treatment, this patient would have been considered suitable for palliative care, and that there is no chance of her having any treatment that might work. But fortunately, because of the coordination with a urologist who managed to stent to save the kidneys, we managed to get a general physician to manage the deep vein thrombosis, We managed to top her up, transfuse her blood, and resuscitate her in many ways. And concurrently, we started her on a whole bunch of nutritional and orthomolecular based treatment. Long story short, at the end of about 4 months, this patient, from being palliative and given just a few weeks to live, was able to reverse her cancer and become cancer-free. Now, this is absolutely not possible with just the use of either conventional treatment or alternative treatments alone. But the blending of this allowed us to achieve something that was truly, I think, it's cutting edge. So what we do with our patients is that all patients have a holistic treatment plan that is deemed to have the most efficient and safe way to deal with the cancer and treatment-related complications. Now, we also provide supportive treatment for patients with those who are needing to undergo chemotherapy, radiotherapy, etc., because this helps reduce side effects, complications, minimize organ damage, and enhance the immune system as well. So I know I'm running late. I think I got maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes to round up. Now, another reason why a patient should consider integrative non-toxic cancer therapies is it is being recognized that conventional treatment is very much treatment that has a high toxicity burden, and patients die from treatment. And this is clearly something in 2022, something that we should be seeing how to avoid. So there's also growing acceptance that most accepted cancer therapies are inherently toxic, and therefore we must, rethink our methods. So in conclusion, it's my realization, over the last 10 years that integrative cancer treatment is the cutting edge, and it is already available. We do not need many other earth-shattering developments to find answers. For most cancers, we already have solutions if we can find the right blend of treatments. We need to forge, I think, effective partnerships to make this possible and to facilitate access of such services to all patients. And equally important, the same healing-based methods are also relevant in preventive strategies. And I think, Mr. Neil, you've said in our previous conversation about how you're targeting education of the young and the children. And I think this is so important that we need to bring this kind of information into their learning space. Again, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share this. I hope it lands a little bit to the movement. And if there are questions, I'll be happy to take them. Thank you very much.
Vijendra, this was really very insightful. I lost my mother to cancer, thyroid cancer, in 1999. And the doctors actually told us that, some doctors said, your mom actually didn't die of the cancer, she died of the chemotherapy, her reaction to the chemotherapy. So when you speak of implementing healing principles, you spoke of detoxification modalities, oxygenating, restoring the gut microbiome, and optimal nutritional. And of course, I have to say this last but not least, and I'm big on this, is emotional and spiritual healing. Do you implement modalities of traditional Chinese medicine or Ayurveda into your healing modalities?
Yes, we have a all-inclusive approach because I believe that, the knowledge of healing and cancer is a very large body of knowledge. Conventional medicine is just one slice of all of that. So we are not against any one of this. We are not pro any particular treatment, we need to see which of these modalities are relevant in that patient. So yes, we do have Ayurvedic modalities for some of these patients. We also use acupressure, acupuncture where relevant, yes.
Thank you so much. This was very, very insightful. I'd like to thank our Malaysia coordinator, Dr. Julie, for inviting you onto Healing Our Earth. You've shared so much wisdom with us, and do stay on with us for our discussion later. Thank you so much for your insightful input and everything that you're doing. It takes a very brave doctor, a very brave Ayurvedic doctor to actually the allopathic medicine on one side, and of course the holistic healing therapies on the other side, and then to bring them into a whole. And I'd like to ask you one more question on that note. And I see Dr. Julie there. Very warm global namaste to you. I'd like to ask you one question is, are there many doctors, do you feel many doctors are getting more open to such modalities?
I would like to think so, but actually maybe the reality is not so. We have an association that we formed. It's called MAFIM. MAFIM is a Malaysian Association for Advancement for Functional and Integrative Medicine. So we have about maybe more than 300 doctors who are attuned into such thinking of incorporating all sorts of healing-based therapies, not just for cancer, but in all disease modalities and in wellness and preservation of health and so forth. Now, it has been a slow process to enlist the undertaking or support of other doctors for the reasons I mentioned. They are in their comfort zone. They are afraid of stepping on the wrong regulatory minefields because nobody is going to save them. And this restricts doctors from exploring. But see, when I first started incorporating these treatments in Makota, of course, I was a lone, practitioner. But over the course of the next few years, I think about good 25 to 30 doctors would regularly refer their patients. They don't make a big fuss out of it, but recognizing that, okay, there is value to this, and because often they have run out of options because they have tried all their mainstream methods, they've tried surgery, chemo, radio, cancer is not being controlled, and then said, okay, all right, do whatever you can for these patients. And very interestingly, we've been able to salvage, quite a few of those, and many of them, even those we couldn't salvage, attain a high quality of life, and are grateful that they did not have to die miserably from all the side effects and complications of treatment. Yeah, but it's a slow process, Seema.
Slow process and happening. Thank you so much. Very insightful. A very warm global namaste to you. And thank you, Dr. Julie Tay, for introducing us to Dr. Vijayendra. What a wonderful session Dr. Vijayendra gave us. I'd like to invite two of our lead members now from our Healing Earth Global Integrated Health Forum, Dr. Rajiv Gupta and Professor Ramesh Gupta. Dr. Rajiv Gupta is a qualified medical doctor with 26 years of experience in the National Health Service here in the United Kingdom. He has been the chairman of the Regional Council of BMA and Regional Consultants Committee and is chairman of the Central Specialist Committee of the Royal College. He's also a yoga teacher and has an interest in complementary and alternative medicines. He's the mastermind keen on integrated conventional medicine along with other disciplines. He believes that no branch or discipline is perfect and has the cure for all ailments. Working together, we can help the patients a lot more, particularly if we understand the benefits and weaknesses of different disciplines of medicine. And along with Dr. Rajiv, we have Professor Ramesh Gupta, who has been a consultant physician at the Lancashire Teaching Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust for nearly 30 years. And he has led the stroke services and also served as a governor. In addition to his work as a consultant, Professor Ramesh has an interest in medical professionalism and has collaborated with a wide range of organizations to take a leading role in fostering the personal and professional development of healthcare workers. These organizations include the NHS Trusts, the Department of Health, AMA, JMC, etc. Professor Ramesh has a great interest and enthusiasm for engaging the community in health promotion. He chairs the National Forum for Health and Well-being and has pioneered the Health Mela format for empowering people to take charge of their whole health. How inspiring is this? A very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, and a very warm global namaste to you, Professor Ramesh Gupta. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. Thank you for being a part of our family and coming on board for this very, very important session. This is part 2 of our Global International Health Forum, our 125th episode. And as you all know, it falls on the very auspicious day of Easter. Very warm welcome. And what do you both have in store for us for the next 15-20 minutes? We're so looking forward.
Global namaste to all, and once again, it's a great occasion, and I and Ramesh Gupta have been talking about the health, which we believe is a civil right. So health is a civil right, and every single patient has a opportunity and a right to have the best type of health care, whether it is conventional care, whether it is complementary medicine, whether it is alternative medicine, or even a traditional method, home remedy, which my mother used to give when I was a child in India. I used to have bellyache, and she would used to put hing, and she will heat it and put it, and it will get relief. She herself had pain in legs, and that used to get treated by one of the Vedji, which is the Ayurvedic doctor. During my journey, while I was studying the medicine in the medical college, one of my friend's father was a homeopath, so I used to study with him, and I completed a course through the Mammalian Homeo Mission. And then subsequently read about the herbal medicine, Ayurveda, and then over past few years ago did even the yoga. So I completely believe that there is a blend needed, as mentioned by our previous speaker Vijendra, that no one thing is good enough. We need to have multiple. So I might kick start doing sharing some presentation, and Romesh will then kick in later. So Seema, can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I think let's get ready here. So integrated health is basically integration of the conventional Western medicine along with the Ayurveda, homeopathy, acupuncture, acupressure, reflexology, yoga, osteopathy. There are plenty of these things. Each of them have something good to give. The important thing we need to remember is we need to be careful about this being evidence-based, and therefore again, I think my slides are not moving, so let me try and get to. Can you guys see the slides? I think when I put on full screen, it's not moving. Can you see that? Yeah. So we take a scientific aspect of each discipline, bring the best from each one and put it together to provide an optional complete care for the patient. And there are sometimes scientific trials possible, which is what we do a lot in our Western medicine, but sometimes these are not possible because if it is a yoga person is doing, it's difficult to say it's blinded. So integration of the Western medicine, herbal medicine, yoga, dietary supplementation, biofeedback, hypnotherapy, massage therapy, osteopathy, and all of these we have heard just now have got a role to play. Even aromatherapy, even just having a mindfulness of thinking, meditation, each of these have a definite benefit. And the idea is that we should try and connect these together so that we have ability to move to a better quality of care. And I tend to connect it through, if you think of Goddess Durga, she has 10 arms and she has different instruments in different arms. Let me try and go back. I think you can't see it. Let's do that here. So she has different, and when she does it, she actually used different things for different people. I think you can't see it. So let me try and enlarge that. That might work better. I hope you guys can see it, right? So she is using this, and this is exactly what the integrative care is. The conventional medicine, Ayurveda, homeopathy, acupuncture, these are different arms of Goddess Durga, and she is a form, and this is a message she is giving, that we should use all of these, the best parts of this, to provide the best care to our patient. Let's try and move. So I'm just thinking is that it's also important to be clear what integrated healthcare is not. So it is not, the one we are talking is not the integrated healthcare connecting primary and secondary care, which sometimes people confuse. It is not connecting medical and social care, which sometimes people confuse. It is not connecting hospital and home care, as sometimes people confuse. This is connecting the best parts of different disciplines of the healthcare, including all the disciplines we talked about. So what is that? The basic fundamental is there is no cure for every disease in any discipline. And particularly many conditions have got a very good cure in the typical Western medicine. But having done 27 years of that, we know there is no cure for fibromyalgia in the allopathic or typical conventional medicine. There is no cure for Parkinsonism. There is no cure for even asthma. What we give is suppressive therapy. There is no cure for even depression. We keep giving antidepressant. There is no cure for chronic pain. What we keep giving is stronger painkillers and even stronger painkillers. And sometimes we all know there are side effects. And if, for example, if hypnotherapy can work, why not? So let's just think of this. That chronic pain, we have difficulty, more chronic pain and more difficulty in sleeping, then this condition become chronic and person get used to it. And then we have delayed in healing. So why don't we use different arms? And if some of you have attended the last integrated healthcare session that we have done 2 weeks ago, Freddie Jacqueline has done a hypnotherapy session. So if once we have excluded the medical causes, we can use hypnotherapy to bypass this circuit, because this is a false pain. There was a reason for pain to happen, and that happened because of inflammation or irritation, but now that has gone and there is false firing persistence. So we need to shut off that signaling and pathway, and hypnotherapy is very good at doing it. How will it work? There is no cure. So therefore, let's try and see. If somebody has fracture or heart attack, it needs to go to a hospital emergency department. But for chronic condition or conventional medicine, we should try and use other medicine or parts of the healthcare system where it works better. So what we propose is collect the evidence base of the scientific studies and support each discipline of the complementary and alternative healthcare, Ayurveda, yoga, homeopathy, whatever. And we have started collecting evidence already, so that what we are doing is not just thinking is evidence-based. And I know that sometimes the evidence is weak, sometimes evidence is strong, but as long as there is a logic or justification, we would use it to help, because our aim is not us. And therefore, we must respect each other. It's not that you go to the allopathic doctor, he says homeopathy is not good or Ayurveda is not good, and you go to Ayurveda, he says, oh, why are you going? Or go to osteopathy. So all these things should happen. So an important part is our children. So if we can impart education about openness, about benefit of all this, then that is going to be happen, because those who are 5 or 10-year-old now will become 20-year-old, and therefore if they have got a good idea now, that will be a big benefit to future generation. But also, obesity is rising now, and if we can give them good nutritional advice, if we can incorporate the parents as well into the program, and what we have planned is a Eat Smart, Think Smart program, so that if healthy eating and healthy exercise can prevent the obesity for future, and Think Smart, which is to prevent the mental health problems, which are other condition on big rise, that two things will be a major chunk that we can help. And we can give accreditation to the school, bronze, silver, or gold award based on that. And we can incorporate into the curriculum of the school, and therefore it change the health environment and then change the future of the healthcare. So there are just two things important in this slide. I know it's a slightly dark slide, but what it indicates is anxiety, depression, and the ADHD, autism. This is on the rise. And if we can try and tackle these very early in school and prevent the obesity and the tooth decay in the school, that would be good. And this just indicates that, if you can see, the purple dark and the light purple is all overweight or obesity, which is 2/3 of the population, 64.2%. And this is 2019 figures. The figure is much higher now. So if we can tackle that, that will be good. This is all the Eat Smart program, and that's actually going to start soon. We will have some pilots, and subsequently we will have that rolling to rest of the UK and also to other countries. Malaysia is pretty good. I'm thinking that we will hear from our colleague friend in Malaysia, who is working with Ministry Ayush. That's good. And we've got Vijay Kumar, who is very, very good. Now I come to the second part, which is National Forum for Health and Wellbeing, and Professor Ramesh Gupta will actually explain it a little bit further. We are working already on for quite a few years on the health and well-being through Health Mela, which is holistic healthcare delivered to the people right at the doorstep. And this is done in Preston, Lancashire, Bradford, London, and even in other countries. And this has been extremely successful in giving the health messages and engaging people who can work very, very well. So this is just one of the examples of engaging people. So they talk about this and then engage the people. They do cooking classes there, they do Reiki, they do Bollywood dancing, which is one of the extremely good exercise, and then also do Reiki and other methods of healing right in the tincture. And we have now completed 20 years. There was a 20-year celebration just shortly before. So I think I would urge all of you to join us in this journey. We are extremely passionate, and we are having a lot more people who believe in it. So I will stop it here, and I will invite Professor Ramesh Gupta to talk it further. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much, Rajiv. It has been very fascinating talk by Dr. Vijay and yourself, and you have said it all. So I think for me, it remains only to summarize and to see at what we want to do next step to take it forward. I think what I see, that I see this as a journey, and it is a difficult journey. To be unconventional from the conventional medicine, you heard it. It is not easy. And as you heard before in my introduction, I have been associated in General Medical Council also before, and regulatory bodies. So all the practitioners have to work within the framework of their regulatory bodies. And it's not very easy to be brave enough to step out and take something extraordinary steps to try. So we have to have some evidence. And he said that evidence doesn't have to be peer-reviewed journals. It has to be case studies. It can be experiences. But I think we need to collect those data, and we need to show that these modalities of treatment are worth trying. Two, I think I take it as a sort of what you call a challenge. And I take that challenge that how we can integrate all sort of practices for one basic purpose, and the basic purpose being that how to improve the health and well-being and bring happiness and joy in our lives. And that is what all the health means to me. And we can do it, we can achieve it if we are working together. And if we do this journey together, painless, it won't be, but it can become less painful if we share with each other the potential pains and potential hurdles. Now, where do we start? We cannot start at our age group. I think we start at a younger age group. We start at the school age group with its school children, their parents, their teachers, and we teach them how to live happily with the nature, how to cure simple ailments with the natural pathies, non-toxic medications, and how to really grow up healthy with exercises, increased immunity, so that less of illnesses come across. And so the whole spectrum is, if you see, is a combination of teaching and combination of bringing all the pathies, whether it is Ayurvedic, whether homeopathy, whatever it is. I think everything has to contribute to something to this journey. And we will take these simple, common ailments or conditions, I should say, because many people do not take as the things which I see as a ailment or illness, they may see as a general condition, like obesity, like mental health illnesses, eating disorders, metabolic disorders, bullying, and all these things, if you see, they are interactive. They're all interrelated. The children are not recognized at a very early stage that he is getting isolated, he is getting depressed, he is getting anxious about coming to schools, he is making excuses to get out of the classes. And those early changes can be recognized by the classmates, by the teachers, and others who associate with that, like the family members. And I think that is the sort of things which we need to teach them. And if you look at eating disorders may come as metabolic disorders, as mental disorders, but as what you see at home. If the parents are sitting on the sofa all day long, doing nothing but drinking beer, watching television with the packets of crisps and biscuits, and keeping the mouth shut of the children with the similar things, what do you expect? But if you see them, taking them to the park, engaging them into the games, talking to them what is good, what is bad, and why we should eat that, why we should eat the other, I think that will change the whole scenario of happiness and health. And that is where we're starting our health melas. We are engaging teachers, We are engaging the universities, schools, and various organizations and the counselors, the parliamentarians, who can then make impact, who can influence the policymakers, how to take it forward. So I think this is a big agenda, but we need to start somewhere. We have already passed 20 years of experience and done a lot of hard work, but really speaking, we just scratching the surface. And unless all of us are together, we will not achieve what we want to achieve. We want to achieve happiness and health and well-being in today's children, tomorrow's adults, and day after tomorrow's grandparents, who will be imparting that happiness and health issues and giving the tips to their grandchildren. So I think that's what I am saying, that please continue to cooperate with us. We are growing very fast. I can see the list of the integrated practitioners list growing, and I want now commitment. I want now from them to say, right, okay, we are prepared to participate in that program, what you are doing, because this program is not a short program for today, tomorrow, week, or month. It is for years to come. So please be ready when you are called upon. Be prepared for the road shows. Be prepared to come to the school health melas and show what you can do and how it can help the children. And to add to that, the new disease which has come now is the social media. Not the social media itself. Social media is good if you want to use that in a good sense. But if you give all the time, the children you look at with the mobile phones. So we need to teach them. We cannot take those mobile phones away. Don't be under any illusions. But what we can teach them, how to use it properly. And I think I will like to include the well-being of digital facilities, so that how they can use the digital things in a most sort of safe manner, so that they are safe, they are educational tools, and they are not misused, and the children and the parents can be sure that their children are in safe hands. Thank you very much. I'll be quite happy to take some questions.
Dr. Rajiv and Dr. Ramesh, that was so insightful. I think the vision is huge. The agenda is elaborate, and we all need to move together because there's a lot of work to be done. On that note, I'd like to say whoever would like to be a part of this Global Integrated Health Forum, this is part 2. We've had part 1 and we have part 2 today, and we'll be having many such sessions. So please do feel free to hop on board. Send us a message at www.healingourEarth.com. We have a little chat box there where you can get in touch with our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, who shares this huge vision. And as you say, it actually has to be implemented with the children, because the children are the stars of tomorrow. They are our future. But having said that, we also have to implement this vision and the knowledge with the parents. Like you said, there are a lot of parents sitting, drinking a bottle of beer, having a packet of chips and a box of biscuits, and sitting back and giving it to their children. How can we change that? How can we shift that, create the awareness also with the teachers in school, and reach out to the health authorities, reach out to the right people and implement this vision. We need to expand this, and the vision is great, like you said, and it's expanding, but we still have a lot of work to do, and we need to move together. Very insightful, very great vision. I want to thank you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. The way you showed it to us with the limbs of the Devi, the mother of the universe, all the limbs, all her different limbs, that was truly spectacular. Dr. Ramesh, for your vision and your honesty, and saying we all have to be very brave. Yes, we do. I want to thank you both. Please do stay on board with us. and for our panel discussion later. And a very warm global namaste to you. And thank you for being part of our great vision to heal our earth. Having said that, we have a couple of future events coming up. On the 24th of this month, we have our vegan vegetarian kitchen, which is achieving good health gastronomically. That's 24th April from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. And our event following is yoga and meditation for the body, mind, and soul. Another free global online session. As you know, in Healing Our Earth, we bring you sessions every Sunday. It's Sunday, the 1st of May. What a great way to start the month with yoga and meditation and well-being. Thank you so much for being part of our community. And I will be moving on to Professor Ish Sharma with Ayurveda and Dietetics. Dr. Ish Sharma is from a traditional Vaidya family, and he did his post-graduation and doctorate in Ayurveda in Jaipur. He has a special knack of lifestyle disorders and has conducted many clinical trials against diabetes, autoimmune disorders, and nervous system diseases. He is a global figure in Ayurveda with 15 years of education, delivery, training, and patient care. He's an expert in Ayurvedic tourism in the EU and the Asian countries. And as a Panchakarma clinician, he is Ayurveda. Sorry, I just got lost. Yes, and he's from the Babek. He's been in Punjab in Hoshiarpur. And I am also someone who has my roots in Hoshiarpur and Punjab. And we welcome you, Dr. Ish. A very warm global namaste to you. Welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Maybe can I share my screen?
Yes, please do share your screen. It's very nice to have you with us this afternoon. Thank you very much for being with us.
Not able to. I did try, but I'm not able to share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, now it seems possible. Yeah, is it fine?
Yes, I love that. Aha Maha.
Yeah.
Aha Maha Beishaj.
Yeah, okay. I'll make it simpler for you. Okay, so the purpose, first of all, a very global namaste to all of you. And the purpose of my small lecture today will be, I'll be introducing what is Ayurveda dietetics. Ahara means dietetics, the dietetic principles. And Maha is the biggest and Bhaishaj is the medicine. So Acharya Kashyap from Ayurveda, like 10,000 years back, has told which is the biggest medicine, which is the most powerful medicine. Then he says food. Because we are taking it multiple times a day. You could be taking a paracetamol or anti-allergic or whatever, maybe once a year or maybe like very rarely. But this is such a medicine which you're taking 3 times a day. If you make a very small mistake upon the dietetic part, then you will be so repetitive that you will end up having big medical and health conditions. That is why before coming to any medicine from Ayurveda, diet has been advised to be the biggest of all medicines. This is what I have written. Ahara is the diet, Maha is the biggest, and Bhaishaj is the medicine. So food is your biggest medicine, and we have to be very careful with it. And the purpose why we are discussing all this is this will be like a purely Ayurveda approach to dietetics, which is very unique, very like non-practiced by and non-like observed by whenever it comes to my plate or my food pyramid or any other concept. These ideas are not taken into consideration. And the purpose will be, before I start my small talk, if we can, beyond like talking, if we can really get into working, if we can really convert our lectures into actions, I will be welcoming you all, whosoever like can make it possible, for a 10-day Ayurveda dietetic workshop at Mauritius. We will arrange, we will contribute, we'll share everything, and we will teach you how to replace your pizza, burger, and cola. Because Dr. Romesh Gupta very rightly told that just saying no for a digital detox, saying no to your kids, okay, don't take mobile phone, etc., won't work. Forget it. He very rightly put it. We have to give an alternative. So I have on mind, there are Ayurveda alternatives when it comes to pizza, burger, or fries, or chips, or whatnot. Ayurveda dietetics is very elaborate. It has got wonderful delicacies which you all would love, and they are more delicious than any pizza or burger, I believe. So with this purpose of integrating the kitchen, I start a small introduction to Ayurveda dietetics. Now, what is ahara in Ayurveda? This is responsible for life. Ayurveda has very clearly told, Jaisa khai ann vaisa ho man. You become what you eat. See, because we share the same genetic material with the plants and with fruits and with animals and whatnot. So the genes go in and can incorporate into your genes, and you really can have those characteristics. That is how you become what you eat. This is responsible for production of Vata Pitta Kapha. The basic premise of Ayurveda is Vata Pitta Kapha Tridosha. That is why the Ayurveda we are discussing and giving and taking is all Tridosha Ayurveda. So how do we produce Vata Pitta Kapha? It is produced only by the food in the gastrointestinal tract. That is why the gastrointestinal tract is the most important organ in Ayurveda. It is much more important, way more important than brain or kidney or heart or lung or liver. It is much more important than any other organ. And now we all are falling back to gut microbiome and gut brain axis and whatnot. Gut and maybe gut pituitary axis. Every axis with gut is being discussed. So gut is believed by Ayurveda to be the most important organ. Ahara, your food, is an offering to Agni deity. Agni is a deity. Agni is the god in every culture. So you cannot put anything rubbish to the god. When you're offering something to God, you have to be very mindful. You cannot offer God with anything which is impure. That is why whatever you put into your mouth, you have to be very judicious, very careful, very watchful, not to consume anything which is just not healthy from maybe psychological viewpoint or contamination or intoxication and whatnot. Food gives everything, and it affects and produces mind. You become what you eat. It literally, it would be producing your mind. It would impact your thinking, because as you were discussing it, the food will be incorporated into our genes, and it will be directly responsible for gene activation and gene suppression. Genes are not the final word. Through epigenetics, they keep evolving. Now it's linked to emotions, rewarding. It is de-stressor. That is why many go for junk, like this binge eating. When they are stressed, they keep on eating. So this surely is a misuse of this rewarding, comforting, and de-stressing quality of food. Some of us unknowingly or knowingly misuse it. Ayurveda says no disease can come without an improper digestion. Your digestion has to be wrong to have any medical condition sooner or later. Today I'm having a pain abdomen or some burning or belching or burping. This is a very short term, very a temporary kind of indigestion. But a very mild, subtle indigestion for a very long time will lay foundation to many big diseases. Sharira madhyam khalu dharma sadhanam. You cannot do anything if your tools are not set. And this body is the first tool. This is a Veda Vakya, that Sharira Madhyam, the body is the first tool towards all your deliverables, whatever you want to do, towards a society, towards a family or friends or personal well-being or whatever, your profession. The food is the only way out to keep your body healthy. Last, this written in red is Roga Sarvapi Mandyagnu. Your digestion has to go wrong somewhere to bring you all the ill health. Now, World Health Organization food plans, they first originated from a financial aspect. It was believed the rich eat like more lavish food. If you are not rich, you cannot eat lavish food. You will be like a nutrition deficient. To undo this like a financial aspect, WHO gave the first like food plan in 1974, telling that if you eat this much of carbohydrate and protein and fat and mineral water and vitamins, then you will be as healthy as any billionaire or millionaire. You cannot eat more than like this standard kind of macro and micronutrients. So finance was how much you spend on food was the first base for the first food plate. 1974, it keeps on evolving. 92, they found, okay, no, we need a better food plate. 2004, 2011, it's evolving. It's changing every time. And this is not the final word. This is still evolving, because with whatever change food plan, non-communicable diseases are rising globally. They are nowhere they are coming down. If your food is correct, then NCD could come down. But NCD is no way showing any downhill trend. It is just going up and up. That is where what is missing? The missing is interpersonal variability is missing. They are going by the macronutrients. Okay, carbo, mineral, fat, that's all. Or maybe RDA, recommended daily allowance of mineral, vitamin, and that's what we are talking. But we are missing the personal variation, the interpersonal variability is missed out. That is where one size is not fitting all. And what is the solution? We have to be real integrative, where we all join hands. We take the best from yoga, naturopathy, mind-body healing, aromatherapy. Of course, everything will be based upon the Western medicine. We cannot go beyond the calorie values or the highest research they have worked in last 100 years. That surely will be the base. And we'll be adding something from Ayurveda. Exactly, this is what I am planning with the Mauritian government. And I am trying to introduce some Ayurveda concepts at the school level in classes 5th, 6th, and 7th. I have had multiple meetings. I'm very sure that some changes can be introduced at the school level, as you all are rightly pitching. Now, this personalized plate, like maybe I just gave it a name, my Ayush plate or my Ayurveda plate, from the latest trending 2011 my plate, which you all know about my plate, which is given by WHO. Because Ayurveda plate will be taking into consideration your prakriti. It will be a bit complex. It will not be as simple, because again, one size will not be fitting all. We will be giving a small questionnaire to make out like you are a Vata, Pitta, Kapha or a mixed Prakriti. Then based upon your like body type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your plate will be plate number 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. We have to be a bit more complex. There is no other way out. Otherwise we go by like one size expecting to fit all. Anytime I can be stopped if I run out of time, and anytime I can be stopped for a question, please. I will not go into detail. These are the 8 basic premises. This will require a lot of time. I will just give it a miss. I can request Dr. Rajiv Mehta ji, I will be sending these slides to you. So you please, these surely can be, I can mail to Neil, and these can be passed on to whosoever requires it. This is all for you. This one slide, we can like keep talking about it like for one full month. These are the 8 parameters which have to be taken into account. And being short of time, I'll be focusing upon one parameter only, and that is the volume, the food volume. I straightway try to go to that. Okay. Then there are 6 days, and your nature of food will be influencing your genes. Genetically modified food. For example, we share 60% of genetic material with the banana, 80% with cattle, chimpanzee, and human beings are 99% same when it comes to your genetic makeup. Now, man-made versus God-made. Man-made food is only for convenience and taste. And what God made for us is the only like good food, negative versus positive food. If the food is giving more calories than it takes to digest, is a positive food. And now being positive, like COVID, is very dangerous over here. COVID is the only time when you should be negative, and your food should also has to be negative, because more are dying of overeating than starvation. And when we are getting more calories from the food than it takes to digest, then we keep on accumulating calories. And that is where the problem starts. Negative foods take more calories than they give. And that is how they drain you of your calories, and they keep you lean, and your cholesterol and all your cardiac and cancer parameters, markers under control. Maybe if I can take a pause for a question, I can see Dr. Gupta raising a hand, or if I can.
We can talk a little bit later. Please finish your question.
Right. Okay, I'll give it a miss. Milk, this I'll be really liking to highlight. Milk, the animal milk, because of its sheer different composition of hormone levels, milk is the biggest misfit in our diet. We should not, because Ayurveda has very clearly told, milk is a wonderful diet. Milk is a very complete diet, but milk is the worst food combination. Milk does not go with salt, meat, fish, eggs, fruits, other milk products, and in all allergic respiratory autoimmune disorders. Milk is the first capital no, N-O. Don't take milk. So I very strongly tell all my students, my patients, and my audience that better to avoid milk, because the milk was not originally made for us. We hijacked it. It has got altogether different physiology. It has got different composition of hormones. And even if the cattle are like well fed, well reared, they are kept very healthy, still the physiology being totally different might not suit us. Lactose intolerance can be a really something very big, which the society, which the world, which the doctors, the patients can see. But there is much more undercurrent before such frank expression of lactose intolerance. There is a little intolerance which we all are experiencing, but not like to a laboratory level where a microscope can see. If a microscope cannot see, then we don't believe. That is where I would suggest we all should not be consuming milk. By milk, I mean animal milk. Plant milk, plant hormones are much more milder, because plant physiology is altogether different. They are much milder. So I believe some plant milks like oat milk and rice milk can be taken if you want your coffee to look whiter. If you can go ahead with the green tea or black coffee or black tea, then nothing like that. So milk, I would be personally like, I'll be going against it. I'll be giving this a miss, and maybe a couple of more minutes. Volume, yeah, this is maybe the last slide, then we can have some discussion, because I should not go on talking. Volume, this is the most important modifiable factor and grossly ignored. Many of us have not experienced what is hunger. We just eat by wall clock. We do not know that we have a body clock. We never see inside. It is lunchtime, we eat lunch. It is dinner time. Why dinner time? Because the clock is telling it's 8 o'clock. It's your dinner time. The body is shouting. Your liver, your intestines, your stomach is shouting, don't eat, don't eat, don't eat. But we don't listen. If I don't eat at 8 p.m., I will become weak. How will I work tomorrow? I have to eat. Many patients are telling me we don't feel like eating, but somehow still we eat because we have to eat. This is the most unfortunate statement. We should only be eating when we are hungry. Very, very important. Like I was putting a few slides back, more are dying of overeating than from starvation. All the cancer markers, all the metabolic disorders, all are only and only coming from excessive food. Food is, along with the stress, is the biggest contributor of free radicals. Where do we have free radicals from? We have got a little mechanism like superoxide dismutase and some vitamins which can tackle some free radicals. But if you are working so hard to have so much of free radicals through excessive stress and overeating, then no SOD can save you. You will end up having so much of free radicals, which will end up into aging and Alzheimer's and cancer and whatnot. So food, especially volume, should be very judiciously considered. It depends upon your Agni, your metabolism. Who is the healthiest? Ayurveda has said very clearly who's the healthiest. The one who eats healthy, the one who eats less, and one who eats by time is the healthiest. Nowhere in Ayurveda overeating has been recommended. In no condition. You could be very weak, you could be like very debilitated, your blood sugar is low, your blood pressure is low, your tuberculosis and your muscles are gone. No condition overeating is recommended anywhere. Now, how much should we eat? I believe this should be my last sentence, and then we can have some interaction if some time is still left. How much should we eat? Ayurveda is very clear. 75% of your appetite. You should eat up to 75% of your appetite only. 50% by solid food, 25% of your appetite by liquid food, and 25% for gas, that is air, that is movement of food. Solid, liquid, gas. 50%, 25%, 25%. You should only be eating up to 75% of your appetite. This has been proven by calorie restriction theory, which went on for 40 years in different legs. And they have very much proven the laboratory animals which were given 70 to 80% of feed were the healthiest. They lived up to 140% in that very lifespan. And when the leg was conducted in the human beings, over a period of like 2 months, their cardiac markers and cancer markers reduced by 65% in human beings. And upon the same calorie restriction theory, Dr. Ohosumi from Japan got a Nobel Prize upon what he called autophagy. He very much established he introduced cancer in some yeast model and did not give any food to the yeast model. After 8 hours, the yeast started eating its own cancer cells. Autophagy, that is self-eating. Your body will eat your diseases if you don't give food to your body. Aharam pachti shikhi, doshan ahar varjaye. Your body will be digesting food as the first preference. And if you do not give food, your metabolism would be redirected. What to digest now? Agni has to burn something. If the first preference is not available, if your kitchen has got no LPG gas, you could be burning some second option, that is some wood to make your food, because you don't have any gas cylinder or a gas supply. So you go to the option 2. In our body, the option 2 will be diseases. Your body will be curing you of all the diseases if you go for periodic fasting. I have got many more slides, but I believe I should stop here for some interaction. I should not be rushing through all the slides. And this is surely my most important message, that we have to be very watchful of the volume we consume, and we should only be eating when we are hungry. Yeah, questions, please.
This was wonderful and very insightful, Dr. E. Sharma. I loved what you said about the 10-day Ayurvedic dietetic retreat. And I believe Dr. Rajiv and you were in the same school together.
True. Yeah.
How lovely. How lovely. Dr. Rajiv, you did have a couple of questions for Dr. Ish. You had posted something on the chat.
Yes, I believe. I think it's excellent talk, and we connected to each other. We are from the same city. We went to the same school during our secondary education, and we both have our parental home back in Jodhpur in India. So I think it was so fantastic. But more importantly, the wavelength of the connection and thinking. I was so pleased that, and in fact, I would suggest that Mauritius, the country and the government is really lucky to have you there to incorporate that program, which is going to change the future of the young generation. Those who are kids now are going to be carrying your message in next 10 years, and they are going to be implementing that, what we want. And this is exactly what we are trying to do here. Two things I wanted to ask that I completely agree. The whole macronutrient has been a big push. However, me, as part of my specialization in gastroenterology, there is whole microbiome which is going to control micronutrients. So I think it's important. can you mention a few foods that would be, I know I get asked this question. I have done like talk for our yoga group over whole COVID period for nearly 2 years, practically every couple of weeks. This question come very often: in what diseases, what food can be more helpful and what can be prevented. So I think for the benefit of audience, it will be quite good. I understand about the fantastic thing you mentioned is that there is no one food perfect for all, which is again interesting. However, if you can generalize a few of these, then that will be very good. Thank you so much.
Sure, sure. Uh, from like thousands of items available to be eaten, it could be like some vegetarian
Particularly
or
for obesity, if you can focus on for obesity, what
obesity.
food?
Yeah, okay, very good. Ayurveda, a very very interesting question accidentally put to me by Dr. Rajiv ji, is what Ayurveda has got to say about food plan in diabetes, obesity. Very interestingly, Ayurveda says to lose weight, you have to eat more and more. So, if you want to lose weight, you have to eat more. But what? The volume you will decide. You will eat how much you want to eat. But the food should be, end of the day, not contributing like much like caloric value to your body. It should be a negative food. It should be taking more than it gives. This principle is called in Sanskrit Guru Aptarpan. Maybe you, if someone from Ayurveda can second me, Guru Aptarpan. Guru means a lot of volume. Aptarpan is like a depleting negative food. Because if you eat, and what are those foods? Salads and the fruits and vegetables with their peel. We should not peel them. The peel should be consumed because the peel is the most difficult to digest, is the best quality fiber. So the body would be fighting with the peel and fibers, and in that fighting, body would be burning a lot of calories. So end of the day, after total digestion and fight, when the fruits and vegetables and salads have been digested, then they don't give a lot of calories. That is why they are called a negative food. So for diabetes, you should be drinking warm water before your meal. Very important. You should be drinking like 1 glass full of warm water before your meal to trick your stomach into being already half filled. Then you should be eating, very importantly, you should be eating slowly. You have to eat slowly to reach that like satiety level. Your satiety center should be satisfied, because it would not only be volume specific, it would be time specific as well. In the same time, if you are overweight, in the same like 5 minutes, you will be consuming more and more food possible. If you just dig into plate once, you don't see right and left, and you keep eating because you know you have to eat the maximum in that little time. If you slow your pace, if you eat slowly, after every bite, you sit back, you look left and right, then you take the next bite, you will be eating less food in the same given time, and you will be feeling equally satisfied and happy. So, eating very slowly, drinking a lot of water before you start your meal, and consuming more and more of fruits, vegetables, and salads, and goes without saying, cutting down upon oil, sugar, and salt. Salt will be responsible to gain you weight. Along with sugar, salt is equally responsible, because salt would be retaining water in your body, and you will end up gaining weight if you consume more salt. So these are three white poisons: salt, sugar, and milk. So you try to get rid of them. Yeah, Dr. Gupta ji.
Wonderful, insightful. Dr. E. Sharma, you've written 4 books and you have 15 peer-reviewed medical articles. This is so impressive. You did mention, now I have completed my Ayurvedic nutrition certification, and you mentioned very interestingly that we should eliminate milk and not use any butter. However, the Ayurvedic school of thought on the contrary, does advocate the use of milk to a certain extent. For example, golden milk, turmeric, and milk, and ghee to fire up your agni. In many cases, they speak of ghee and firing up your agni, and they say we are as strong as our agni is. And you very rightfully said you are what you eat. So, how did you come across? Before I jump on to Mr. Kushal Kumar, just this question: how did you come on to that contrary way of thinking and going more plant-based?
Wonderful. See, I did not say no to milk products. My only no is for milk. We can take milk like ghee or buttermilk or yogurt or cheese or whatever, milk products can be taken. First of all, milk, man, that's what I told. Milk has been believed to be a wonder food by many Ayurveda doctors and many Ayurveda textbooks. But how did I go against milk? Milk is the worst food combination. Milk says if you take me, then don't take anything else. If you can survive upon milk, then milk won't be reacting with anything else. Milk is the most reactive food. That is why milk is a very bad food combination. And otherwise, yes, Ayurveda has all like very high applause for milk. That is another aspect. So I believe we can take that up later on into a proper detail.
Thank you so much. We had a question from Mr. Kushal Sharma. Could you unmute yourself, please? Could you unmute yourself, please?
Okay. Yeah, a question for Sharmaji. Just he said, my guru said that eating regularly doesn't need to fast. Point number one. Number two, he said that the kind of programs that is available at the moment, I think from religious level also, people fast for 4 months, 3 months. And I found people in my practice that they have various kind of disease, gastric reflexes and all kind of thing, and really suffer. And the other thing is that people who are fasting the other way, they eat a lot, saying that this food what they eat has got less calorie and that's going to help them. Can you throw some light on this?
Yes. See, very rightly told. If Hit book, myth book, Kal book, there was a slide in my presentation which says you should be eating healthy, you should be eating less, and you should be eating by time. If your body knows your circadian clock is prepared, you will be eating at these times, then your body will be ready, your all organs will be waiting for the food and the digestion would be perfect. If your body doesn't know, 2 o'clock in the night, I get up and I start eating, then my liver is sleeping, my liver doesn't know and the food is coming. So if you are really timed well, you eat at proper times, your body is much more prepared to receive the food first of all. And surely the volume goes without saying, volume will be the most important factor. You have to be like always eating 75% of your appetite only. And I could not well understand the last part of the question by Dr. Kushalji. If maybe you can repeat.
I think he's disappeared. But having said that, it's Ayurveda is so extensive and you've given us a wealth of information. I want to thank you so much on behalf of our whole team here at Healing Hour, Dr. Ish Sharma. It's been wonderful to have you and do stay on with us.
Sure.
It's been marvelous. We have all these panel of incredible speakers. We traveled to Malaysia, we came back to the UK, we went to Mauritius, and we're coming back to the UK with a very dynamic, very beautiful lady by the name of Jaswinder Chali. Let me tell you something about this incredible lady. She's a multi-award winning and 10 times co-author. She's also a fellow and teacher of hypnotherapy, a psychotherapist, a yogi, and a mystic healer. She was led to the path of healing and empowerment after complete displacement in her life that unfolded her trying experiences and challenges. It was a survival game for her on all levels, including single parenthood. This lived experience allowed her to help, and she continues to do so, to help and support others in their growth and development. And her deep intuition, along with her training, allows her to get to the root of all matters. How lovely is that? Jaswendra has also met Prince Charles, the Baroness of Scotland, and has traveled around the world on healing retreats. If you want to know more about this incredible lady, just log on to www.jazz-noor.com. A very warm global namaste to you, Jaswinder ji. How are you?
Namaste. I'm very well, thank you. Namaste to you and all the speakers and everybody listening. I'm very well. I haven't prepared a screen for people to see, but that's partly deliberate because of what I want to share with you. So I'm sort of focusing on hypnotherapy, and our previous speakers have already sort of like highlighted things that are like the chronic pain, for example, that was mentioned earlier, how hypnotherapy can help, and the Ayurveda talk that we've just had about food, because a lot of people come to hypnotherapy to reprogram faulty conditioning and faulty way of thinking. And food actually is one of the biggest areas that we deal with, because so many people are eating the wrong foods, the wrong time, and a lot of it is emotional eating. So they're having negative thoughts, and the negative thoughts, in order to deal with those negative thoughts, they are comfort eating. And what happens then is they get into patterns of habits where they will eat, like, for example, chocolates or cakes or crisps, and that becomes their go-to food whenever they're having some kind of negative feeling or emotion. So I want to kind of like backtrack though, for just to understand how the hypnotherapy works. Now, it's divided into our brain, or our mind, whichever way you want to look at it. It's kind of like divided into two parts. So we have the conscious mind, and then we have the subconscious mind. And in between that, there is a filter. So, for example, if somebody was to say to somebody that, you're beautiful, and that person, if their negative thinking was all about the fact that they're not beautiful, that filter will kind of push that comment away, and it will close down again. It won't believe, that comment. And a lot of this goes back to when we were young, sort of like 0 to 5, especially when a lot of conditioning happened. Now, some of it does go back to obviously when we were in our mother's womb as well, taking and absorbing all the fears that our mother went through. A lot of our mother's kind of like thought process, in terms of how she was handling challenges that were going on around her. So we would have absorbed that to some degree or other. And then when we were growing up, everything that was going on in our environment, how we adapted to that, how our thought process was, because everything obviously started with a thought somewhere, and then that thought led on to a feeling that we experienced as a result of that thought. And then that feeling further led on to like an action. And then that action took us further into a pattern of behavior. And then that's where we get the sort of like, comfort eating, for example. So if we think of a child that was growing up, and because I'm here in the UK, and a lot of parents go to work, and the children are kind of like sort of, in some families left to fend for themselves. And so if you think about that child who is missing the parents who are at work, this child comes from school, maybe they've had a bad day at school, they come home and they're at home and they're missing the parents, and the parents are not around. So that thought process that is going on for that child is I feel lonely, I feel unloved, I feel unsafe. Those are the thoughts that are happening. And the repetition of those thoughts then start to become a pattern. It starts to become the response of that person. So as adults, we then sort of, that's where, you know, we are trying to deal with those negative thoughts that have started in childhood. And those will come out in sort of like, you know, how we respond to stress, how we respond to people in our relationships, how we're responding to food, everything around us. All of it is, you know, the thought process that started in childhood. Okay, so I would like you to actually think of the ocean, and you're sort of like maybe the cruise ship on the ocean. You're cruising around on this cruise ship, and the ocean, so the ocean is kind of like the depth of that ocean is your subconscious mind. All right, and you're on the top in this cruise ship. Now, can you think, you know, if you were to come out, unless you're very experienced in, you know, deep sea diving and swimming, the thought for the general person to fall into that water is huge. There is a fear of the water, there is the fear of the depth, there is that fear of falling and what would happen. And yet this is actually the route that we need to take to go into hypnosis to resolve a lot of the problems that are going on in the subconscious mind, because the subconscious mind, it has our brain waves. So we start off with the beta, and then when this is the state that we're all in at the moment, that you're all in now, because you're sitting listening, you're engaged in your listening. And then if I was to, in a little while, I will take you through a meditation, then that will you know, when we start going into the trance of meditation, it takes us deeper down our brain waves. So then we go into alpha, which is a milder state, and then we go into a deeper state, which is theta. This is where hypnosis happens, in the theta state. And this is where we reprogram the subconscious mind. So I think I would like to kind of like take you through an experience. However, I would like to also mention that hypnosis, there are contraindications for hypnosis. So anybody experiencing, you know, going to a therapist, they need to know that obviously the contraindications, there are certain medications, if you're on certain medications that affect you know, your mental state, then you can't have hypnosis. You can't have hypnosis if you're epileptic, or if you're diagnosed with psychosis or other mental illnesses. And if, you know, like obviously you have to take your GP permission if you're a pregnant woman or any child under 18, or if there are heart conditions, high blood pressure, etc. So all of these, you would have to speak to your GP first, okay, to avoid the contraindications. Right, so if you're up for it, I'm going to actually take you through an experience of hypnosis, how we transform negative thoughts into positive thoughts, right? Okay, so if you would like to just make yourself comfortable where you're sitting, and just allow your eyes to close and just listen to the sound of my voice. So just taking a nice long deep breath, and just let your body start to relax and let go. Continue focusing on the breath, just letting the muscles relax. Feeling the muscles relaxing and letting go. There's no rush, there's no worries about anything, what you're going to do next. This time is just for you, letting your mind and body relax. Letting every part of you let go and relax. And all the time, my voice will be with you. My voice will go with you. No matter where you are, my voice will remain with you. So just take a nice, long, deep breath in, and then just hold it for a few moments and let go. And again, taking in another nice, long, deep breath. And in your own time, just slowly letting it out, just letting the whole mind and body relax. Just being with the breath, focusing on the breath, just being with the breath. And keeping your eyes closed, continuing to focus on the breath. I would like you to just imagine there in your mind's eye in front of you, a whiteboard. It can be any size that you feel is relevant for you. And there are plenty of marker pens there, and you choose one of your favorite color or the color that you feel is important to you right now. And on this whiteboard, you're writing down all the negative emotions and feelings that you're experiencing in your life right now. And just to help you, I'll mention some, and if they're relevant, you can write them down. So for example, you might be feeling frustration. You might be feeling critical. You might be feeling anger. You might be feeling judgmental. You might be feeling self-hate or hate towards somebody else. You might be feeling not good enough. You might be feeling sad or lonely or isolated. And just for a few moments, I'm just going to go quiet, because what I would like you to do is I would like you to carry on writing words that are specific to you in your life. Only negative words that are specific to you. Carry on writing them on that whiteboard. Carry on writing those words. All the negative words, just get them out onto that whiteboard. Whatever you're experiencing at the moment. And they could be in relation to your appearance, they could be in relation to your health, they could be to do with relationships you're experiencing. Whatever negative emotions are going on for you, just write them down. And when you have written everything that you feel you needed to write, just step back and look at all those negative words that you've just written on that whiteboard. All those negative words, they're toxic. They're not good for you. And they're what are holding you back in your life, your dreams, your goals. A good life that you're wishing for, you're wanting. So you take responsibility right now, and you pick up the board rubber and you start rubbing out those words one by one. Let them go and notice how you feel as you erase each of those words one by one. Carry on erasing them. And as you erase each word, you feel lighter. You are feeling as if you're letting go of a burden, lifting that burden off and away from you. You've been carrying this negative energy. You don't need it anymore. So just let those words be gone, rub them all off. And once that whiteboard is clean again, you are ready now to start a new life. And you're going to write the words that are going to help you, that are going to support you. So we could actually write that word support as that first word, support. So you're going to have support in your life, because now we're going to write all the positive words. Feeling joyful, happy, fun, humorous, loving, caring, kind, empathic, trustful. And then carry on writing all the positive words that you need in your life right now for whatever is going on for you. All the positive words that you need to create those positive emotions and feelings. Carry on writing them on that whiteboard. Fill that whiteboard with all those positive words. They belong to you. You deserve them. You have every right to be all those positive words. And then when you have filled that whiteboard with all the positive words, again, step back and read them one by one. Read each of those words and really integrate them into your mind, into your body. Really feel them one by one. They are yours. You were just hiding from them, but we've brought them to the surface now. And this time we're not going to erase them. This time what you're going to do is you're going to see each word become illuminated and become larger and larger and larger. And each word now is falling off the whiteboard and falling into you, into your psyche. As you take them all on board, they all belong to you. And from this moment onwards, you will walk forwards with positive thoughts, positive thinking, and they will start to integrate and become a part of you in each moment, each day. And you will expand that positive energy out towards other people. So I'm going to bring you back now. I will count from 1 to 5. At the count of 5, you will open your eyes and be fully wide awake. So ready, 1, beginning to feel the floor beneath you, the chair that you're sitting on. 2, everyday sounds and noises are returning back to normal. 3, nearly there. 4, all sensations returning back to normal. And 5, you can open your eyes and be fully wide awake, returning back to normal. Fully wide awake. Welcome back. Okay, so I would like to have questions, if that's all right. See how people felt, how that was for you. If anything, that you feel you need to know in relation to, obviously, negative thinking and positive thinking and hypnotherapy.
Powerful, I'd say, quite powerful. I did close my eyes for a bit, and I felt like I was going in. I was about to fall asleep. And I'm feeling sleepy now.
That's quite normal. A lot of people do feel like that because what happens is it takes, that barrier I was talking about, you go past that. And so then, it does make your body feel tired, but in a nice way, You just feel a deeper sense of relaxation. That's what it is.
I love the way you guided us into it because it really took us in very smoothly, very gradually. And that's when I started feeling like, oh, goodness, I'm going to fall asleep now. I can see that Dr. Rajiv is here, and perhaps he'd like to give some feedback on hypnotherapy. Would you like to unmute yourself, please, Dr. Rajiv? You have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you so much. It was brilliant to see that practical session, and I do believe in hypnotherapy. And we had the previous session, which was 2 weeks ago. Freddie Jacqueline, who you might know, he has done a lot of work on hypnotherapy and chronic pain, and that was extremely good. He has developed. So that's exactly what we are looking for, to incorporate the things that don't exist in our traditional conventional medicine, and how we can incorporate these in order to make it more rich and useful. So the question I'm asking you that is extremely good. How you can help bringing this integrated health project, and where do you fit? The first one we have, and I'm in touch with a couple of hypnotherapists in order to make this Eat Smart, Think Smart program. And particularly what we're trying to tackle is the autism and ADHD, which are very common problems. And now anxiety is becoming more common. There is more peer pressure. As you know that, boys and girls that are sharing the Snapchat and, social media, blah, blah, blah. There is a lot more stress and frustration, which we didn't have when we were children. So how you think we can help, like small sessions? Do you think if we go into school to help children, there are certain things children can do or teachers can do, and how you think the whole program can work? So just your thoughts and views.
I mean, like, obviously earlier on as well, speakers have said it starts in obviously childhood. That's where it starts. And we do need to educate our children from a very early age in learning simple techniques for positive thinking, relaxation, positive thinking, like simple things like, hypnotherapy, you can just do it like anything from a mild, because I mentioned the brain waves, beta, alpha, theta. So we can start with just mild, and you can take it as deep as you want to. So with children, you can do just mild hypnosis for simple little things like, for example, if there's bullying in the playground or they're not concentrating in class, you can always do relaxation techniques with children, but you can also make it fun because, with hypnosis, the good thing is the imagery you can use. You can use all sorts of imagery, and you can, make it like a story-like kind of thing that, would children would relate to, and that, they would benefit from. So definitely it's something that would be useful.
Is there any age where it is safe? Because this is the question parents are going to ask, because hypnosis within inverted commas, it's not something, so the parents are going to ask, safe, teachers are going to ask. So is there anything in your mind, what can come and how we can tackle, or what explanation would be useful? Do we need consent? And
you would have to have consent. That's a definite. You would have to have consent.
What explicit in order
of
for
the
this to be safe?
Well, it would depend on the kind of program that you offer at the school. Once the parents know what the program involves, then you can ask for their consent. Okay, so for example, if there was a program on, like how I'm going to deal with my negative emotions, okay, so say if there was some kind of program, then it's something that you would maybe have a meeting with the parents, like when you have parents meeting or something at school, invite them, you would explain to them, this is the program, and in order for us to implement it so your child benefits, we would need your consent.
So for example, more like concentration and memory, which is what people are interested in, can it be too general?
Memory, that's more sort of like more for adults, I think, obviously concentrating on
ADHD, I know for past 20 years I've worked in NHS. The ADHD has gone that far up in period of time. The autism has gone that far up. Whether there is actually a true increase in the incidence, or it is more identification or more a perception, we don't know this. I was thinking more, can we help tackling it at a very early stage so that identify early, manage early side of things?
Well, if we go if we go into understanding obviously the yoga philosophy, all right, then, because you see, the thing is, hypnotherapy, personally, I believe that hypnotherapy is just another way of understanding yoga philosophy. Okay, because a lot of the ideas and techniques and ways of working have been adapted from yoga. So if we go back to understanding, you know, obviously the whole yoga philosophy, that we are pure consciousness, and everything else afterwards is how the identity was formed. You know, so that's where then the faulty programs have come in, where the identity has been formed. Okay, so all these labels about ADHD or anything else, they are because of that faulty identity that was formed, where we've deviated away from that pure consciousness, our pure self, that pure consciousness. You see, the thing is, in Western world, the hypnotherapy, they are still, because obviously I'm putting myself on the line here by saying some of these things, but I've been doing a lot of my research as well. Now, because a lot of the hypnotherapy, as I said, techniques, ideas, a lot of them have been adapted from understanding of yoga anyway. So that's why there aren't specific things that have been written under the hypnotherapy banner. Now, I always find I have to go back to yoga philosophy to understand, you know, a lot of what's been written and said.
You know,
Yes.
there's so much. It's such a vast area, you know, the yoga philosophy, hypnotherapy. I mean, the books and books have been written on it, really, you know, and it's a really in-depth study. Just went the G, but so much, you know, such a wonderful session you have given us today, and so much knowledge. I really want to thank you for coming on board today at Healing Our Earth and sharing so much wisdom. And thank you very much for being part of our Global Integrated Health Forum. There is so much wisdom in you. You have so much to share. We need to get you on another session, and you can keep giving us so much more in-depth knowledge on this very mystical, I would say mystical, magical area that the world is now beginning to accept. So thank you very much for coming on board. A very warm global namaste to you, and thank you very much to Dr.
Thank you.
Rajiv Gupta for
Namaste,
his
everybody.
valid questions. For all our viewers all over the globe who are on YouTube, Facebook, and Periscope, and our website, if you are involved in any holistic therapies, alternative medicine, complementary and supplementary therapies, and you would like to contribute to our Global International Health Forum, please do get in touch with us via our website, www.healingourearth.com. Just send us a WhatsApp message and we'll be very happy to answer you back as soon as possible. What a wonderful session we had. We've had all these wonderful speakers from Malaysia, Mauritius, the UK, and now, as you know, with Healing Our Earth, we love to globetrot the world. And I'll be handing you over to our next host, a very dynamic lady, Dr. Sheila Dubey. Dr. Sheila Dubey, a dentist. She was born here in the UK and moved to the USA. She is a whole health dentist, a humanitarian, and an entrepreneur. She's also a television host. Dr. Dubey is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Women of the Year Award. She has also been the recipient of the California Patient Choice Award, and she takes special interest in helping the underserved children and women in her local community. On the professional front, Dr. Dubey was the past president and dental health chair of SACDS Dental Society. She is a graduate of the American Dental Association at Kellogg School of Management and Kellogg School of Management Institute for Diversity in Leadership. This dynamic lady is also an author of a popular children's book called The Ninja Tooth Battle. Dr. Dubey can be found at www.yourcaringdentist.com, www.instagram.com/Dr. Sheila Dubey. A very warm global namaste to you, Sheila. How
Global
are you?
namaste to you too, Seema. It seems like this session that you had was amazing. I was just, it's very early here. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning, which is early for me on a Sunday. And I got the tail end of your conversation and it was just fascinating. So I'm definitely have to go back and listen to the recording and catch up on all your wonderful speakers today.
You must do so. And how's everything in sunny California?
It's not so sunny. It's been raining out here a little bit, but reminds me of back home in England. But it's been lovely.
Well,
But
it's very sunny here in the UK today.
oh, geez, you mean I have to hop across the pond to get some sun now?
You should come over. We need to see you here soon. But it's wonderful to have you. And I'm handing the session over to you. Thank you very much. And a very warm global namaste again.
Thank you. I hope you stay on and I'll catch up with you soon.
Will do. Thank you.
And for those of you that don't know me, my name is Dr. Sheila Doby, and I'm really excited to bring on our next guest all the way from Scotland. And he's Sam Potter, who's an acupuncturist. Now, Sam was born in India in 1953 and moved to the UK at a young age. He qualified as a civil engineer and expanded into healthcare sector, establishing care homes for over 500 people across Scotland. In 2016, he met Swami Ramdev Ji and Archana Balakrishna Ji in UK. Further to his training, Sam is appointed as Patanjali Yogpreet International Teacher Coordinator. I apologize if I've messed up some of these names. Over the years, he taught over 10,000 yoga teachers worldwide. And you also donated an island. Oh, that's amazing. I'm going to have to listen a little bit more about that. And since the pandemic hit, Sam has been taking on the task of giving free online yoga classes and gained thousands of followers. I'm so excited to meet you, Sam. How are you today?
Shilaji. Really, it's such a lovely platform to hear all those professional people, doctors talking it. Last time I was doing a class in Los Angeles. So we had 70 people there taking training. So every morning we asked somebody to come and light the diya. So next one morning I asked I thought maybe a few doctors, any doctor there, could you come and light the diya? You know how many doctors were there? 40 doctors.
Wow.
Out of 70 people. So what I thought, so I got a bit of panic because what's happening is doctors know what they're prescribing is not good for them. They're looking for alternative solutions. That's why Neil Kumar and this organization is trying to do, bring people together to promote health. Even I was listening to all other, and they're all talking the same kind of language. Patanjali Yogpreet is approach to positive, healthy life. It is a 5 principles for healthy living. Yoga, which is pranayama and asana, acupressure and mudra to heal the body, Ayurveda, naturopathy, and balanced living, lifestyle and healthy eating. To make the whole world healthy, how to overcome the obstacle in life and to remain best of health for 100 years. We all want to live 100. Body designed to live for 120 years. But we are 60 years, साथ सत्तर होता है, Ram Nam Satya hai, Murda Bada Mast hai. We pass away because we don't look after our body properly. So I'm going to go to, rather than doing a lecture, first I want to do a quick occupational self-massage technique for healing and inner balance with universal energy. Remember, we all have amazing healing capability within ourselves when energy is activated. Lots of acupressure points are in hands. Most of powerful points are from elbows down to your finger and from knee to your toes, feet. Think of acupressure as a light switch. When you turn the light bulb on, energy within yourself, like energy switch. So first, I all want you to take part in it. If you just sit touching your index finger, sit nice and comfortable. And for 10 seconds, just take a deep breath in and out. Make sure you're relaxed, comfortable, free your mind of any mental worry. Remember, body and mind are two identities. Either gets frightened, your breath changes. Breath is the bridge between mind and body. Through the breath, you learn to control your mind. Then you make a right decision. And there's two kinds of mind, conscious mind and subconscious mind, as the lady before told us as well. And through that, you connect with your soul. That leads to your spirituality. The whole purpose, every religion, everybody wants to go to spirituality. Going to temple, church, or gurdwara, you won't get the spirituality. First, you have to find the God within you. The breath is one of the main vehicles. Everything in body, everything in universe moves due to prana. Prana is the universal energy. And prana is very important. That's what keeps the body active, alive. If you don't have prana, body dies. Breath on its own can't keep you alive. Like the occupation, heart is called the ruler of blood. Blood carries the energy to each and every part of the body. Fire element is the only element connected to two organs. You have five elements: fire, air, space, earth, and water. That's why in the school we go, miss, can I go to my bathroom? That's your water works. Fire is an important element. Touching the tip of the fire, you increase the balanced element. Putting to the base, you increase it, and putting the element to the base of fire and suppress it, you suppress it. That's the whole science of how it works. So energy channel, fire element is connected to two organs, your heart and your pericardium, which is the muscle, which is the sac surrounding your heart. It protects and lubricates the heart and keeps it placed within your chest. And to activate the fire element, you have to energize the heart and pericardium meridian cells. Very important. To do this, gentle exercise, just stretch your rub the hand together like that. Just twist them around there. And then facing your palm up the way, just shake them like this. Just by doing that itself, you are activating your fire in your body, your heart and pericardium. And then you can turn it upside down and do the same thing upside down, nice and gentle. This will help to clear your emotional energy as well. And that's why when you see the people, when people do racing, walking or something, running, marathon running, they stand up and they go like this, like just shaking the hand, they activate the energy in them, focus and succeed in life. Lots of us have a warm body, but cold hand and feet. This will improve circulation. This clapping exercise activates your heart, lung, large intestine, small intestine, thyroid gland, liver, gallbladder, lymphatic system, the overall exercise of the body. Daily 2 minutes of clapping in the morning keeps you fit and active. Rub your palm together for 20 seconds. Try to create enough heat that you can toast the bread. And you clap for 20 seconds, clap and like this, very loud. Just to energize every part of the organs in your hand. Occupation, part of the occupation. Then you clap 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. In our hand, there are 4 energy channels. Meridian. There's 14 meridian channels, 6 on either side. One goes from governor vessel from here to third eye, to crown chakra, to the spine, to the back passage. And conception vessel from back passage all the way back up to the middle. In our hand, so those 4 energy channels, meridian, directly connect to your heart. They are all in your hand. That's why we're clapping. The hand can be enhancing circulation of your heart. If you don't have any heart problem, prevention is better than cure. If you do have it, by doing this, it will be very helpful. To clap your hand 9 times along the heart meridian. So if you make a cup like this, not flat, keep a cup and clap it 9 times. Just by doing this, your thyroid gland, you got the left side, your heart and spleen, right side, your liver and gallbladder. You're exercising everything together. Also the sinus point. Just by clapping like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Next, every organ passes through the meridian. Palm of your hand, middle palm, just tap 1, 2, 4, 8, 9. And the other side. Next, everything passes through the armpit, with your arm there, and passing this. 9. Just by doing this, you have kind of activated, make sure you don't use you activate the whole channel thing. Very important. Next is, if you go, the people, nurses, or sometimes when they travel in ambulance, they go sick, they wear the sick band. This is the pericardium again. There, if you go 3 fingers above the palm of your hand, and you press it there, hand, and just do the pumping action. That will improve the circulation and also improve your lymphatic fluid flowing through the body and prevention of any lymph node forming in the body. Just by doing this. Very important. And then you have the pressing this point, which is a governor vessel. Just by tapping here, you release stress. Just by tapping it. And if your husband or wife is very angry, all you have to do is be brave. Go and hold his can here. You can't hold his ears. अपना नहीं उसका जो गुस्सा कर रहा है. But you have to be brave. Then his anger will dissipate. That's why king used to pierce the ears. By piercing the ear, it makes you more calmer. This is all part of acupressure. One important point in acupressure is large intestine L1 full. If you take your thumb and here, near the index finger, you press this point and find the sensitive spot that will release any pain in the body, upper part of the body. They used to use this for teeth extraction, dentists when they didn't have for young children. Press this point and pull the teeth out. Both hands. You do right hand, it's very good for headache. A certain point, just where the joint, you'll find the tender spot very painful. It relieves any energy blockage from the head, so energy can flow freely and promote overall health. Other one is the GB governor vessel 20 point, which is the top of the brain there, the back of the neck there. You take your hand like this and you massage it. This releases anxiety very quickly. And then very important one is the one we do. Remember, prana is all around us. If you touch your hand together, you can feel the sensation of pressure between the hands. That's prana at work, which is the universal energy. So you have to scoop to release stress is one of the biggest causes, as the Ayurvedic doctor said as well, and the kind of volume of food you eat. To release stress, that's why you scoop the energy, prana, your body, breathe in, and then turn your hand around and breathe out through your mouth, twice the length of breathing in. That will able to reduce the stress. One of the best way to release stress is your thymus gland. That's why India में कोई मरता है तो हम छाती ठोकते हैं. But just by clapping it, you activate the thymus gland, which is able to release your anxiety. This is very deep, but you have to activate all the diaphragm. When you vibrate the diaphragm, it activates the thymus gland, and that also increases your immunity as well. Release your anxiety with the T cell. So you clap it there, just tap it there. Just by tapping this, every time you work in the office, when you go home, tap this. You leave your worries behind them. You don't take your stress back home and you're fighting with your little partner. Just by tapping before doing this and also doing the energy channel thing, you will be able to release the stress. When you go home, you'll be better. Another point is obviously we follow the ear to the top middle head, tap it there. That itself also releases stress. And last is the third point, middle, third eye, just pressing a tap there. And one of the best ways to activate the brain, your brain is in 30 seconds is activating your pituitary gland, which comes in your thumb. If you take your thumb and press it like this, for 20 hard, usually what I use the clothes peg, here. That itself activates your pituitary gland and helps to secrete neurochemical in the brain. It stimulates the neurons, which kicks in the parasympathetic nerve system, which will relax your body and gives you instant relaxation. Pressing it there and then press across the way. Usually I use the clothes peg. I didn't bring it, put clothes peg there and there. That itself will activate and relax your body and activate the parasympathetic nervous system. And you'll feel also that will help you to feel the change in your sinus as well, clear your sinus. Another way, why a clenching fist is a more powerful tool than you know. Connecting, remember everything in body in acupressure, if you have a stroke on the right side of the body, stroke happens on the left side. In face, everything crosses over. So by just making a fist, right hand is connected to left brain. Clenching your right hand activates the left side of the brain, while clenching the left triggers the right hemisphere. Increases your better memory power by right hand clenching. Every time you do that, you increase your memory power. And when you do the left hand, better recall system. जो भी आप याद किए हैं, what we remember, it comes back to you very quickly. They're very good for children as well. Very important, if you take your right hand, if you press the little finger, it presses your liver, your index finger, ring finger, pancreas, middle finger, kidney, and little and index finger, adrenal gland. Just, and the left hand, heart, pancreas, kidney, spleen. So just by doing this 20 minutes before, 20 times before the food, you activate your energy channel. More insulin is produced to balance your sugar level. It's simple things, but it's all about lifestyle. You have to teach more children young days. That's why when it's very important. See, like what's happening, I'll tell you. To make our future healthier through promoting good health and healthy living to the younger generation by teaching lifestyle in school. Example, sitting in the sun to absorb vitamin D3, to absorb calcium and make the bone stronger so they can gain more height and increase their immunity to fight infection. It's simple things like that. That's why when you go to nursery, they have to take a lunch, breakfast outside in the garden, regardless of if there's sun there or not. Even if it's raining, they put the waterproof on there. Body to be alive, you need prana. What is prana? Universal energy. Comes from food and water, air we breathe in, and nature. Maximum energy comes from what? Food and water? No. It comes from breath. Breath is the main vehicle for prana to enter your body. That's what we're trying to, that's what, and through the yoga, through the pranayama, breathing exercise, mental disturbance, excitement, anxiety, fear, anger, disappointment, all come down. This is very good for children when people I'm authorized to go to the school to take yoga classes where they give me a school with the violent children. Through the yoga, I found within 3 months, the children come down. They become more user-friendly. Very, very important. And one important thing also, adrenal gland, which is just above the kidney. If you follow your belly button and follow behind the back, and you take your fist and tap it there, that will give the body more energy. Just by tapping it there. Acupressure plays a great role in detection, prevention, and cure of cancer. The guy, the very first person was talking about, I think, we did the integrated healthcare about the cancer thing you're talking about then. Any minor disturbance of any organ is reflected on the palm and sole of the hand. First gland to disturb is your thyroid gland, which is the palm of the hand. If you press it there, if it's paining, that tells you something wrong in your endocrine system. And then the next is the lymph gland. Put your 3 finger there. If you press it there and do this, if it's paining, that tells you your lymphatic system is weak on the right side or left side, depending which one is more paining. So how to detect cancer in different parts of the body? I went to cancer hospital. I to give a lecture. There were 40 patients with cancer. Doctors were present. One was in Canada, Bolton, Canada, and one in Bolton, UK. When I didn't know what cancer they had, I gave a lecture on yoga, what food to eat, things like that, bit of Ayurveda as well. But when I did the acupressure to them, I could tell what cancer they had without even knowing them. I told them it was your best cancer, right or left. So I used those knowledge to look at the fit people and tell them, please do something about this. Cancer doesn't come overnight. It takes over 6 months, years, something to build up over the time. So acupressure is one of the best ways to detection of any kind of illness. Before it happens, body warns you. Quicker you diagnose your illness, even cancer, more likely to heal the person better, quicker. That's the so like if you have a bowel cancer, it's colon. If you press the colon point, if it's paining there, that patient is colon cancer. If you press the spleen point, which is below the heart line, there, if that's paining, that's when you have a cancer of the blood. Lung cancer, there. So everything, uterus fibrosis, if you take your thumb there, you press there, that's for male, that's for female uterus fibrosis, and for female, it will be, for male, it will be prostate. Then it will be cancer, but there's a problem there. You might have a lump on it, just for pressing it. The acupressure technique is for self-care, for cure for all type of cancer. It's like to cure any cancer at all, any part of the body, you have to treat the whole body. Liver, gallbladder, spleen, kidney, all endocrine glands need to be activated. And really, We don't work on your symptoms. आपकी बीमारी का इलाज नहीं करते. We work on your system. आपका देह का सब पुर्जा काम करेगा, then body will become healthier. That's the bottom line, the way we work on it. And it brings the metabolism of the body in order. Acupressure based in concept of life energy, which flows through meridian in the body, and cancer cell cannot survive in oxygenated environment. And that's where pranayama plays a big part in promoting health. जो सांस लेना सीख लिया, कभी बीमार नहीं होगा. जीने मरने में एक सांस का फासला है. And acupressure, by pressing lung point, acupressure point to energize the whole body, and breathing exercise is very important to connect with your soul as well. And cancers could be detected at very early stage, and prevention actions could be taken by acupressure and all the different people are talking about different things. There's a lot of things, meditation, a lot of things you can do, and it will help. Very important. And lung meridian is one important one to heal. Lung meridian comes from thumb all the way back up here to the L1 point. L1, L5, L7, L9, L11. So you have to press those points. That's why I was tapping. If you do this, tapping, that's L1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, both sides. That will activate your lung meridian. This is very important for COVID-19 just now as well, to make the lung stronger. And then pressing it here, just past the middle of the heart, you pump it like this. That will exercise your L5. So it's like a lot of things I talked about there, and I think time is. I had a slide as well, but I won't show the slide. Not enough time. So thank you very much. And really, what I would like to say is, for Neil Kumar, Healing for Health Global, it's been excellent, and I'm enjoying. I'm making all the notes of all the people that are talking about as well. Rajesh Gupta and all, they talk about transforming healthcare. Very important. You need to work together. It's like a holistic care. Everything, everybody, not one thing. Is like when I went to Mauritius, they have in hospital, you have Ayurvedic doctor and the doctor as well. You can go to both and decide who you want to pick. It's promoted through the health board, health service itself, to the government.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sam. That was such an amazing talk. I mean, I was like vigorously writing notes here, like I got to do this in the morning, got to do all of these things. I'm going to have to go back and listen to the recording and take some of the points. Do you have a routine that you do in the morning and the evening? Is it everything that you just taught, or do you have certain things that you do every day?
One thing is, I look at each client. Obviously, first thing we're doing, everything we do, things for prevention. So this is like do it for everybody. Because when I'm taking class online, I don't know what kind of health problem they have. So you do basic just to improve your lungs. Just now, lung exercise is very important for COVID-19 to make. I had COVID-19 as well, but because what I was doing, my oxygen level was always 99. Only thing happened by pain went from muscle, but all my family are doctors. So they told me to take 2 paracetamol, 500 grams. That's what I took, and I had no problem at all. Within a couple of days, I was back to normal. But my lung capacity was always good. So I know it works.
It's amazing. Like I was watching some of the points that you were talking about, and I remember we had a guest that was talking about EFT and the pressure points that he was teaching, and it seems to be the same pressure points. So kind of a little similar.
It's all the same. The acupressure originally came from India. And then China and India used to be good friends. China used to work together. But India was ruled by different countries. They destroy all the information, books and everything. But China developed into acupuncture, reflexology, and different things. They gave a different name, all the chai and cheese, the same thing. But it's just that they've developed into a better because they had more chance to develop it. But in India, because everything was burned, just word of mouth, as the people talked to each other, it went through, that's all. But it's like a grandmother, somebody says, grandmother recipe for good health. Whatever, your hand gets cut, put haldi on it, you place it and grease it and bleeding stops. It's things like that, Or taking tifla powder. Every house had a tifla powder for Ayurveda. Doesn't matter what you had, that used to take a spoon of tifla powder in your mouth. That's it, things like that.
Yeah. And it's amazing that you did mention that, like in Mauritius, and that's where my parents are from, how they've managed to get the conventional medicine and integrated medicine together, and that's what I would hope will happen in the future everywhere. And this is why...
I'm from Bihar, and most people in Mauritius come from Bihar, from Bhojpuri. That's why I used to go there. I've done yoga training there as well, and lovely people are lovely there. Nice.
Great. One of these days I'll have to meet you out there then, and we can do a session together.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before we conclude, I do have one further question, and that would be, you did mention there's certain foods that you encourage people to eat, especially patients with cancer, for example. Before I get my next guest, Keith on, who's another amazing speaker, can you just enlighten us on what kind of is a quick ideal diet for most people?
Most diet is, the person said Ayurveda as well. There's three kinds of food: positive food, negative food, and zero value food.
Okay.
Some people food requires energy to digest, and how much energy the food produces afterward.
Mm-hmm.
That's one concept you have to know. And second is also all about getting energy through breath, through food and water, or through nature, sitting in the parks under the sun, among the mountain and the birds and the bees. Maximum energy comes from breath. What more than 50%? Less than quarter comes from food and water, and rest from nature. So you really, eating me, you eat something which digests quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a pumpkin, fruits, broccoli, Brussels, and something which is God-given, natural, less from the factory, like blueberry, strawberry, anything with they all will help you to promote good health. So this is a vast subject. You can't answer that in kind of few things. And you have to do it for individual. Why you pita and kapha, depending people what dosa they have. So if you have certain dosa, then you have to eat certain thing, and certain thing you can't eat. It's things like that. So you have to, obviously, you have a lot of experts in the panel. I'm sure they know more than me. I'm just, I know overall bit of everything put together, kind of, but not the expert.
Well, that just means that we have to get you back, Sam, because we've got such a wealth of knowledge that you bring to the table.
My expertise is acupressure, mudra, and pranayama. That's the three things I'm kind of focused myself mostly on, and I can diagnose any illness you have just by pressing your hand. I don't need to do any blood test, nothing at all.
Wow, that's amazing.
Because that's why I teach people in the class when I take the classes, how to do it. So then you can do something about it before it becomes serious illness.
And just a reminder, Sam, if we wanted to, there's a lot of people that want to take classes from you, and is all your information on your website?
Sorry, I'm not that big. I don't have the website, but I have the Facebook and YouTube and things like that, which is, I'm not very technical minded. Just I'm the old timer, kind of still think of the old ways.
That's okay. That's what we're here for. That's what Neil Kumar's here for. He'll put your information on our website, healingourEarth.com, and then we can find you and hopefully learn some more from you. And we'll have you back again. And thank you so much for your time, Sam. And we look forward to seeing you again. And this brings me on to our next guest. And our guest here is again all the way from UK, across the pond, my hometown. How are you doing, Keith?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Sheila?
Great. Good to see you. And let me just do a quick introduction here about Keith Sharp. And Keith left school at 15 and completed a 5-year shipyard engineering apprenticeship. Thrust into management at 29, he dealt with shop floor personnel to ministers of state across the world, predominantly on marine and industrial projects. Keith was introduced to Tai Chi in 1995, where he attended Tai Chi classes for 8 years and started teaching in 2002. He holds a UK teaching qualification plus certifications from professional bodies. He founded local alliances and now the honorary president of the TCUGB. He's recognized and needs a suitable expertise over 65, some 20% of the UK. He's initiated the program to have Tai Chi and Qigong accepted in the UK government, and that's wonderful, and is dedicated to the production of professional standards of TCQ, health and well-being instructors. I'm so glad that you are bringing such a wealth of knowledge that's so needed out there, especially for example, I know the NHS right now is very overwhelmed with everything. So the more we can do as a community to get more of this information out, that will really help people be able to be healthier so that we're not burdening our healthcare systems all over the world. So welcome, Keith. Nice to meet you.
Well, thank you, Sheila. And knowing where you are, I'm sure you know people like Roger Yanker and David Dorian Ross, who I deal with regularly.
Yes, I do. I've heard of them.
Good.
So,
Okay. Well, I'm going to put a different perspective on to all the experts that you've had this afternoon and listen very carefully. And I would like to say, with regard to Sam, we have two commonalities. One is you have a civil engineering background and I have a marine engineering background. And the second one is that I have a grey head and you have a grey beard. Right. I want to be quite serious today, Sheila, please,
sure,
because many things are happening in the UK. And I want to give you a little brief on over the Tai Chi Union, which is a community interest company. And it's managed by its directors, but they're all volunteers. They're all Tai Chi and Qigong experts. And it's been subject to some rather interesting demands over the last few years. And I have been instrumental in some, listening to others, but there's 1,000 members or instructors throughout the country. And our aims and visions are being ratified, confirmed as we go along. And it's mainly using initiatives and leadership. And leadership is something I think that everyone that shares this platform through the health and well-being and through the Healing Our Earth elements is really so involved in providing their own services that one or two of us may look at it slightly differently. I am not an expert in Tai Chi. I am not an expert in Qigong. What I do know is that what Sam is providing is the same as the Tai Chi people in Qigong, Qi and Prana, the energy around us, all right? Firstly, I want to thank Neil and all the rest of the team at the Healing Our Earth organization, because getting something together like this takes a lot of dedication, a lot of initiative, and a lot of browbeating, I'm sure, from him. All right. And I know that very well from my worldwide travels. Tai Chi Union, integrated care, professional standards, and collaboration. That's really the subject for my little talk this afternoon. The Tai Chi and Qigong Union, known as Tai Chi UGB, has been around since 1991 and was really set up initially for the martial artists and those really wishing to endeavor to have people trained in martial arts. In the last few years, it's recognized the need for health and well-being. And so we are now very strongly involved in providing health and well-being courses. And that's all I've been interested in. All right. What are our aims and visions? We would like to see health and well-being through Tai Chi and Qigong approved by the UK Government Department of Health and Social Care. And all providers from insurance organizations to corporations and charities. What a challenge. Any of us who've dealt with the NHS know that we have a morass. It's like trying to walk through syrup. And as a practical engineer and working to critical programs, I find it incredibly frustrating. However, in my talk in December, I mentioned that we'd partnered with an organization, and it's called the Chartered Institute for the Management for Sports and Physical Activities. This is an organization it took me years to trace down, who are affiliated to the Sports Council of the UK and are recognized as being people who can add the value to whatever we're trying to do in terms of physical activity. And of course, most of that is designed around gymnasiums, physical instructors, etc. And we're performing through the Tai Chi Union the partnership that we generated. That partnership was added to recently by the British Council of Chinese Martial Arts for reasons which are, let us say, need to be considered. And that has been formally confirmed for probably about the third time, but the latest date is March 2022. So that partnership now is up and running. With Qigong, although centuries old, has not been a term uppermost in government circles and the public eye. Prana has, yoga has, and we need to see that aligning with those, Qi and Qigong. What is Qi? Sam's mentioned that. It's our energy circles, whatever we want to call it. But Gong means that we're cultivating energy and we wish to actually embrace that, right? So we're working hard to have Qigong recognized and well known as Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, and meditation. We then can move on from the aims and visions to integrative care, right? There's a lot of talk about this, so I'm going to run through what we think is happening in the UK is a rebalancing of the national health alongside private organizations. Not going as far as they are in the States, but we think that that is being subcontracted out to a lot of people now who position themselves for the future. The UK Secretary of State, a gentleman named Sajid Javid, has recently published his image for the Health and Care Service for England on the basis that Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland have actually taken these steps previously. It highlights prevention, and I repeat that word, prevention. I have a picture from 1914 of one of the first X-ray machines working, and underneath it says, prevention is better than cure. Sam. Okay. It highlights prevention, health budgets, patient voice, and the right to choose. These are depicted on an image, which I can only say is a large square with 4 smaller ones in it. Currently, and due for operational status this month in England, are 42 integrated care systems set up by the Department of Health and Social Care. And if you've heard of clinical commissioning groups, there were, up until this month, 109 clinical commissioning groups throughout England. They are being replaced by 42 integrated, and I repeat that word, integrated care systems. Oh, for a clap of hands around the audience. Prevention. Some years ago, Public Health England commissioned a report by a York University, and in those variety of papers, Tai Chi was mentioned 55 times. Where was the prevention? And if you've been in business, you know that businesses are there to make a profit. And it was calculated that investing £2, $2, 2 dirhams, 2 rupees or whatever will save 5 at least. Are we moving towards getting the Department of Health and Social Services to identify prevention is better than cure? In this decade, and I talk in terms of a program, in my mind mainly from my project management skills, is what are we doing to do over this decade? Right. I'm not sure really, because as well as these new statements from the Department of Health and Social Care, we have a health and social care bill going through the government at the moment. I've tried to read this rather long document and I don't understand it at all. It doesn't mention patients, it doesn't mention care, it just mentions some processes which I'm afraid I have no idea what they're talking about. The decade, and I am so delighted to be invited, sometimes by my own persuasion of Neil, to have the opportunity to talk to people who are more and more expert at their own individual activities. But what are we planning to do? Can we get integrative care by the end of this decade, where people of Sam's experience and others' experience are talking to others within the Qigong field, making up incredible partnerships. Energy systems, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, prana, Reiki, meditation, mindfulness, acupuncture, physiotherapy, plus many others, and breath work. We have these wonderful names coming out, which we never realized. And the only thing I know about breath work, if it stops, you're no longer here, right? So I'm not somebody here to give away information, but it's recognized. The Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain wishes to be among the leaders so that integrative healthcare is utilized and, equally important, if not more, funded. The money has got to be available to actually allow those professionals to earn a living. In our partnership with the Chartered Institute of Physical Activity, we, that is, members of the Tai Chi Union, particularly the chairman, Mark Peters, and myself, have identified a couple of Qigong systems. One is called Shibashi Set 1 from a guy called Professor Lin Hu Sheng, who created it. And how does it relate to falls prevention? The money spent on hip replacements, shoulder replacements is incredible. Can we stop? And I'm really more interested in the older generation than I am the young, and I hope that we can relate those to both. Tai Chi is related to cardiac rehabilitation, and we have baseline systems already supported by reference schematics. And you can understand that where I come from, and whether it's civil engineering, mechanical engineering, or whatever, schematics are absolutely essential. I would then like to move on to professional standards. I can talk about this until the cows come home, as they say. Professional standards. To achieve the objectives and to be able to talk professionally to the non-initiated people that lead our country, we need professional standards. We need assessments. We need certifications. This is part and parcel of the partnership with SIMSPA. What we're looking at the present time is two operative documents, one called Tai Chi for Health and Wellbeing, and the second one, Qigong for Health and Wellbeing. So there is a complete differentiation between the martial arts and the health and well-being. However, we need to know that people can move on to martial arts. These documents have been provided with input by a few people within the Tai Chi Union, and these are due to be signed off on the 3rd of May, one and a half years after we wrote the first ones. We are nothing if not persistent in our means, right? These will be primarily for health and well-being instructors in Tai Chi and Qigong. And when it comes to integrative care, I see no reason why other modalities are not involved. But we do need some standards to be able to say, what are we providing? How are we providing it? How do we measure it? And we want to make sure that the government understands it and can make funding available for it. The instructors will be subject to quality control, quality assurance, which should dissuade the weekend and seminar attendees and others who overstate their qualifications and skills. I have a saying when people say, you must know a lot about Tai Chi and Qigong. I say, no. If you fill a bucket with water to the top so that it's nearly overflowing, you could say that that represents all Tai Chi and Qigong systems that we know of. Empty the bucket and then let it stand, and you'll get a little puddle in the bottom. That's my knowledge. But what I'm good at is pushing that water level up if I can, all right? So along those lines of professional standards, we will be having assessment panels, and none of these are yet in formation, but they're high on the agenda. Who assesses the assessors is going to be a very good question. But every time I talk to the NHS, they say, have you got scientific evidence that exercise XYZ does this or does that? Now, balance. When we talk about falls prevention, balance is important. Confidence, flexibility. Through Qigong, particularly through Shabasha set 1 of 8, then there's all those movements will give us stronger muscles in the legs, balance, and visualization. Many other organizations will, I believe, want to be part of this. It will also make sense to have such data to support any serious proposal or presentation for whichever complementary therapy we wish to have considered. I'm going to jump back to a note that I made just before I sat down. If we have integrative services, what is it we are actually offering? It's not a product. It's not a piece of metal or a piece of electrical device. It's us. It's the services that we give. But then we have to say, what is it the customer requires, the population? What do they need? And how do we achieve that? I've spent many years in marketing, sales, business development, and the customer normally has some limited funding, all right? And we have to try and access that. So if I can then start on the latter parts of this little chat, collaborations. Like-minded organizations and teams need to be in worldwide harmony as healing our world are promoting. I have a Chi Pranas well-being. No, Chi Pranas wellness collaboration I have with a person who some of you may know, Ambika Devi Karma Yoga in Hong Kong. It's only a small but extremely relevant piece in the jigsaw regarding energy, Qigong and Prana, saving the world initiatives. The USA, and this is important, like Sam kept saying, everything's important, Sam. The USA have recently decided that Qi Kung throughout the United States no longer needs to be approved as a massage or acupuncture professional. That is incredibly relevant because Qi Kung can now move along. And the reason I mentioned David Dorian Ross and Roger Yanker, both very close friends of mine, they are leaders in the Veterans Association in terms of the government approval. And nearly all of it is Qigong. Right? So I'm currently in discussion as an individual representing the Tai Chi Union with over a dozen potential partners worldwide, mainly in the USA. During the first part of this century, the UK government issued a Health Act to have primary care trusts and social care joined up. Maybe this will be achieved 2 decades later. We don't know. Money and leadership are the elements to be considered. All right. Among the many challenges I mentioned earlier, what is the need of our respective communities? Health, well-being, lifestyle, through funding sources are crucial, either from the government, insurance companies, health providers, and of course, individuals. Conclusions, they say, you'll be pleased now. The needs of the population have to be fully addressed. So the thrust for complementary therapies will be essential, and to encourage referrals and social prescribing. The objectives by 2030 should see Qigong, Prana, and all associated modalities working as essential complementary therapies and being part of the referral and social prescribing processes by all medical and health authorities. I rest my case.
Wow, that was that's a lot of undertaking that you've taken there, Keith. That's a lot to do. How important do you think it is to get into the medical and the dental schools to at an early stage and teach a lot of this?
Well, it's almost like a piece of elastic. You actually pull it one way and then it gets pulled another way. The essential ingredient, I believe, is persistence. If we have people around the world who are believing in what they're offering the population, then at some stage, those few people within the NHS, for example, National Health Service, will begin to realize that they can trust us and work alongside us. But we have to be prepared to prove what we're offering.
Got it. It's interesting because this was all around hundreds of years ago, and then we just kind of lost it. And then now we're trying to, conventional medicine has taken over. And, it's so much easier if someone's off balance to give them a pill or a tablet, and as opposed to put the work in and do the Tai Chi and Qigong and get your body where it seems like people want to do more of the easy stuff as opposed to the, putting the time and the effort in and part of this forum, it's great that we're educating people that it works really well. And we do have several questions coming up. We have Dr. Rajiv Gupta that was on a little bit earlier. Dr. Rajiv, do you mind asking your question?
Yeah, I think it was very, very good. And as you mentioned, lots of similarity between Sam, who has probably, I think you have taken to being engineer and being white hair, but there's a lot more. Both what he presented, he is, as you know, about yoga and acupressure, which is again about with body energy, the muscle movement and breathing, which again I think is like Tai Chi is muscle movement and Qigong is the breathing. So I think there's a lot more similarities. And this is one of the purpose that alongside the conventional medical treatment or Western medicine, we are having this big mission to bring in other form of therapies or healthcare systems, which may have a very different system. And then if we integrate them together, it will become a lot more powerful. So 2 + 2 is not 4, 2 + 2 is 8, because it's a multiplication factor. And that is exactly we would want to do. So we would very much like to work with you. And because you mentioned about the Tai Chi Union, on a separate note, we will have a conversation how we can work together. You have posed quite a few questions. The first one, are we serious and are we going to approach the NHS? And the answer is yes, we have spent like almost 120 hours of discussion time and time again over last several months. We have done quite parts of it, and now you can see it how it has taken a global form already. So we are very serious about it, and we want to make it happen. Otherwise, there is no point. So that's the first part. Second is we are very mindful. Being my half in NHS, working still as a consultant in the national healthcare system, I know the limitations, difficulties, evidence based, but I also know that if you believe in it and we produce some evidence for it, it may not be as robust as the conventional medicine, but it will work. And what we are not trying to do is to replace. If you have a heart attack, you go to hospital. But where there is a thing that can be helped through a breathing, simple breathing, why do you want to waste NHS money on a physiotherapy to teach you the breathing exercises or the muscle movement? So you can save tons of budget from the physiotherapist by doing the simple movement exercises, Tai Chi, yoga, and all that. So I think that is the purpose. And again, I can see watching me here is the mind, body, soul, because the healing is not only from physical body. it's also how you think. So mind body alignment is so important, and that comes the emotional health and the spiritual health, because your happiness is not just by being a healthy body.
Well, thank you so much for that great summary, Dr. Rajiv.
Can I just clarify a couple of points there? Is that I'm old enough, Rajiv, to have had 70 years of National Health Service. Right. I'm pushing this because 2030 will be my 90th birthday.
Wow.
And with your help, I hope to make it to 100.
Of course. And definitely with Sam's help earlier, 120.
Right. But I'm going to try and recount a statement was made to me. I attended an AGM of the local clinical commissioning group, and I raised a formal question. Can you please tell me what your brief is on prevention? And it was delegated to a GP, and it was a case of, we view prevention when a person who has gone through surgery or through the hospital as being prevention. And I said, no, that's aftercare. I'm an engineer. You cannot send ships, planes, or tanks without any oil. So you have that situation. I am delighted to hear you say, Rajiv, about how do we work together. That process has already started. On behalf of the Tai Chi Union, I have approached Niels to say, how can Healing Our Earth and Tai Chi Union work together for the immediate future? Because we're both UK based. Let's look under our microscope before, all right? My teeth are very bad because I was brought up during the war period, and I look at Sheila and I think she knows a little bit about dentistry. A little tiny bit.
You're just gonna have to come over here and I'll take care of you, Keith.
No, I've got to pay. I've got to pay over there. But I still have to go privately. Anyway, so we're on song, Rajiv. Very much on song. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm delighted to see my Ecuadorian friend.
Point here. Can I make a point? Keith, the word prevention is used because I'm in NHS. Prevention is used in the word which GP has mentioned you. That's correct. We need to move from there to wellness, because health and wellness is one part and disease prevention is the other part. So I think if we dissect and focus on that, so that we will have a better union of health, and that's why the whole integrated health will work. So
and that's what you're there. I was going to say, and that's why Dr. Rajiv is around. He's the lead of the Global Health Forum, so he's going to be out really like making a difference out there, especially that he's UK based. I'm excited to see the work that you all both going to do. And this has been such a great discussion. But we have about a minute left before we have to get our next guest on, which is Professor Gita. But I have to get our question in from our lovely Dr. Wide Lee, who's all the way out there in Ecuador. She's one of our members of our Healing Our Earth, and she's just this amazing woman. And she's very into Qigong and Tai Chi. She's even got a documentary that she's created out there that's coming very soon that we're all excited to have. You did have a question, and we have about a minute before we get Professor Gita Upadhyay on.
Right. Thanks, Sheila. Actually, Keith and I have been trying to get in touch with each other and get together, and I really appreciate the structural groundedness of this conversation, which we need. And apart from me doing Qigong and Tai Chi, I've also had experience in integrative medicine since 1996, since I returned from US into Singapore. And I was in several clinics and hospitals. I won't name them, but they are the most top clinics and hospitals and private institutions in Singapore. And there I've actually trained doctors and nurses quietly, because they don't want the certificate, right? That would show that they are well versed in energy medicine. which is what Qigong is, or, pranayama, they cannot show it. That's the problem, is that they are actually ostracized and like many doctors who really try to do integrative medicine, they're not allowed to. And where I was in this very high level private clinic, we actually had to create two entrances, one for the medical doctors and one for the practitioners such as myself, even though it was traditional Chinese medicine that was promoted. And the poor clients have to go out of the corridor into the other one. We can't even get them through the pantry door. So, because it was illegal. And that's the problems that we have to solve this issue. And it's good to hear from Keith that, Qigong and Tai Chi is now open to being integrated. And I know Roger is working really hard, and Dr. Effie Chow as well. They're all really working into that. And I have been on ground. So I was considered the consultant that people would come to to first to first consult as to where to put them next. And believe it or not, in the cancer center, I almost said the name, the cancer center, is that the first thing that I always recommend is dentistry. Dentistry. They're not looking at the mercury amalgams in the mouth. And so that was what I learned, in this work with cancer, because thank you, Sam, for mentioning about prevention, because for me, it was a prevention of potential ovarian cancer that got me on this path of healing. That was in 1990, yes. So, and with the awakening, the whole Qigong matrix came in that allowed this gift in healing. So, I just really feel that also with Dr. Rajiv really heading the way with the NHS, it's so important. And another doctor I'd like to introduce is Dr. John Ogden, who is a TCM practitioner, and we are in the same office on Harley Street with Dr. Shabir, who is a holistic dentist. So Keith, you can see Sheila after you see Dr. Shabir. He's in London, so it's much closer.
Yeah, that sounds great.
My comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I know you're going to be on. Do stay tuned, because she's going to be on very soon, in about an hour or so. And thank you so much, Keith. I know we're going to have you on, and please share with us your journey and stay in touch with us so we know how everything's going. And we're wishing you the best of luck. And now you've got this great group of practitioners all across the world globally, thanks to Neil Kumar, that's going to really make things happen, hopefully. So thank you so much for your time, and we'll be seeing you soon. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
And now I'm excited for our very next guest. And our very next guest is Professor Geeta Upadhyay. And she was born and raised in India. And she was schooled in Presentation Convent and obtained her MBBS, MD Medicine, and her PhD from Madras University, and worked in India and Malaysia as a professor of metabolic medicine before joining the NHS UK as a consultant. She is visiting professor at Leeds University and has a postgraduate degree in classical Indian dance music. Along with her husband, Geeta founded the internationally reputed Bradford-based charity Kala Sangam, South Asian Arts, Culture and Heritage Company, with her own art center. Wow, it looks like Professor Geeta's got so many things that she's doing. I'm very excited to actually meet her. And she's also the director of Axonet Global Ltd UK, a medical-focused based company. Sanjeevani Healthcare Trust India, which supports young people with learning difficulties and autism, and Kashi Kailash India, which promotes the rich heritage of Varanasi and addresses social and community issues through creative activities. Wow, I'm so excited to meet such an accomplished, wonderful woman, Professor. How are you today?
Namaste, I'm very well, thank you. Dr. Sheila, thank you, and namaste, good evening or good day to everyone, because everyone's scattered everywhere. Firstly, thanks to Dr. Rajiv and Neil Ji for asking me to speak today. I'm just going to share some thoughts of mine, and I've heard these eminent speakers who brought so much, further insight into health-related issues. So I just thought I would share with what I've sort of done with the health work. Although I worked in NHS, it was not anything to do with what we spoke now. It was a pure NHS hat I had. But later through Kala Sangam, I did a lot of health and arts work, trying to use creativity in well-being. So if everyone's okay, I thought I would just talk about that.
Absolutely. We'd love to hear about it.
So I've just got some slides. I thought I will share the work I've done, and I read through Healing the Earth, the mission and the values. And I thought, there's so much we have to come down to earth to come up again and bring, good health. So if I may, with your permission, I just want to share the slide.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So what I was going to touch on, and thank you for that very kind introduction, we have to take a huge leap to transform healthcare, because often we think that it's prescription of tablets or medicines is the only way forward. Especially I'm having an NHS hat on. I'm trying to be as honest as I can. But it's not just that, there's more to it. That's holistic healthcare is what I'm talking about, and which we heard a lot of speakers talk about today. It was in the Windsor Declaration, if you notice, they've spoken about 12-point action, and one of them is arts in therapy and healing. Because creativity is a means of self-expression, they say. It energizes you, it enhances physical and psychological well-being. So based on this, we did some work, because what I felt was that the main factors that one needs to talk about and focus on is the health need assessment. How do people become aware of keeping good health? And how could we do health promotion through creative, innovative means, not just by distributing flyers and pamphlets and saying, watch out for this, take your injection, usual stuff which comes out. When we go to GP surgeries, there are any number of pamphlets left on the shelf to talk about what is diabetes, what is hypertension, and so on and so forth. But there are many barriers. One of them, especially because I worked in Bradford as well, I know language is a barrier. There are many other issues which are barriers for people accessing health related work. There are also a lot of inequalities. Who can access the service, who doesn't access the service, what inhibitions are there which prevent people from going in and learning more about health awareness. There's a lot of exclusion, and it's high time we do integrate a lot of things. Linked to this is your personal development. Many people are not aware of what is personal development in the community. How do they go about it? What is the awareness of themselves? And the communities are still all different places and split. They are not coming together to address health-related issues. But all this is again leading back to the economic regeneration. All the time they say there's no money and there's no money. So how do we address these issues? And one of the ways I feel is a lot of cross-sector partnerships. How many businesses are supporting health issues? How many educational institutions are working with the health authorities? Because at the end of the day, what our aim is to have the best practice in the health system. That's a common goal for everybody here. I was listening to Keith and I was so pleased that he's been going on and on to get it into the mainstream. So I'm sure that should happen. I've tried to use creativity to address health issues, and there was an organization called National Network for Arts and Health. I was a vice chair, and they really pushed creativity to help address issues. Sadly, the funding was withdrawn and they closed. But the work we did, it started with simple food, because that is the most important thing for everyone, food. And when we go to schools, we see children being distributed meals which are full of fat and this sort of a thing. So healthy education about eating. This one is a group music related work which we did, where there were people with autism and challenging behavior who sat along with the parents and the children. and how they came together to address health issues by writing verses about health and putting it to music. So it's a very invisible invasion into the areas of addressing challenges. We also used a lot of puppetry to tell stories about health. So this was a very non-invasive way of addressing and attracting young people, because as you all know, the drug and alcohol addiction is a huge problem everywhere, not just UK or in one place. And we use this a lot to address these issues, especially because children like to watch these sort of things, and then they come with families to watch it. So this is one thing we tried. The other very successful way of introducing health-related agenda is through the poetry walks, which we did often. And many of them, you would be surprised, were people with severe depression, women with depression and things like that, who came out for these walks and wrote about their stories and tried to better their mental health. The other very effective way is the drama therapy, where the characters can write the stories and enact it. So every way possible to address health. And the crafts is a huge attraction because there can be a variety of crafts, and usually the communities, especially in Bradford, the ethnic minority communities are very good with craft work, sewing and knitting, and of course it's popular all over England, knitting. But there are people who do very good embroidery, and there's an embroiderer's guild and so on and so forth. Pottery making is another one. And all these sort of activities, craft activities, really help to address the mental health issues in a different way by bringing communities together to discuss, open up and talk about their fears or issues they have, which otherwise they won't address and talk. This, of course, we heard a lot about yoga and Tai Chi, and of course, dance is extremely popular as a fitness tool. And the most number of calories is burnt during active dance. And that is very popular, and are many studios offering Dance for Life. There's a company there which does only dance for mental health issues, of course, and I personally worked across all the 4 disabilities, learning difficulties, physical, and using hand gestures of Indian dance to do storytelling, which is akin to Makaton. And visually handicapped people, we did what is called tactile dancing. They touch the hands and learn the movements, which is very good. And they do a lot of work with rhythm. So where can these things be done? They start with the nursery in the educational institutions, and all the 4 key stages we can work through to instill and impart health-related issues, get kids and parents to be involved, so it can become a huge intergenerational work as well. Many community centers have sporadic activities of health awareness, and it's usually linked to something. Supposing there's a festival or something, suddenly they do it. But it's not a regular activity because most of these are project funded. And when the funding ends, the activity stops. It could also be done in GP practice. We did something with antenatal, with women and relaxation and the anxiety levels. So that could be done with GP practices. Faith centers have a huge potential to offer health-related, be it in the church or in the mosque or in a temple. Many creative sector organizations used to do a lot of health work. For example, we have a very good company called Mind the Gap in Bradford, which worked with people with learning difficulties. But unfortunately, due to this funding issues, they have just started focusing on performances rather than the health-related work. Residential homes is something which I always focus on because I find that the elderly people are just seated there watching TV all the time or doing nothing, but there is no creative activity, and dementia and Alzheimer's are increasing day by day. So how could we do something to prevent that? And how do we do these things? We can deliver them as one-off workshops or a series. We could invite people to have talks and leg demos. Main thing is that they need to experience the benefit of that. Then they start subscribing to it and committing themselves to it. There have been many exhibitions by artists who have disability. So when people see that, they see the value of creativity in empowering themselves, especially for health issues. All faith festivals could be linked to health related, but I haven't yet seen one faith festival either or any other festival like the Bradford Mela or whatever, where people have a health stall. There are stalls, but it would again lead to distributing of flyers. And the intergenerational activities are very important because, you know, the children, and there's a bonding of parents and children and grandparents, and also a lovely way to introduce good health, good eating, healthy habits, so on and so forth. So I thought I'll just give this and give you time to ask me any questions. I try to answer. Thank you.
Wow, that was so great. Just looking, and it's so great to see how everybody's really contributing to make this go into society. And I love the ideas that you have, and it's wonderful that you've been working with the autistic kids and everything and everyone around. And I know we have a few minutes, maybe a minute each for some questions. And let me see who we have. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, you had a question?
Yes, I think it's fantastic, Geeta ji. I am aware of your work. We live in Yorkshire together, and I've seen it's fantastic to really see. Particularly, I think work with the school, and as you mentioned, for the intergenerational work that can be done in the school to prevent all these minor problems is extremely going to be good. So with our program, I probably need to talk to you in more detail about the Eat Smart, Think Smart program in school. It'd be good to involve some of the craft therapy and some of, you know, other things we think. What do you think would be the best way to move forward? Funding is going to be a tricky thing, as you know. So where do you think it can go, and then we'll take it from there?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I think, you know, that's where we have to sit. Schools are a little difficult to handle because their priority is not creativity. Their priority is mathematics and literature, English and literature. So to get them to involve, you have to go through that route to get into this. And sometimes the head teacher, depends on the head teacher as well, what pressure they have. So if there is a head teacher we can access, and one taster school, many others will adopt it as well. So it's just getting into the door, using the right key to open the door.
Got it. I think we're trying to say something, Dr. Rajiv, you're muted. Still muted?
Fine. Yeah, I think that's fantastic. So you're absolutely great. So we'll identify one school, and then if we work through all key stages on how we can plan into curriculum, take it from there. Romesh has got hand raised because we have been talking about it a lot recently. So Romesh, please.
And Ramesh is also one of our permanent panelists, and he is also, along with Dr. Rajiv, one of our global integrated health forum leaders. So nice to see you, Dr. Ramesh Gupta. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much. Thanks, Geeta. It's nice to see you after a long time.
Thank you. Thank you.
You guys know each other. That's great.
Well, I know Geeta very well, and I know her work. And it is really with some concern that we have been having health melas in Bradford for 6-7 years. And somehow you couldn't make it, or you didn't know it. But I think the faith, I don't know about the faith melas, because it's not a particular faith which is holding those. But our health mela is really gives that opportunity of what we're talking about, the longitudinal and vertical integration. And this is a fun to see child of 4, 5 and grandparents of 90 coming together, and also from all the faiths, like the local white population, the Indians, the Jewish, and then Muslims, Hindus, and all those. And I think regarding schools, while you are completely right that it depends upon the priority of the schools, but fortunately, I have come across certain schools in Northwest where they are very much interested in creativity. And one of the schools we had the health mela was in Manchester, and the other one we held for 5 years in Leyland. And I think they were very, very much receptive about the whole concept of involving the children and teach them how to basically prepare a light meal and to eat it, the value of the games involving this thing and teddy bear clinic, this smoothie bike and race and all you name it, the exercises in a fun sake. So the Mela is nothing but really engaging the community in a fun manner. Call it whatever you like, but that's what all it is. And I think that it would be lovely to have your participation and engagement and leadership skills, to be honest, so to take it forward.
Well, that sounds like a great idea. And I know we have a few minutes left. We have one more question. We have our next guest coming up, Russell Hogarth, and he's got an amazing talk also. And we do have a wonderful Sam, and you have about a minute just before we get to our next speaker. And you had a question?
No, what I would say, going to the school, you can't go directly to the school. In Strathclyde, first counts, it took me 1 year to approve myself. They looked at my content and they approved my content. And then I was authorized to go. They gave me the list of a school to go to, where they had 2 PE class. One was PE and one was yoga, where they told some of the Muslim families said, I don't want to attend. This is Hinduism. Then the school director said, no, this is part of the school curriculum. You have to attend. And that's why they attended it. So I was doing a yoga class. So it really, you got to go from authority higher up. You can't just go directly to the school. It won't happen. And recently, last couple of months, I've started also doing in the rehab unit for people with brain injury. I'm going there every week doing yoga, and the feedback is so positive. They look for, when I go there, they're waiting for me to come in and take class with them. So that itself is, and also I'm doing, as the lady said, Gitaji, I'm start doing in care home as well. I'm going for elderly, do a laughter class, do breathing exercises, make them they're sitting watching TV all the time. So they look forward to me as well. And also I take animal therapy, take my dog with me as well. So they play with the dog, and that itself is, it's like holistic care, bit of everything put together. Not one thing will heal you. It's bit, and the feedback we got from care home was people, residents were eating more. They're more hungrier after doing yoga, but they have more energy, and they were feeling much more positive and healing better, quicker. So Lily, I agree with Gita. You were saying you have to go to the school, elderly and things like, do as much as possible. Thank you, Gita. That was excellent.
Wow, that was such a great conclusion there. Professor Gita, do you have any final words that you'd like to share with our global audience out there?
I would only say that, we have to keep at it, because sometimes you always have more no's than yes wherever we approach. But if it's for a good cause and we are convinced, we never give up. Persevere and we'll get it. Patience and perseverance.
Wow, that was a beautiful conclusion. And I know we're going to be seeing a lot more of you as you join this forum and, this movement that we have together. So thank you so much for your time. And
namaste, everyone.
And now I'm excited to bring on our next guest. And how are you doing, Russell? All the way in England.
Very well, thank you. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you. And let me tell the audience a little bit about you. So Russell Hogarth is an honorary fellow, community engagement ambassador, and entrepreneur in residence at the University of Central Lancaster. He's a fellow and a CEO for the National Forum of Health and Wellness. Russell chairs the EU award-winning International Creative Communities Group. He's a former company director for the Design in Mental Health Network and an advisor to the Royal College of Psychiatrists and British Association of Social Workers. Well, that seems a lot that you're doing out there, Russell. Russell is a university and academic guest lecturer, and his expertise in lifelong learning and active citizenship is now recognized both nationally and internationally, and he has spoken at meetings in the House of Commons, the House of Lords, and the European Parliament. Russell has a special interest in equality, diversity, and inclusion, and his 2015 Macmillan Palgrave publication, Creative Education, Teaching and Learning, is often quoted as a pathway to inclusion and accessible education. He's a patron of Life Now and Palliative Care, End of Life Network, and Dance Syndrome, the inclusive dance charity. Well, that's a lot that you're doing. I'm excited and honored to have you as a guest. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. How are you today?
I'm delighted to be here, and some amazing speakers this afternoon. A hard act to follow.
I'm sure you've got a lot of wealth of information to share with us today.
I might have some slides if anybody's got them. If not, I will. There's somebody loading. There you go.
I will try. Russell, just 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute.
Rajiv, you don't have to. It is already on the screen. Over.
Oh, fantastic! Thanks.
We're great. Okay, I will kick off there, shall I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, okay. Well, first of all, it's an absolute honour and a pleasure to be here, and thanks for that amazing introduction. But I need to start by talking a little bit. Oh, can you go back to the first slide? I need to start a little bit about my background first. So I'm not a clinician. I'm not an academic. I'm actually known as a community member or a community ambassador. So my presentation today is based on what we call lived experience. And this is a talk that I deliver across the EU in universities, and as you've mentioned previously in my introduction. And it's a little bit difficult to unpack my title because it was mentioned by colleagues: towards a better tomorrow, social prescribing, lifelong learning, and active citizenship. What does all that mean jumbled together? So basically, let's start at the beginning. My area of expertise started 50 years ago when as a teenager, I was involved in a near-fatal car crash that left me hospitalised and in rehabilitation for the best part of a year, where I had to learn to walk again. And the result of that accident left me with life-changing and long-lasting physical and mental health problems. In addition to suffering from chronic pain, eventually arthritis, I also developed post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD as we know it. And if that wasn't enough, a number of years ago, I suffered from a severe case of pneumonia that left me with lung damage and breathing difficulties. And as you can imagine, I ended up on a mixture of different drugs and medication that themselves had long side effects. Now, this word social prescribing that's also in my presentation, 25 years ago, when I started to get involved in this, I don't even think the word had been involved. And back then, I tried everything, and I went with hypnotherapy, I went with meditation, physiotherapy, obviously, and I kind of stumbled on this social prescribing by accident, and no pun intended there. So what is social prescribing? I know my colleagues on the screen will be well aware of it, but it's a non-medical model of intervention, what is sometimes called community referral, referring people to a range of local non-clinical services, and diagnosing people's health and well-being can be determined by a range of social, economic, and environmental factors. Or in other words, the holistic approach. So schemes delivering social prescribing can often range from activities involving volunteering, community engagement, the arts, gardening, befriending, cookery, the list goes on. And my colleague before me mentioned creativity and well-being, and that resonates with me. So social prescribing is often designed to support people with a range of social, emotional, and physical needs, focusing on both mental health and physical well-being. However, as I mentioned, back then I had no idea what it was. I just know it worked for me. So I do have a few examples. And this is the bit where you might need a pencil and a piece of paper, because what I'd like you to do as I run through my presentations, I'd like you to see if you can pick up on any of the towards a better tomorrow, social prescribing, lifelong learning, or active citizenship. So, as you can see on screen, we get to smile. Now, this is where I came in about 22 years ago. I was a patient at the local teaching hospital on a pain management course, and Smile came to speak to me. A couple of things surprised me. One, they were community members, and they had what we call a lived experience of something I was also going through, and I found that quite reassuring. And then they had a support network that they asked me to join. Bit apprehensive at first, very much a non-clinical model, and along I went. Within 12 months, I was on the committee, and within 12 months, I become vice chair of this organisation. And I did change things even more slightly from its initial model. We got involved in all kinds of events, including meeting together, going out on trips, art. It was a complete life-changing. And this self-motivation and lasting endorphins is basically what it is. It was a way of distracting myself from my pain. And I think I should mention here that I ran a business successfully until I retired in my late 40s. I retired on health grounds, but actually what happened is I used business to actually distract myself from my pain. And this obviously then became the social prescribing side. So I think that next slide that you might want to show now. Now that's where I came in. Anybody recognize that? That's the old Royal Preston Infirmary. Some people think that's me in bed there reading that book, and you will see the entertainment I had. That's where I spent the best part of, my goodness, 4 months in traction. And then from there, I went on to rehabilitation. So the next slide, please, if you can. You can move it along. Now, this is where I came in education. So in about 2007, I was asked to join the university to help them with a community involvement group, patients and carers. And I very quickly came upon the idea that if we use the voice of the patient, or we sometimes call them service users or lived experience members, and their carers, we could use that voice to educate and raise awareness. But it did two things. It helped our nursing and social work students to grasp what patients go through and to listen to their stories, which to me are so important. But it also helped the people delivering the stories. It empowered them. They realized they were making a difference. And in some ways, their experiences, often not very good, became positive. Next slide, please. We then went on to other projects, and I was a director for this. This is called Reading the World. This is an international group of creative writers, but these writers are community members, often from the harder to reach. And we reached out to people and we asked them to share their stories, their lived experience, and they were published. And we actually delivered the stories on stage in monologues. And now, 10 years later, this group's still going strong. It's moved across to the EU, where it's growing a lot of strength. And the original creative writers have become teachers on this scheme. Next slide, please. And of course, Towards a Better Tomorrow. I designed this back in 2012, 10 years ago now, when I formed the International Creative Communities Group, a way of gathering people's stories and delivering them via classroom seminars and conferences. And again, we're talking about people with physical difficulties, mental health problems, barriers they'd overcome. And they would share that, in this occasion, it's with the Samaritans. And it will give the audience a better in-depth view of people's conditions. And as I said before, empowering the deliverers. So if you can move it along, please. Now, this is what I call an example of lifelong learning. These are the senior citizens that, as we all know, we benefit from this world of technology. But if it's passed you by and you're not that younger generation, you need to find a way of picking it up. So my colleagues at Intact, which is a local organisation, deliver free courses to senior citizens that might want to access this information. Next slide, please. This was the organisation I was a director for a number of years. This is involving people with lived experience, actually building and helping to design the medium secure psychiatric units that they receive treatment and recovery. And again, not only do the buildings work better for people because they're designed by the people that use them, the actual service users involved in the project benefit so much from being involved in that process. So next slide, please. And of course, my goodness, this is something I'm very proud of. This is our National Forum for Health and Wellbeing. I started as a volunteer like we all did. This is over 10 years ago now. I became volunteer coordinator, and I've got this wonderful title now of CEO, Chief Engagement Officer. And we take health promotion and awareness direct into the community. And this is a great example of clinicians and teaching hospital staff working in partnership with both community members, and another great example of active citizenship and lifelong learning. My colleague, Professor Ramesh Gupta, is obviously with us this afternoon. Next slide, please. And we turn things around a bit. I chaired this organisation for 5 years. It became the largest of its type. This is people with lived experience of mental health issues organising a film week, usually within the week of World Mental Health Day. Now, we don't pick the sort of films that you would think would be a way of highlighting mental health distress. We use Hollywood. We use films that would get an audience in to perhaps watch a film for entertainment purposes, but each film is looked at based on its content. So we will have things like Silver Linings Playbook, A Star is Born, Shutter Island, The Hurt Locker, even Control about Ian Curtis and Joy Division and taking his own life. But what we do, we get somebody with that experience to introduce the film, and afterwards that person answers questions from the audience. And that's how we've won so many hearts and minds and changed people's perceptions of our conditions. So I'd like to end it there. Obviously, I could go into much more detail about what we do, but it's certainly a model that works. We've now taken it across to the EU. And as you mentioned in my introduction, I've delivered this for commissioners and politicians and academics with great reviews. And it's a model that we share with people.
Wow, it's so wonderful how you took like a negative effect that happened in your life, your accident and your mental health issues that you had, and you kind of found out how to help yourself, and then now helping your community and making a difference. Because many people, they end up in a situation and they just kind of end up there and it just kind of goes downhill. It seems like you've taken all of these things and turned it into a positive to help the community. So thank you for doing that. Seems wonderful. And we do have some questions coming up, and I know we're getting ready for our next guest, which is going to be Professor Robert Campbell, and he's going to be coming on in about a few minutes. So a couple of minutes each. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, I know you have a question.
Yeah, fantastic. So it has been a fantastic opportunity to get you in. We have been talking about, and you're part of the NHFW, which is already using a lot of integrated healthcare for a number of years, and we have done the virtual seminar, we have done the health mela, we have done all activities which involve, like the one we did on obesity, had hypnotherapy, had Ayurveda, has other parts involved into it. The question now is that you have got one foot into university, which is very good. Second is you are community engagement officer, so you know how to engage the community. So I'm thinking is for this, our integrated health project, which we are going to take to a bigger mission, how you think we can involve the power of the university and power of the community to really boost it to a much higher level, to like go in a laser fashion to really drill a hole and make it happen?
Good question. Thanks for asking it. The university very much buy into what we do. We are in partnership already with the National Forum. Our office, National Forum office, is actually based on campus. We work in partnership with a medical school, and we hold seminars on campus. There's been a slight glitch, obviously, because of the pandemic, but the last conference we held was to a capacity audience. And our health mellors, we have them on campus, and a couple of thousand people attend throughout the day, which is amazing. And obviously we get our university students involved, and it's part of their curriculum. And I think that's the key to it. And the answer to your question, embed it within the curriculum. And when I speak to other universities, it's about sharing that model about what we do, working in partnership with the community. Because without the community, obviously, if you're a nursing student, medical student, that's your future. You need to, and what an opportunity to be able to work hands-on with a community member before you get in practice. Thank you.
So Russell, it seems like you've already got into these universities and a lot of these communities. For those out there that are trying to enter that space, what advice would you give? How do you get into the university? How do you pique their interest to allow them to incorporate some of these practices?
There is an organisation called the National Coordinating Centre for Public Engagement. I was an ambassador for them for a number of years, based in Bristol. They're higher education, England funded. And all universities have a community engagement team and a community engagement manager. And the best thing to do is ring a university that's near you, ask if you can have a chat with the community engagement ambassador, and tell them that you have a lived experience, or you're a clinician or a community member. But this isn't just for health with people. You know, we like to work with the community in arts, in science, in journalism, in the law, in social work, because to have a community member in the classroom just gives an added depth and variety to what you're delivering. So I do some lecturing for the university. I'm a guest lecturer for the universities. And when I'm guest lecturing, it has an extra element to what the academic's delivering in the room. So yeah, definitely contact the university, ask to speak to the community engagement manager, or get their email address and email them.
And do you have a certain criteria of things that you know, like scientific evidence? Is there stuff that you already have that you're like almost a presentation that you have ready? And if you do, what are the key points that are on there?
Well, you've got to be very honest about what your skills are. And if the skills based on lived experience, that's better than any qualifications you can have, because that's what they're looking for. That's the start. Secondly, you've got to realize that you're working within a higher education environment, and there's a lot of issues with that you need to be aware of. So you can't just wander around campus. You've got to be invited in, and you'll soon become part and parcel of the fabric of the whole institution, and you'll be very much made to feel welcome. I mean, and that's the same with other organisations. So, you know, the British Association of Social Workers, I'm one of their experts by experience. I sit on many of their committees, and the same work that I've done since 2013 with the Royal College of Psychiatrists. So you don't have to just look at universities. There are other organisations that also want the experience that we have.
Got it. Well, thank you for that advice.
So when you were talking a few weeks ago, you were saying that about UCLAN, the community engagement project, or from the curriculum has either dropped out or not as prominent. Do you think you can put us back into touch so that we can have, because we are planning to do in school, but we also at the same time wanted to do with university as well. So if we can get UCLAN on board with us, that would be great.
I think I mentioned this when we spoke, Rajiv, and before I've got the opportunity and got you on screen, thank you for helping me with the slides this afternoon. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we used to deliver holistic care, but we may well still do. But what I'm trying to say is everything's got to be curriculum based. These students have got 3 years to cram in a lot, and they've got a curriculum to go through and attainments. And if holistic care is on that, we'll be part of it. But don't forget, with the seminars we deliver in partnership, we can deliver a holistic care as a seminar on our own, as a teaching session within the university and other universities. We can a little bit like we take the health mellow to universities, we can take an holistic seminar to universities and to conferences.
If you want to say something.
Professor Ramesh, did you have something that you wanted to
Yeah.
include? I know you're also a lead at the Health Mila.
The Rajiv's point about curriculum, this is, I think we are talking slightly cross purposes. At university level, as Russell said, it is enough to learn in 3 years or 5 years course, whatever it is, depending upon what specialty you're doing. But I think what we, and it is too late. It is too late by the time it comes there. It has to be at the school levels. And at the school levels, it is in the partnership with the councils, the local health authorities, and us. And we have successfully done so in, say, for example, in Bolton. The Bolton in schools, the CCG, they taught them, in partnership with the council, the value of NHS, teaching them simple things. Say, for example, if you injure your finger, go to the A&E, can you estimate how much money it costs? If somebody comes to your neighborhood to pick up somebody in the ambulance, how much, simple things like that, and how do you get the employment, or how they become, and this has become a part of curriculum. So I think we need to work with the school teachers, and there's a lot and lot to do with the head teacher, to be honest, because it is very, very convoluted way. Otherwise, if you go to the health authorities and what you call this education authorities, you will get lost. But the head teacher has got a lot to help you. And the partnership with the universities, the NFSW has already done for 5 universities already. The University of Bolton, Rob Campbell will come and speak to you and hopefully can explain how he took us to University of Bolton, UCLan, then University of Manchester, then University of East London, and University of Bradford. All these functions are held in their campus. And their staff, the health faculty staff, helps us to do the things. And we have had several holistic approaches with seminars in these universities as well. So I think we have got a good this thing, but what we need now, the commitment, expression of their interest, and willingness to join us in the health melas, all these partners, all these the healthcare integrated care practitioners, so that they come. Several come even now, but we need more and more to come so that they can show them what it means and how we can heal and how we can make you happy and how we can feel better. That's all the aim is all about.
Thank you. And Russell, have you noticed, since you're really, you seem to be very kind of integrated into these universities, what is the feedback that you're getting from integrating that?
Well, this is where it's a learning curve for anybody getting involved in university life. Everything's evaluated. So going back to 2007, every teaching session I've been involved in is evaluated by the students. You know, you literally give them an evaluation form, and you get it handed back to you afterwards. You know, and it's a learning curve. You get good very quickly, or you leave. But honestly, if you just deliver your life, your story, and it's about the honesty of unpacking your story, that's what they want. And if anything, they like to have that in addition to their academic work. So, yeah, it isn't rocket science. And obviously happy to work alongside my colleagues. I think coming back on Ramesh's point, it needs to start at the very beginning. I designed something called the Teddy Bear Clinic for a local primary school, where I was asked by the school to try and break down the barriers of young children going to hospital and going for care. And I had this idea of using teddy bears to do it. So I got the university medical students to come in and the nursing students, all dressed in, you know, the whites and everything else. And they carried out procedures on teddy bears. And a lot of these children did have ongoing health issues that needed a lot of treatment. And I'll just close with this. On the first day we did it, Ofsted inspected. It was just a random inspection. And initially, I thought the school would cancel it, but they went, no, we'll carry on. And Ofsted wrote it up as a great example as a partnership between a university and a primary school, which is really what kind of Remish is saying. That's where it needs to start, and then right through academies and onto universities.
Wow. And that was something that you had come up with, and it got integrated in so well. On our final thoughts, as we have a few minutes, can we learn a little bit more about this health mailer that you guys are talking about, so that the audience can know and get involved?
Yeah, certainly.
Sorry, we could all share a few minutes each.
Yeah. So this was started in 2001 by my colleagues, my Gujarat colleagues, as a sort of Gujarat user forum centre. And then they've realised very quickly that a lot of people would benefit from this. So initially, when it was held at the Gujarat Centre, and to say it was a learning curve for me, back then I was a stallholder. I was actually there with the community group. I think it was actually Smile. And it was absolutely heaving. And the difference it made, because we had the opportunity of sharing our experiences alongside other people that had physical and mental health problems. But walking around the room were senior clinicians and medical teams and pathology teams. But every MELA went one stage forward. So we had the pathology lab come along, and Martin Mears chairs that for us. And you can imagine the risk assessment for a university. We take blood out of people and we analyse it on the day and give them the results. I mean, we're risk assessed to death. We've got all the public liability. But just one example that we had, and this is how basic it can be. One of our members for many years had a fish and chip shop in Preston, and she had a health MELA poster behind the counter. And there was a husband and wife in, they'd probably be in their 30s. And she said, oh, what's that? She said, oh, it's an event we have. And the next one's at the university. Anyway, dragged him along. This guy had diabetes and didn't realise it. And it just changed his life. And that's an unusual. I won't mention the gentleman, but we had a senior member of a local teaching hospital who came to visit us at one of our MELAs as a chief guest. And he actually went round and did the whole circuit and the MOT, which was the health check we do. He had diabetes and didn't even know it. So this is what a health MELA can do. And of course, now we take it out into seminars, we talk in classrooms, we have small pop-up MELAs. We took over the centre of cities like Carlisle. We've been filmed, published, and obviously it's now growing. So every credit to Remish and his colleagues that started it.
And how do people find out? How does the global audience find out when the next health MELA is?
All they need to do is go to our National Forum for Health and Wellbeing website, and we can share that after this. And Rajiv's obviously part of us now, and Remish, and that website has links. And we talked about it during the pandemic. We set up online presentations, so our seminars became virtual. And my goodness, we were hitting 10,000 views every seminar, and it's grown from there. So we've now got this hybrid approach of physical events and online events, so we can actually capture more people on a global basis.
Wow. And I know that there's members on this forum here that are going to get involved and are involved. And
please,
thank you so much for all that you do. It makes such a difference. And, the fact that you can diagnose things like diabetes when people don't even know about it, it's amazing. So that's wonderful. And we just have a few minutes. And if you'd like to say any closing remarks to our wonderful audience out there, Russell.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank people for the really kind comments that have been coming in. I've seen them pop up on the screen. And I would just like to thank you all for putting this together and helping us to reach a global audience, which is what we are. Apologies for the different time zones. Some of you are probably waiting to go to bed and some of you might be getting up. But that's the beauty of the internet, and I think we've embraced it. So if I can just say namaste and thank you again, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you here, and thank you for the wonderful insight that you gave us all into the health mailer. And we'll definitely check out the website and, come on and hopefully all go out there and support you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just to add, Sheila, I have put the web address here. There are lots of events, and we had 10,000 attendees in our last obesity seminar that we did, and it's all public. How to use it. There is one on mental health. Previous to that, there was one on overall, how the health education. So there are plenty of these things which are going on. More importantly, we are doing part 2 of obesity on 21st of May.
Oh yeah, I think the obesity one's very important since everyone's been gaining quite a bit of weight during the pandemic lockdown time. So that will be something that I'm sure.
Our speaker include Lord Bethel, who has got this special interest in this. You got Royal College President as well speaking. Few people who have gone through the journey of weight loss and various things. So I think it's extremely good. So thank you very much. And I think it's extremely good partnership, which is working the integrated healthcare organization, NHFW, Healing Our Earth, etc. Rob Campbell is also very deeply involved in NHFW. So I think he'll part a different cast of light onto it. So yeah, it's great. Thank you so much indeed.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv, and I look forward to the additional work that you're doing, taking the lead on this forum. Thank you so much. And now I'm so excited. We have our next guest, which is Professor Robert Campbell. How are you, Professor? How are you doing out there?
I'm very well, but I'm not sitting outside in the open air. It's just a nice picture I thought would make a better background than the room I'm actually in.
It does look quite nice. Is that a London scenery in London?
It's Wales. It's mid Wales.
Oh, great! Is that where you're at?
No, I'm not. But it's where I was when I had my camera with me and took a nice photograph.
It is lovely. Well, let's tell the audience a little bit about Professor Robert Campbell. And Rob is an emeritus professor of philosophy at the University of Bolton, and was until 2015 its pro-vice chancellor. He is a fellow and trustee of the National Forum for Health and Wellness, and has worked with the forum in delivering health mailers across the Northwest and elsewhere, which was great because we actually got to learn about that today. Something that was very new to me, and something I'm definitely going to get involved in and learn more about. Robert is the chair of the NHS Advisory Committee on Clinical Excellence Awards for the Northwest, and holds a number of non-executive positions. He's the Director for Quality Assurance at Finito Education, Chair of FutureWorks School of Media, and Director of Higher Education for the United Kingdom College of Business and Computing. Professor Campbell trained as a philosopher, and he's published books and articles on business ethics, jurisprudence, legal and social philosophy, medical ethics, and health policy. And so it's my honor to welcome Professor Robert.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that really nice introduction.
It seems like you're doing a lot out there.
Well, yes, but I'm about to leave my comfort zone and go somewhere else entirely, because what I want to talk about really is something that I have no particular expertise other than my own experience. I want to talk about forms of exercise, which include Tai Chi, Pilates, yoga, Qigong, but I'm not trained as a teacher or a tutor in any of those things. I'm a little bit diffident about putting things out there, because I'm aware of the very distinguished and highly qualified people you've already had today in a lot of those spheres. But I'm talking as a participant. I'm talking as somebody who has experience of doing these exercises and the benefit that they bring to me from my own personal experience. But I also want to say something about how the health industry is structured, particularly in the UK and in Europe, but also about the way it focuses on the treatment of illness rather than the promotion of health. And I want to make a suggestion about a way in which we can promote health. And And particularly, you said I retired in 2015. That's true. I'm an old age pensioner now, and I have a particular interest in the welfare of older people. Partly because of my own experience, but partly because I'm also on the advisory board of something called the Centre of Excellence for Safety in Older People. And some of the material I want to use comes from that. But if I can share my screen, I'll pass some of that over to you.
Yeah, and I think it's great that you're you know, a regular professor, regular person teaching us your experience, because sometimes when you learn from the experts, they're so great at what they do, and for someone that's kind of new, they may be like a little bit intimidated to kind of start this journey. So having someone like you on here is really excellent for our audience. So thank you for being here. And yes, we have your screen up. I'm excited.
Thank you for those kind words. As I said, I'm well out of my comfort zone, so I appreciate that indeed. If we start with this, it's not a brilliant image, I'm afraid, but you can see quite clearly, I hope, the pattern here. If you go back to 1840, the life expectancy for both men and women was only just over 40 years. And for a long time, that didn't change very much. When you come into the 1950s, it's very much better. There you go, in 1981, a male could expect to live for over 71 years, a female at birth could expect to live for nearly 78 years. And that's, again, increasing. It takes us up to 2018. So there has been a huge increase in life expectancy certainly over the last 50 to 100 years. And part of that is down to advances in medicine, in scientific medicine, and in vaccination. It's also down to better sanitation, better housing, better, cleaner food and water. And those public health things are also important. But they do mean that our life expectancy is a great deal better than it used to be, and it's continuing to improve. The graph you have here is life expectancy for men. I tried to get the female graph up as well, but it wouldn't do it, so you'll have to put up with that. But you'll see that in the year 2000, it was projected to increase substantially to 2030, but it's now nearly flatlining. And there's all sorts of reasons for that. But what this shows you is not life expectancy, but healthy life expectancy. This is research done by the Health Foundation. And they define healthy life expectancy as freedom from morbidity, freedom from illness. I think there's a better definition of health, and that's one given by somebody called David Seedhouse in a book called Health, the Foundations of Achievement. He defines health as a situation, a state in which you're able to maximize your potential and engage with opportunities as they are presented to you. In other words, it's ability to do things. And by that token, ill health is the closing down of opportunities, the closing down of the potential and the options that are available to you. And what we see from those graphs is that although the length of life is increasing, we're not getting a corresponding increase in the amount of healthy life. And because we are now living longer, that suggests that we can expect a longer period of ill health at the end of our life. And that doesn't seem to be, well, it seems to be something that should be worrying and which we ought to be doing something about. What I'm going to look at is the extent to which simple exercise can improve the prospect for those of us who are of a certain age, and none of us are getting any younger, And exercise is recognised as a very important component in that process. The NHS exercise guidance for older adults, and by older they mean 65 plus, is that we should be aiming to be physically active every day, even if it's very, very light activity. We should do activities to improve strength, balance and flexibility at least 2 days a week. Do either 150 minutes of moderate intensity activity or 75 minutes of vigorous activity a week, or a combination of both. And most importantly of all, reduce the time spent sitting or lying down and break up long periods of not moving with some activity. Now that's been particularly difficult over the last 2.5 years with the lockdown and the restrictions that have been made. And it's been particularly difficult for people who are shielding or have long-term health conditions that mean that they are finding it difficult to get out. And I know from experience and anecdote that for some people that was very difficult, and the less they did, the less they felt able to do. And that is a vicious circle, and it is characteristic of inactivity, that it actually makes things seem less possible. Although it might feel attractive to have rest from time to time, it doesn't help in the long term. Now, what I want to do, and as I said, I feel very diffident about this because there are people who are much better qualified than me to talk about the benefits of these exercises. But as a practitioner, as somebody who has been involved in Tai Chi classes, yoga classes, various other forms of body work, I want to say something about what the health benefits are, what the evidence is that this is actually what happens, and perhaps something for those who don't know about what this exercise involves. Tai Chi is a system of gentle but precise movements which are integrated into sequences called the form or forms. It's based on Chinese exercises which certainly date back hundreds of years and may even date back thousands. If you go to China, even today, you will see early in the morning in the parks and under the trees, thousands of men and women doing Tai Chi exercises. They all do line dancing, which is another thing altogether. But it's a standard practice, and it helps them prepare for the day. It's a highly stylized set of balance movements. It promotes balance, relaxation, and peace of mind. It's been called walking meditation. And it certainly promotes mindfulness in the sense that it wholly occupies your mind and prevents intrusive thoughts. It forces you to concentrate on movement and balance and how you are moving and how well you are balanced. Tai Chi is connected or related to something called Qigong, which are sequences of static exercises, which do very much the same kind of thing. It's a slightly different tradition, but it promotes balance and relaxation and flexibility. And it's claimed, and there is evidence for this, I've put it on the screen on the slide, it helps relaxation, improves flexibility, it reduces anxiety and stress, it improves balance and mitigates symptoms of osteoarthritis. There's some evidence that it aids recovery from cardio obstructive COPD. It improves cognitive function and it helps depression. Now, one of the main benefits of Tai Chi, Pilates and yoga is that it improves balance and flexibility. And this is important because the largest cause, the most significant cause of frailty in older people is falls. Falls can be both a cause of frailty and indeed a result of it. But you can understand how once your balance goes, it's harder to stay upright. Once you've fallen once, you lose confidence. It can take you into hospital. And the last place you want to go is, if you're an older person, is into hospital because it's full of sick people. And actually, there's a lot of evidence that very, very frail people who go into hospital tend to get worse for all sorts of reasons. So if you can stay out of hospital, if you can stay upright, if you can stay undamaged, then that's something that you should really, really be trying to achieve. Tai Chi is one of the things that will do this. It will help you. It will make you aware of how you hold yourself, how your balance is, how your weight's distributed, how you move. You learn to move carefully, you learn to move with mindfulness, and you learn to move economically. Pilates also has similar health benefits. This is a form of exercise that was invented by somebody called Joseph Pilates, who was working with injured dancers and soldiers early in the 20th century. It began as a series of bed-bound exercises for injured soldiers to help them get back to full strength. But what it does is, unlike Tai Chi, it's not a series of exercises, it's separate exercises, but each one focuses on very, very specific muscle groups and joints. You learn to activate patterns of muscles, you learn to cultivate what's called core strength. That's the deep muscles in your abdomen and legs and gluteal muscles. And it helps you to strengthen them, to do a lot of what's called body scanning, particularly in yoga and meditation, but it's also in Pilates too. How is your body working? What does it do? Do you have a stronger side or a weaker side? Do you favor one particular way of moving rather than another? And this is important because of the issue of habit. Habits are not bad things. You wouldn't want to work out from scratch how to brush your teeth every morning. You do it on autopilot and you're all the better for it. But you acquire habits over the years which are not so good for you. You acquire bodily postural habits, ways of moving. And sometimes these are not good for you, but sometimes they are actively unhelpful. And what Tai Chi and yoga and Pilates all do is teach you to be a little bit self-conscious about the way you hold yourself. Are you upright? Do you tend to lean forward or backwards? Do you tend to pull your chin in or stick it out? And all of these habits, because they become the new normal for you, you become habituated to them, it feels perfectly normal and you don't notice that you're doing it, but they all put strain on your body. And they can all result in, well, at least difficulties of movement and obstructions. So part of the benefit of Pilates, amongst the other things, is that it teaches you to be aware of how you stand, how you move, which muscle you use to perform particular exercises, but it also enhances your strength and your control. I'd done yoga for some years before I started doing Pilates, and I thought my balance was good. And perhaps it had been when I was younger, but I got to the period in time where I realized my balance was not as good as it had been. And what became clear from doing Pilates is that you can teach your body to be more balanced. You can learn to do better. And that's I think an important lesson. First of all, that your balance will not be, and your flexibility obviously will not be as good as it was when you were 20. But you can do things about it. You can train yourself to be better balanced, to be more centered, to be more grounded. This is particularly true of Tai Chi. It's what Tai Chi teaches all the time: how to ground yourself, how to balance yourself, and how to move as easily and economically as you possibly can. Yoga's one of the best known of the three exercises I wanted to talk about. And there are many different forms. Particularly at the moment, you will see hot yoga, you will see well, there's something called somatic yoga, which it puzzles me because I would have thought all yoga was somatic, but there you go. But the main varieties of yoga are Ashtanga, Vinyasa, and Iyengar. And in my view, the one that's most suitable for older people, for beginners, is Iyengar. It focuses on very precise postures. It is perfectly happy for you to use props, bolsters, blankets, bricks, belts, in order to get into the posture, rather than trying to imitate a pose. You're taught how to persuade your body to get as close as that as you can. And the stress is on holding the pose and learning to move within it. But what all yoga does is to improve strength, balance, and flexibility. And I'm going to keep emphasizing that, because I think as you get older, that it gets to be more and more important. And it's the biggest thing you can do to improve your prospects of a healthy and active old age. There's a lot of evidence that it helps with back pain relief. It can ease arthritis symptoms. It benefits heart health. It relaxes and helps you to sleep better. And there's a lot of evidence that it will help you manage stress and anxiety, partly because of the links it has to mindfulness and that kind of non-religious meditative practice, which is very good for stilling the mind and reducing your thoughts' tendency to chase each other around in circles. That's
Wow, that was really useful. Thank you for sharing that with us, Professor. Since your passion is the elderly, do you find it's a barrier for them? Sometimes they get a little bit intimidated to start. They don't know where to start. Could you kind of give some advice to our elderly people out there, our viewers, our patients, on how to get started? What's a good way of just starting?
Well, there are a couple of things that you can say about that. And one of the things that I was trying to stress is that when we're talking about exercise and the benefits of exercise, it doesn't have to be marathon running or lifting huge weights in a gym. It can be very gentle exercise and all the kinds of, and I would stress the accessibility of all of the things that I've mentioned. What I haven't mentioned is that all of those practices are accessible to people with a variety of range of mobility and state. There are all the three, Pilates, yoga, and Tai Chi, can be done in sitting pose. So chair classes are perfectly possible. Gentle classes are perfectly possible. And because the Iyengar yoga stress on using props in order to get into the postures, that helps as well. But the other thing, one of the difficulties that a lot of elderly people face is isolation, and all of these are social activities. They all can involve joining clubs or going to classes or joining associations and working with other people. And that's, I think, is an important part of the experience, and it's an important part of the benefits that they all have to offer.
So what about those that can't, like they're not mobile? They could probably join something online, I guess, from their home comfortably.
They certainly can, and because of lockdown and various other things, the group that I belong to has been doing Pilates and yoga online every morning for the last 12 months, 18 months. It's not quite the same as being physically there, but it is very, very, well, it's much easier just to switch on the computer and follow, rather than have to get yourself washed and dressed and on the bus or out in the car to wherever the class is. So there are advantages and disadvantages, but you can do it from home remotely, and that works perfectly well.
And we do have some questions. We have Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who's a doctor in London, and he has a question for you, Dr. Professor Campbell. Go ahead, Rajiv.
Hi, Rajiv.
Nice to see you again, Rob. It's amazing to really see your personal experience. Now, you know, on behalf of, we have been talking over last a few years using different parts, and we have used in various like public engagement activities, these activities which are particularly focused on to integrated health. It's even more powerful to hear your personal experience and the benefit. Now, being converted to this part, how do you think we can make it even more powerful so that it is quite obvious from your experience that it should be used as an adjunct into the national health system? Currently, like, it is optional and people have to go and pay on their own. So it's kind of counterproductive. While it clearly had benefit, yoga has benefit, Pilates has benefit, Tai Chi has benefit, and they are low cost activity. Why can't we use it? So, I mean, I'm thinking is we will have a lot more longer conversation, but on the benefit of the wider public and the health practitioner, we have got like a few hundred of them in line. How do we really make it happen?
Well, I think we need to just wind it back a little bit and say, why is it so difficult? And I think one of the reasons why it's so difficult is the focus, particularly for the NHS in the UK, on treating illness, rather than promoting good health or maintaining healthy activities. So I think that's a problem. The other problem is the nature of the research that shows the benefit. It tends to be sociological, it tends to be rather anecdotal, it tends to be conducted by practitioners who clearly have a vested interest. And what it doesn't do is press the buttons that say randomized group control double-blind test. And that's the gold standard for the medical establishment, to be convinced that there's something in this. So there's some work to do to persuade people that the evidence may be anecdotal, but it's huge. I didn't talk about acupuncture, but acupuncture has been practiced in China for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And the evidential weight of material is huge. And a lot of current scientific research shows the benefits of acupuncture. So we have to do a bit of work proselytizing to convince people that there are benefits and there is evidence of benefit, and not to be too precious about the nature of the evidence that we're citing. But the other thing is to try and convert people from a focus on, your speakers did mention giving back pills and magic bullets and so on, and I absolutely agree with that, to looking at preserving health rather than treating illness. And of course, one of the benefits of all of the things that I've mentioned and that other people have mentioned is that there is no harm. There are no side effects to Tai Chi, other than perhaps aching legs. There are no downsides to doing yoga. You want to make sure you have a good teacher and that nobody actually twists your back or what have you. But other than that, it's all good, and it costs very little, and you feel better almost straight away. So if I was trying to sell it, that's what the package I would put together. But that's all that information is already out there, and so we need to do a bit more. And I'm not quite sure what the next move would be, but it's such an obvious win. I think we need to shout about it a bit more.
Let's make a business proposal. Thanks.
Well, that's why we have the Global Integrated Health Forum, right? Is to now a group of us all across the world, globally, in all these different countries, with all the expertise, with Qigong, with acupressure, acupuncture, Tai Chi, getting together and putting it into the schools, putting it into the universities, putting it into the healthcare fields is so important because, I mean, I'd say technology has been around for hundreds of years, and now it's kind of, we really need it since we've got our healthcare systems are so overwhelmed with, a lot of people are suffering right now, especially from anxiety and mental illness. And what I see from a lot of the speakers that came on today, we had Sam from Scotland and, Dr. Rajiv and Dr. Ramesh all speaking about just the benefits of all of these modalities with anxiety. And if we can even just start getting it more incorporated into society, we can start kind of easing some of this burden out there and helping people just feel better. Because I mean, I see it every single day with my patients. They're just stressed out, so much more anxiety and so much mental issues. So Professor Campbell, I know we have another question coming up, but how have you found the mental health benefits from the practices that you are doing? And what, out of all the things that you're doing, the Pilates, the Tai Chi, what has helped you the most as far as with the clarity and helping with any anxiety?
Well, I think yoga is the thing that I wish I'd discovered when I was younger and done it longer, because it has the physical benefits that I've mentioned, but it also has the mental quietness and relaxation. And the most immediate and obvious benefit that I found is that after a yoga class, you sleep soundly, deep, refreshing sleep, and that's as good as anything. While I have the opportunity, can I say what? Well, I'm grateful for the opportunity to say what I've been able to say, what I've said, but also I think the program today has been an extremely interesting one. And I hope it gets very as much mileage as we can give it. Usually on these things, you get a much bigger audience afterwards, seeing it streamed rather than on the day. So I hope that the word can be spread as far as possible. Sarifa, do you want to, have you got a quick question before I sign off?
Oh, hello. Hi, Rob. How are you? So nice to see you, and Rajiv and Ramesh as well. Just to support what you're saying, because I'm a trained nurse, as you know, and my background is orthopedics and accident and emergency. And it is so important that as we are all having a population that's growing a lot older, we need to make sure that they are actually able to enjoy that elderly era that they will be in. It doesn't mean that just because you're getting older, you get yourself in a nursing home or you get poorly and you're not able to do anything. And I think it's really important what you're saying about Pilates and yoga. One of my roles at Lancashire Teaching Hospitals was falls prevention coordinator. And I think the key element there is to prevent people from falling so that they will not get an injury or a serious injury, which will end up in hospital. And I think the most important thing here was that when you're saying Pilates and the Tai Chi, I think some of the things that we fail within the NHS is to get the funding to do the Pilates and the Tai Chi with the elderly, because as much as we want them to have a safe environment, it is so important that we do all the assessments and testing and the medications to ensure their hearing is safe, their eyesight is safe, that their medications and their environment is safe. But in order to ensure that we strengthen their muscles and strengthen their mental status, that Pilates, relaxation and Tai Chi is so important that it should really be introduced at such an early stage as well, not when they have actually had a fall, because I really feel that a lot of the prevention work can be done from quite a young age. So I do feel and believe quite strongly, particularly for elderly people, that they have an assessment early, the support mechanism is there, not that they go on a waiting list or they're waiting to see if there's a Tai Chi class or a yoga class in their area. These things should be readily available all over the place, because the NHS is really, really at points where, you know, they're not able to manage with quite a number of areas. And I think if we can prevent some of these things from occurring and kind of involve the elderly people to look after themselves and have these services available where they can have Tai Chi and yoga. And I think Tai Chi and yoga should really be introduced at a very young age in schools as well, because then you've got that development over many, many years. So when those children get older, they are just as healthy as when they were younger. So thank you, Rob, for everything that you've said, because it really is very, very important, the messages and your experiences as well, that we actually take them out there to the schools and the hospitals.
Wow, thank you for that, Sharifa. Now, you're working at the NHS currently?
I am, yes, I am.
And what is your role there? I know you mentioned it, but just so an audience can hear again.
Yeah, I'm a trained nurse. But I work as a children's advocate now in the Forensic Examination Centre. But my experiences previously have been in orthopaedics and accidents and emergency. And also I am volunteer secretary and trustee to the health mailer that we have been discussing as well. So I'm so pleased that we were able to introduce our health mailer, which is, you know, the National Forum for Health and Wellbeing, because last year we celebrated 20 years of the health mailer. And,
wow.
You know, it was such a shame that we couldn't actually have a health mailer because of COVID, but we were able to keep the momentum going with the, you know, engagement of Rajiv and Ramesh, that we've had introductions and seminars on the YouTube. But hopefully we will now, as COVID is, you know, getting much more kind of manageable, that we will be able to have a health mailer and introduce a number of things that we really have worked hard over the last 20 years, right from children up to the elderly. And, you know, what Russell said as well about public engagement, engaging the community. It's really seminars like this, because I've been listening to it since 2 o'clock and it's been absolutely amazing. And I listened to the one 2 weeks ago as well. And it really has given us as the health mailer team so much more prompts as how can we best do what we were already doing, but we've got so many other people now behind us as well, giving us ideas. So I think it's absolutely wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you for coming on and sharing your wealth of knowledge. And it seems like what I'm hearing from Professor Campbell and our other speakers and Sharifo is that we need to start our elderly population early as possible. It's never too late to start, and it doesn't matter what condition you're in. You may be obese, you may be having movement difficulties, but there's a place that you can start in any of these modalities, yoga, Tai Chi, and anything, and just kind of start getting your mobility better, getting your strength better and your balance. And then there's other amazing side effects like less anxiety and mental clarity. And I know I'm going to bring on my next host. So do you have any final words that you'd like to share with us, Dr. Campbell? I mean, Professor Campbell, you've been so amazing with your wealth of knowledge, your own experience with all these modalities. And would you, can you share some final words with our audience, please?
Only to say how successful I think this has been. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to say the very modest amount that I've been able to put out there. But I hope it touched some chords. I think it did.
It absolutely did. And we look forward to having you again as a guest and sharing your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And next we have our beautiful host. And before she comes on, I'm just going to be going through our future events that are coming up on Healing Our Earth. And it's our long-awaited next week is going to be on the 24th of April, our Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. And this is where we will get to learn how to cook some great, healthy, vegan, vegetarian food that's going to keep us up till what did we learn today? That we can live up to 120 as long as we're exercising and eating right and in good mental state. So that's coming up on the 24th of April, 2022. And following that, we're going to be doing our yoga and meditation session. And this is what we talked about today, was how important it is to start like your yoga practice and meditation practice. And this is what we're going to teach you here at Healing Our Earth on Sunday, the 1st of May, 2022. I have to say 2022 because I keep having to remind myself that we're actually here. I don't know where the past couple of years have gone. And here we have our wonderful, beautiful Sharon Rose. How are you, Sharon?
Global namaste to you.
I'm so happy to see you. You're looking radiant and beautiful out there, and you're in the United States, a little different part of the United States that I'm from, but I know you're definitely in another beautiful part. Where is it again you are, Sharon?
Crestone, Colorado. The town is called the Shambhala of the Rocky Mountains. Although I don't know if this is this is the San Luis Valley, so it's a little different, but the town was created to house the world's religion. So it's a pretty amazing place.
Well, before I sign off and give you the reins here, I'm going to just introduce you to our global audience out there. And Sharon Rose, she's one of our wonderful hosts, and she is a winner and Filmmaker of the Year award at the 20th World Congress of Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, Taoism, and Natural Healing. She's a director, a producer of the forthcoming documentary series, Quantum Chi, the Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. And I saw a wonderful introduction that you had our last session that was on, and I'm super excited about this documentary that's going to be coming out very soon. Sharon has lectured and she's performed and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for Arts. She is the author of The Path of the Princess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, and is currently completing a CD, The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. So it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce to you formally Sharon Rose, and it's my time to log off, and I've had a wonderful session with everyone, and please don't forget to go to our website, Healing Our Earth, and I'm also on Instagram, Bay Dentist, BAY Dentist, and I'll be posting a lot of health and wellness content, so follow me on Instagram, and thank you so much, Sharon. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Yes, yes. Well, it's so wonderful to be with you all again. And Sheila, we're going to show, our next guest, Wai Ching, is the associate producer for Quantum Chi. So we're going to show, as soon as I introduce her, we're going to show the trailer for the first episode, which really explains a bit about Qigong. So stay tuned, everyone, so you can see that. And I have some wonderful guests, and I just want to announce to my Healing Our Earth family that I became a grandmother for the second time this week.
Oh, congratulations.
And so I'm very excited about that, bringing a new one in. So thank you so much, Sheila.
Bye-bye. See you soon.
Bye. Also, I'd like to tell everyone that at the base of my whole bio is the fact that I was in 1983, I became the first American disciple of Sitara Devi, Queen of Kathak, and lived with her. And that absolutely changed my life and became a real foundation for everything that has come after. The teachings that she transmitted to me were extraordinary. And so I do want to mention that. And now let's introduce my dearest friend, Dr. Wai Ching Lee. We're going to be talking about ancient wisdom and sacred science. Reverend Dr. Wai Ching Lee is a medical intuitive healer from a traditional lineage. She is also a US qualified holistic health counselor and holistic bodywork therapist. As the principal of Earth Heart Holistic Consultancy, she has been collaborating with medical doctors in the field of integrative medicine since 1992. Wai Ching Lee has synthesized several cutting-edge evolutionary modalities in the field of energy or vibrational medicine. She has developed Infinity Quantum Qigong. It's an incredible teaching, it has helped me so much. Not only the Qigong, but she's an extraordinary healer. So it's an accelerated restorative treatment and multidimensional healing. And she, of course, is the associate producer of Quantum Chi with myself from Sacred Mysteries Productions. Global namaste to you, I Ching.
A global namaste from Cuenca, Ecuador.
Yes.
Where I'm channeling the energies into the landmass here and weaving the matrix, the ley lines together. Part of Qigong, a lot of people don't know that, right, Sharon?
That's true. That's true. It's like the meridian, the ley lines are like the meridians of the earth.
Exactly that. And then when we are, that's why people talk about being in harmony with the earth without realizing that that is such a reality. That is actually the science of really harmonizing our meridians, our liquid light matrix with the earth energies at 7.83 hertz. So we thought we might start that way because, you know, we are talking about ancient wisdom into sacred science. And there's so many studies now and scientific exploration that validates the ancient wisdom teachings of the indigenous peoples. That's all of us. We are all indigenous. We all belong to the earth. We are all shamans. We are all made up of life forces and the 5 elements. We are all that. You know, coming back to basics is that we are the earth. And we are the air, the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, everything. And so, you know, while we talk about integrative medicine, is that, you know, it's time to really bring that into the medical, into the allopathic medicine path, is while we have truncated the body, the mind, the soul, you know, from the times of Descartes and times of when we started actually dissecting the bodies, you know, in the times of Michelangelo. And that time, they had to separate spirit and from the body, because if you were cutting up the bodies in surgery and in research, it was actually sacrilege to do that in the Western world. So they had to truncate the body and the spirit. So there we began that dissection, you know, that separation of body mind, which we are all bringing back together now.
Yes, that to me, that's one of the main focuses of healing our earth, and to bring all of this knowledge to the world, you know, this integrative knowledge of healing at the deepest level and healing at the most expansive level.
Yes, it's extremely exciting to be on this forum and to be, you know, part of the core team and bringing that in, because that has been my mission for the last, you know, 30 years, since 1992. And being in hospitals and clinics, and not just being a practitioner, but also as a consultant, as a holistic consultant, doing feng shui and clearing of hospitals. You know, it's really imbued. Hospitals and clinics are imbued with these energies that are not exactly uplifting, not higher frequencies of higher vibrations. So I've been a holistic consultant to uplift that through the music, through color, through the use of flowers, and of course the food. It still needs a lot of work. As you know, we're just in the beginning. We're just in the crest of this opening. And I think it's also catalyzed by this lockdown, this cocooning, I call the COVID cocooning, because people had to rely on themselves. They had to rely on their knowledge, their wisdom from their grandmothers back home. What do we take? What do we drink? The ginger, the turmeric, and how do we get back to the basics of good health? And so that's the positive aspects. And on the external is the force of movement by even medical doctors, allopathic doctors, who say, like, listen, we really care about our patients, and we really need to find simple solutions for them to learn to breathe, right? Once again, and to use steam inhalation, hot baths, and essential oils, and the right kind of foods that are non-inflammatory. It's equally important to learn what not to eat as to what to eat. Like eradicate the white flour, the wheat, the sugar, even the dairy, which is very phlegm-producing. So we had to learn all this and going back to the basics of herbology, herbalism, and plant medicine, and just simple stillness. To learn that stillness is where we find our healing and where we can start the natural alchemy in the body, when we can learn how to still our minds and then release all the anxiety, and then just coming back to our bodies. And hence the body intelligence modalities that all the previous speakers have spoken about. I'm just so grateful that people like Robert Campbell and Russell Hogarth and Rajiv Gupta, all this and Keith Sharp, who are already in the flow of integrating all this into the different platforms of NHS and the medical systems, that they are already cutting through with all these beautiful ancient wisdom. So I'm so grateful for that. And of course, grateful to Neil Kumar and Healing Our Earth as another platform, besides all the other platforms that are really, I'm just observing from the various viewpoints, because I belong to so many groups, and the doctors groups as well, medical groups, that there is this surge. And I knew that we are weaving the new matrix of healthcare. So, and everything else as the other systems break down, right, Sharon?
Totally. It's interesting you brought up the quietude. Oh, look. This is the trailer for our first episode of
many healing arts. Qi is foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from qi. And how about qi? Where does the qi come from? From love. From love of the universe.
What does qi feel like? A buzz, tingling. You're so excited, full of energy, that you want to be playful all the time.
When the qi flowing, you can feel like warm, expand, some tingling. Because qi, when you move, it also have a power to heal.
When you're doing Qigong, what you're doing is cultivating life force within your body. You become a conduit for information, for new information to come into the body. And you connect to the Qi of the earth and the sky. You're simply a conduit.
In Taoist practice, you're harnessing this light, this energy, this qi. And so when we cultivate that energy from within, that compassion, that joy, that love, we can shift our state, shift that emotional state into something that's elevated and not constricted.
Learn to shift from externally focused, searching for happiness, searching for meaning of life. You go inwardly, recognizing you have more access to life inside of you.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for martial arts or sports, improving strength, stamina, balance, and coordination.
Yoga practitioners and teachers love Qigong. The Qi focus turns their attention to a much more awakened internal sensory awareness.
There's a sense of resting in a very natural, open, spacious, clear, luminous energy which then carries you spontaneously and creatively through the movements and the flow.
Therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, longevity, self-healing, and healing others.
Qigong for everyone.
Qi is love.
Qi is light.
Qi is free. Qi is energy.
Oh, it always makes me happy watching it. What you've done, and it's like what we can do more to bring out to the schools as training instructional programs for so many people that they can do at home, right? And
Well,
then
it
we
was
just talked about
fascinating. We showed episode before COVID, we showed episode 1, the full thing, to many groups, and you were here visiting, and so we would show it, and then immediately people wanted to try it. And so it was so beautiful because you were there. And so after showing the film, they could get to really experience the depths of infinity quantum healing Qigong.
Yes, it was very immediate, and it was also immediate that people had results straight away. And that's what's been so gratifying about this work for the last 30 years, is just seeing people heal and really make it tangible movements in their body. You know, we talked about elderly earlier, and people with knee problems just getting healed just within the hour. And, you know, the backs, pain gone, the neck pain's gone, migraines gone, and how quickly we can really align ourselves with Qi, spirit, Shen. So easy, isn't it, Sharon? That we want to share all these techniques with everybody out there. And
yes.
I'd be happy
to
do a quick meditation too, if you like, So
oh, I'd love it. But first I want to say,
yes,
we're still working on the series. and the vision for the series was to bring out these incredible teachings of Qigong and some Tai Chi and traditional Chinese medicine as an introduction to the beauty and power of these teachings. And so we have exercises. You have a really beautiful one and Dr. Kim, who's coming on soon, she's in the film as well. And to me, it was always a kind of almost an advertisement for the power and, these ancient teachings of Qigong that came from China. Yeah.
Yeah. We have to. Yeah, we have to do that. And also, while my topic here is really tapping into ancient wisdom, is also to look at how science has adapted the principles of energy, of course, quantum science, into modern technologies that we can bring out to help alleviate and help accelerate the healing of people. And so, with your permission, I'm going to show a few things, the technology like this one, based on the Fibonacci spiral of Tesla, and we want to honor him, Nikola Tesla, and how this is explaining to some scientists how Qi works, how chakras work, right, and how they spin, and the spin really relates to the toroidal spin of our bodies and our Qi body, and the prana around us, and the auric field, the organ field, and then the Fibonacci spiral based on the 369 golden mean calculations and how they spiral out. So this little device can actually help with all the devices. So many medical practitioners and chiropractors are starting to use this, whether to activate the third eye, or the throat chakra, and the heart, and also the lower dantian, and working with the rest of the body. Like I'm wearing this as well. This is the earthing card as well as the EMF shield, which actually protects us from radiation. Now this, as we know, we've talked about, and I want to highlight this, is that while we are practicing this body intelligence modalities, we are being, there's this onslaught of radiation. Like all of us here now, we are on the computer and we are on Zoom, is that we have to actually protect our bodies with Wei Qi, right? Back to the ancient wisdom, Wei Qi. But how many of us remember to actually do 20 minutes of Wei Qi practice before we get on the computer? We just get on it. And so we need to create this buffer for those of us who understand the energetic principles, we create this buffer. But now we have wonderful technologies. Doesn't matter what brand it is, just go find something. And this one is a 6 USA patents, very reliable, that we have to teach people. And then, in this integrative medicine, I'm not talking about just the romantic ideas of wellness and health. We have to get realistic, and especially during the lockdown, I got seriously realistic with a lot of my clients. And a client in London, for example, in a wheelchair, she was not able to go out to the sunshine to really absorb all this beautiful rays, and no caregiver could come to her. So she started using the products, and of course while practicing the Qigong. And it was amazing that she was able to maintain the Qi body and the strength and the stability of the cells. And so it's really to encourage that in this integrated ways, to really look at the bioresonance technologies that we have at hand. We have that, and also with regards to holistic nutrition, to really take the test, apply kinesiology as well as the bioresonance technologies to really test what foods suit us, that build up our matrix to the highest potential, and just eradicate all the foods that make us weak or contract or inflamed. So that's so important when we are having a viral infection. That's really, really important. And of course, there's not enough time to demonstrate everything. And of course, I want to actually encourage everybody to listen to solfeggio music or 432 hertz music that's available on social media. It's so easy and relaxing. That's very important at this time. And all these modalities, Sharon, that I'm right into the concepts of healing centers and hospitals, which is what I'm doing as a consultant. So speaking of sound, just wanted to ring the 432 in. And one of the latest clients on Zoom said that she wasn't ready to really reveal her emotions, but as soon as she heard that, everything was opened up in the floodgates. And that's another thing we have to do, is really bring in the emotional aspects of healing into integrative medicine, right? And we're supposed to be stoic and take whatever medication or MRIs or whatever, but we haven't really gone back to the part of being human with our patients, our clients, and nurses have been wonderful with that. And we need to really develop more of the human contact, like holding their hands or talking to them before they go have an MRI, because that's frightening for a lot of people. It's frightening going to a hospital. So we have to get back into that very personal feeling, quality of healing, which after all is healing. That's why the doctor's bedside manner is so important, and really connect with the people through the heart and through the third eye and on a soul level. This I find is the most important thing when we talk about integrative medicine, and also in the psychosomatic aspects of it, in the somatic education, which I believe it was Robert Campbell who spoke of it, that he found it incredulous that there should be a somatic yoga. It should be integrated, right? Because Tai Chi and yoga, they are all taught as forms, and where's the energetic, where's the human emotions of it? And this, and that I brought this back into Qigong in studying somatic education. So people standing up, doing the Wu Qi, standing, they're breaking out in tears and even having past life regression standing up. So, yeah, and that really cuts through everything to this wonderful miracle, milagro healings. They're very
wow.
satisfying.
You have, we could be taught, we do, we talk for hours and hours. Our next guest is here, but I'm wondering if you're able to stay on and give us a meditation at the end of the show. Lead us in.
Pleasure, as always.
Dr. Kim, come on in. She's here with me in the studio today.
Hi, Kim.
She's coming. Nice to see you.
Hi, Kim.
How's Ecuador?
Amazing. I'm staying in a belt of ruins, ancient ruins. And so it's definitely very energizing on many levels. Yes.
Thank you. It's good to see you, sister.
Well, we're speaking about integrative health and ways we can work together to really bring this together and affect the world. And Dr. Kim Engard, my dear friend, is here today because she has a tremendous experience in these areas. We're going to be talking about holistic medicine, future and integration in the medical world. Dr. Kim's experience with medicine and the healing arts spans over 30 years. In addition to her naturopathic medical practice, she is an international lecturer, teacher, and master herbalist. She is a Qigong instructor and practitioner since 1996 and is a student of her master teacher, Ken Cohen, who is also both Dr. Kim and Wai Ching and Ken Cohen are featured in Quantum Chi. She has been a practicing yogi for over 40 years and currently studies under Ashtanga lineage holder Annie Pace. She is committed to the healing arts and treating the whole person, body, mind, and spirit. She believes the key to healing starts with treating cause to dis-ease and integrates many healing and spiritual traditions in her practice and teachings. Global namaste to you.
Namaste. Namaste. Thank you for having me.
Well, I must say, I know a lot of people in the healing arts for many years, but you're one of the most amazing, and your knowledge is so deep and rich for so many years. And the levels of all this, how you integrate, is just profound. So it's a pleasure to have you here. And we'll start with, what would be your vision for bringing and integrating these healing modalities into, I know in the UK, they're working on bringing it into the national health system. And we're going to have Libby on after, who's brought yoga into the schools. And so what is your vision, and how can we work together to really make this happen?
Well, as many people on the lecturing today talked about how they're integrating, my calling is, I don't know if it's different, but I do believe that as this dichotomy of yin and yang, as things are building up, there's chaotic energy because change at the level that we're doing it is so demonstrative, that I think there will be centers or places, as there already are on the planet, on Gaia, where there will be blueprints for this new beingness of integrating the whole person. And so my focus, which has, although I've spent so much time with COVID, having people come back to me that I haven't seen in 15, 20 years, people having these experiences, is not really just the virus, of course, it's the energy, celestial energy coming in, it's the solar flares, it's the energy of Gaia making so many changes right now that we as human beings, hopefully all of us, are part of that process. And I think that all these changes in hospital, I worked in hospital for 20 years, and it was a glorious time of my life, because although I was involved in allopathic medicine, I already had a lot of healing arts teaching and experience and an active medical herbalism and body working practice. So, that bringing that energy in to be present with people and be with their whole self is certainly critical. All these integrations are critical. But I think there will be a new blueprint, and there'll be areas around the world. And this is already starting, of course. And of course, it's ancient, right? I mean, it's not like we're recreating something entirely new. On some level, we are. But there also needs to be these centers, because there are a lot of people that I'm seeing with, as glorious as it is, the opportunity now is priceless, literally, that all my patients who are integrated, that are working on themselves on every level, mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, they're having amazing breakthroughs, those folks. And I'm thankful for that. That gives me great joy, right? But then there's all these other people coming and saying, I've waited too long on these problems. And certainly things like were mentioned previous, being inside. Some people found great solace and positivity of that. Other people really suffered and are still suffering with this around the world. And there needs to be places where people can find refuge. This is very, very important. And I'm not here to bring any kind of negative message at all, but that's just a calling of mine, that I have to really find a way, with as busy as I am in working with people every day, 10, 12 hours a day, to be part of that process, because there's a need and a calling, and it's a divine calling. And I take it very seriously. And the good news with all these changes that we're going through, especially with spring in this part of the world, my daughter lives in Australia, so she's having a different season. But just that process of new beginning, sidereal Vedic astrology, we're coming into that time, and it's so powerful. It's so powerful, but it can create chaos for people. And one thing that I finally got called to do is set up the nonprofit that I've been called to do, Sacred Unity, which does have a very simple website, sacredunity.org. But the concept is to employ what you've been doing, Sharon, what Heal the Earth has been doing, where we're providing information for people. We're putting out video and content for folks. So it's going to be an integration of things that already exist, yes, and maybe some new things, so that people can become part of that. They don't have to physically be part of it, but I definitely want to have the physical process going on as well. So we're in process with that. And that's just, I won't say an aside, but in addition to my practice, personally, which I have to do every day, more and more, right? Mm-hmm. As well as, the process of working with people and helping them identify their whole self. And that's why I chose the word holistic healing, which has been used ad nauseum, of course, but the concept that we're whole, right? And you can put a W on it, or you don't have to. My website, and having a pureness of wholeness here is that those pictures you saw at the top, I actually took those, and those were places that happens to be Bryce National Park. And that happens to be in my backyard when we had a lot of wildflowers. So I took that up on the hill. That's a Rosa canis, which is rose hips, and that's a lupine. So these are some things where I have a personal association with what I put on the website. So I think we're all being called to make that depth of connection with ourselves, with others, with the earth, with the energy that's been so well talked about so far. And that having people come to wholeness is the key right now. And that can be exactly what was, what you guys were just speaking about, is using sound. I've been using a lot of sound and tuning forks and chakra balancing. Of course, I've done that for a long time, but I'm clearing people, in a way that's different than how I approached it before with treatment therapy. And working integratively around the world with clients and then patients in the states that I can practice medicine in, with other practitioners, and having really beautiful relationships with them, where we can integrate the healing, and the patient is integrally involved. They're intimately involved in that process, because it's the whole self, it's the whole person. And this is the future. It's not going to work, in the future. I want to say Amalia, her name. It's not going to work to be cold and look at us as, it had its benefit of finding the details. I'm a scientist as well. There's a benefit to understanding details in the microcosm, but we really need to balance out the macrocosm now. It's really important for us to be able to take those details. And I haven't lost it, haven't lost my scientific eye or my looking at studies, good studies. There's plenty of manipulated studies, all those things that are important, right? But it's an integration. And that's the whole point of these talks, right? Yes. But we have to help people understand what that integration means, because I just had a patient talk to me about, she's in an area in the States here where there's thousands of people moving every day to their area in Arizona. And she was seeing a really great integrative cardiology group that I was involved with. This is someone I've worked with for almost 20 years. And going back just for a checkup and everything, this person's a cancer survivor. And they had a new physician's assistant, doesn't matter if it was a doctor, physician assistant, doesn't matter. And the person's rushing, right? I mean, there's 10,000 patients in the waiting room, right? And they're under great duress and they probably have their personal experience going on. And the person went for their arm where they've had, lymph removed. And the patient said, can you please just do it on my right arm? She didn't want to get into the whole, she just made a request and understood that the practitioner just forgot, didn't work with her before. And the practitioner said, I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to be your friend. And luckily my patient, who's pretty savvy, said, that wasn't my request. My request was for you because I'm a cancer survivor and there's a reason I need you to do this. But I would hope that we would be friends. That's nice. Beautiful, right? Nice. But this is how people are suffering right now. I know. And that practitioner is suffering. They're running around trying to do their job. There's all these chaotic energy. And so, to bring that back to center, to do the work in the hospitals, in the clinics, to have a pathway for people to follow, even if they look at it as complementary. I love that term, complementary medicine. Yes. It's like, what? Yes. It's complementary is a positive thing, but it's integral, right? Integrative, integral medicine, all of it, right? I mean, I was trained in allopathic medicine. I was a paramedic, cardiorespiratory therapist. I worked on ambulance. I worked in ERs for 20 years. I have nothing to say negatively about allopathic medicine. Thank goodness it exists. Yes. Saves people's lives. Medications do too. And I have prescription rights in Arizona, full prescription rights. But that integrative, it doesn't take the place of the integration of the whole person. And that's the part that I think practitioners, whether they're allopathic, whatever, that they're aware of this, they're having their own personal experiences. I've had patients say to me, yeah, my primary care doctor, his wife had fibromyalgia and they had to look to alternative or complementary therapies, or they had to integrate other things. And now that practitioner has a different way of looking at it. And that's a beautiful thing because our personal experiences, we can choose that. Right? We can choose that. And all of us, no matter how holistic we might be, the holism is growing, and we can say ascension, we can say expansion. I like to say expansion because I feel like we're all expanding in this process, and we all have those moments where we have doubt and fear and concerns and worry. And we just need a place and a thing to do when we have that. And that's that integration with the divine. That's that sacred unity within ourselves and with each other. Yes. Right? Yes. And that would be, my message is to be able to help create places where people, including this place right now, to be able to find those answers, and give people pathways that resonate with them. Lots of different pathways of divine wisdom, of practices. It's really important.
Yes. And well, first of all, I want to tell you that a few years ago, I was bitten by a brown recluse spider, and I ended up going to the hospital, and the nurse had just taken a Qigong class. Wow. And she was so excited. And so you're really bringing up this thought for our forum that we need to make these practices available for the nurses, for the doctors, so they have the experience, the personal felt experience of these practices and how they would help. I mean, I was talking with a Rolfer friend, and, he talks about working with people who have had surgeries. Mm-hmm. And the surgery is there to alleviate some issue, but they don't deal with, the residue from the surgery. They're cutting through muscles. It's affecting you on many, many levels. But generally, no doctor I've been to, except you.
Well, I have something to share about that. When I was working in the hospital and then even teaching at the naturopathic medical school for over a decade, it was great to be able to bring an experience that I think there are places around the world where this is happening more. There are residencies for holistic minded doctors and other practitioners to do this, but I had the great benefit of working with homeopathy for a long time and actually knowing the surgeons. And even before I was a doctor, being able to work pre and post surgically with the patients. And there was the energy of that, of the resonance of the energetic field of the patient, the way that we got the body to respond to the process and clear. And I'm still doing a lot of that. I mean, I do a lot of pre and post surgical stuff all the time. I just had a whole wave of serious dental surgeries. I had some folks that had some organ surgeries they weren't expecting from reactions to certain things. We won't go into that. But basically, there is a way to use this holistic medicine that's vibrating on a lot of times, we know plant medicine for sure, homeopathy, other energetic medicines are working on all different dimensions, right? They're not limited to just a physical dimension. And that allows the body to heal in a way that just physical medicine has some limitations. And that's the integrated part, is that we can do that. And the surgeons I was working with were like, they trusted me because I worked in hospital with them and I legally could do this, but they're like, Kim, what do you think? And so I worked with an internist, Dr. Paul Mantelli. He's not in this area anymore, but he was wonderful because he really had a desire to be holistic. It was many years ago, 20 years ago. And we were able to work together along with some other surgeons and people I worked with. And so being able to share that information with my students over the years, to be able to have the experience for those practitioners, that's what's so important, is as they have that experience, it's not it's that and I do this thing. It's like, oh, this is what optimal health is. This is what our goals should be, right? Is the resonance of healing and accomplishing the goal. Thank goodness for the surgeries. Thank goodness that we have this ability, but there is a better way to work with that by incorporating all these things. And I think it is the future. Of course, it's the future. And as people have personal experiences, they work with practitioners. Practitioners are spending time integrating. This is how that will be accomplished.
Well,
people demand it. That's another.
It would be wonderful if Sacred Unity could join with us.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We could be like here in Crestone, because you've met many of our people here have come on to Healing Our Earth. Yes. Hannah Strong, John Milton, Cindy Tate, a lot of people. And so this would be a great community to be an integral part of this mission that we have with Healing Our Earth.
And it's been called to it because all Native and tribes, going back to Puebloan or Anasazi folks, and this was a place of healing. And there are places around the globe, of course, that are called to this. And a lot of the indigenous, I loved what Leah said earlier, that we're all indigenous. That is such a beautiful thought. Thank you for that, because we are all indigenous. We have a history with the planet, with Gaia, with the celestial realms, and we need to have that integration. And Crestone, and this is known to many traditions. That's why we have so many healing centers from around the world here, or spiritual centers, as we say, but I would call them healing centers because people are getting healing there. And this is that. And there's a blueprint that needs to happen that's been set up for millennia, literally. And the beautiful thing is when we have events here, like the Energy Fair, which has been going for over 20 years, almost 30 years, I think. We have people come, indigenous people from Native American, other traditions to speak about what's the lineage, here, but also how does that translate around the world?
Yes.
And people, that beingness of feeling a connection is the key. And it's not about ostracizing and separating people and finding differences. Okay, it's the opposite, it's unity. And anyone who's talking, now, if you're talking about differences in honoring, that's totally different. But if you're using it to be to break things apart, that's not what this is about.
Yeah.
And we're not going to find our joy and our future by doing that. And this is why this is so important, this work.
Well, I'd love to bring on Dr. Campbell and Wai Ching. I'm sure they have some questions for you.
Dr. Campbell.
And Dr. Campbell, are you here? Okay, we'll start with Wai Ching.
Well, we could just.
Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm so glad you had all that experience in the medical. I wanted to train as a surgeon, but I went the other way. So, good thing that you had all this. Now, what do you feel would be the best way to create a curriculum for surgeons? Because I have trained neurosurgeons and nurses and pediatricians, and they don't want any certification. They said they just want to do it quietly and just do it. And so that's really marvelous that this neurosurgeon is channeling in energies while he's doing the surgery. But also I feel, while I don't really put everything into certification, I feel that this is a very important part in the movement towards doctors, surgeons accepting energy medicine. So how do you feel that this can be integrated into the curriculum and really, being realistic about how to pave the way?
Well, I think, like you're saying, as a curriculum, I think it's important whether they want a certification or not, there's a commitment level, right? Because it's a way of saying, here's some foundational practices. And the thing that I found is doing this integration with the surgeons in the past and even currently, but I mean, even when I was beginning to do that, it made them look great because their surgeries were so much more successful. I mean, I had people like, I worked as in post cardiac rehab for a number of years. I was a director of a rehab program, and it was wonderful. I mean, certainly we were doing all the treadmill and all the typical stuff, but just teaching people about breathing, like you said, teaching people about simple practices, and then integrating other types of medicine if they're open to that, pre and post. That can be done just with the patient when they get out. But I certainly did it in hospital. The outcomes are stupendous. I mean, my patients come to me, they say, yeah, my surgeon is so happy. I'm the poster child of this process. My cardiac output, they expected I'd be 40%, and I'm at 60% after this open heart, And so ultimately, I think when they start to physically see the benefits of this, because all these practitioners want to see positive outcomes for their patients, that's the whole reason they're doing it. And so when they see that benefit, that you can sell it that way, the energy, getting the person in the right place, whether they want to have a holistic integration directly, not that energy medicine isn't, but whatever that medicine is, okay, however they choose to do that. In your case, like Qigong energy medicine work, that's a selling point. It's going to help calm the patient. They're going to handle the anesthesia better, whatever that might be. Their process of healing post-surgical, they're not going to have as many problems. Their inflammation is going to go down faster. The anesthesia is going to clear their system faster, right? There'll be internal healing so that, any kind of cutting, even if it's laser, certainly laser is great in a lot of ways because it clear, it has a way of healing the tissue, but there's still traumas occurring. It's still traumatic, whether the patient remembers it or not. That's the beauty of it. They don't have to remember it, but so many people say, oh, the surgeon does it every day. Well, the patient doesn't do it every day, right? And so I think that, like you're saying, that's a wonderful thing to create curriculum for that, and just to make them aware of what's going on in their field. I'll never forget the first time I did some rounds as a paramedic. And I was doing intubations with the anesthesiologist. And this was in Pueblo, Colorado, 25, 30 years ago. No, it's 30 years ago. But the long story short is we're doing open hearts. And, I understand the surgeons want to have music so they can focus, but I went into one open heart surgery and they were into heavy metal and they were like blasting the heavy metal.
Oh my God.
And I was like holding vessels, helping anesthesiologists. And the anesthesiologist, for sure, it helped them focus for some reason. I don't know. I'm not saying all of them do that. Another person had classical music on, but, creating an environment at least for the patient to go under, right? And back then, those surgeries, we had 5 doctors in on those surgeries years ago because it was really cutting edge, right? And 5 paid doctors to be in the room during a surgery. That's changed now, although we still take people and put them on a blood machine to, they're basically the machines keeping them alive during the surgery. It's a miracle surgery, honestly. But those kinds of things, the outcomes, I think that's a great way to look at it as far as curriculum, saying, look, this is going to value your outcome. You know, not only is the patient going to be really happy, but all the work you did is going to hold more. It's going to have a greater impact. The healing process will go smoother. And that's truth. You know, that's what I've seen over 30 years of this.
Yes.
You know, and the surgeons involved and the doctors involved see it. And that's how, you know, one at a time, people having that experience. But if we can reach many like you're doing, that's a great blessing. And I'm glad you're out there doing that. Thank you so much.
And I'd love to bring on Dr. Campbell as well.
Hi, yes. Thank you for inviting me to come back. And I found what you had to say very interesting, but the issue is the one I tried to address when I was talking about how do we convince the wider medical establishment that this is contraindication free, it's side effect free, it's low cost, and it's enormously effective. But it doesn't do the kind of dramatic stuff that achieves the publicity and the headlines, the stuff that is glamorous and attracts funding. I mean, in the UK, I don't know whether it's the same in the States, a lot of medics complain that it's cancer research that gets all the money because it's glamorous. Well, you know what I mean. The research is glamorous. The idea of beating cancer is glamorous. But lots and lots of much more, well, equally as productive areas of research don't get the funding because they can't produce the exciting headlines and so on. So there is a real communications issue and a real media issue to put out there the view which I think we all share, which is this is such a simple intervention in people's lives. These kinds of practices are very simple, they are very low cost, but they are highly effective. And particularly if we're very clear about what needs modern scientific medical intervention and the kinds of lifestyle, long-term issues that are better addressed by looking at how people practice, how they live, how they behave, and how they hold themselves. And I don't know whether you have any ideas about that.
Yeah, I would say I have a patient right now who's about to have a surgery in the next month. And she actually had personal requests. She wanted medicine Buddha played before they actually cut on her. She had all these requests, and it really opened the eyes of the surgeon and the nursing staff. And they're like, okay. And they're kind of questionable about it, but I can list many experiences. So it comes down to, like, we could talk about economics. When there's a demand, I think that'll shift what's happening, right, to some degree. And it's a difficult path. I totally understand that. I worked with National Institute of Health. They have a whole department on holistic medicine. And yet, even when I was working with patients at NIH here in the States and having amazing outcomes, right? And the doctor wanted to publish it in JAMA and everything. They want to give 5 minutes to what I was doing with herbal medicine. And I'm like, did it take 5 minutes for you to learn how to run your department at NIH? And the doctor said, touche, no. And I said, well, look, I want to share this information, but there has to be respect and there has to be availability, like you're saying. It's especially in the world we're in right now, even more so, right? But I like economics, again, it's like, when there's demand, things might shift more. And so reaching out to more people, making them stand up and ask for these things. Maybe the patient needs to do some of that. There are certainly wonderful practitioners that might want to integrate that, whether it's quiet or not. But I think if patients and people start asking for certain things and they're saying, this is what I want, and sometimes they may be denied, but I'm seeing a lot of people get what they're asking, honestly. I just talked to another friend. It's not a patient, but she's a retired nurse, just had an emergency surgery this past week. And she had some requests. And it was a private hospital, but she said, I don't want general anesthesia. I want this, I want that. She knew what she asked for, and they obliged her. And she also wanted a certain energetic environment because she's a spiritual practitioner, and they obliged her. And so I think that that's one way we can approach it. It may not be the complete answer for sure, but I totally feel your concerns and frustrations. I totally understand that.
Well, Lewis is here with us and he has a question. So, hi, Lewis. Global Namaste.
Mute.
There you are.
Just a little bit.
We can't hear you.
Hear you.
Luis, you are using a Bluetooth microphone. If you remove it, and it will work. Thank you. Over.
That should be better. It's my headset. Sorry about that. Yes, and I wanted to just add that I had surgery for testicular cancer in '99 at a retroperitoneal lymph node dissection with a radical right orchidectomy by an excellent physician, and I would like to have had yoga before, or so that when the body is placed on the slab and cut open, when it comes back together, then you don't have the problems of the myofascial tissue problems. I had someone in California break it up. He was built literally like the Incredible Hulk. It's the most painful thing I've ever done. He completely broke up the scar tissue just a week or two after, a few months after the surgery, and so the East and the West must coalesce, and the big problems of I can speak freely because I'm not a physician, but of testicular cancer in particular has held the most powerful position because it's the biggest industry on the planet, cancer, and it was a 1971 discovery of cisplatin, which went from 100% failure if you had testicular cancer, you were going to die horribly, there's no two ways about it, to 95% success overnight because of the ability of the toxic metal platinum to kill the much more rapidly growing testicular cancer cells, which are powered by testosterone. So it's an endocrinological hormonal cancer, which was extremely dangerous, and I actually died in the hospital and met soldiers and all sorts, like coming out of the crypt of St. Paul's Cathedral. So there's a whole load of and I'm a biological specialist myself, so I'm interested specifically in our own species' ability to self-liberate itself from the really serious issues such as the black goo that infects our DNA. And that's a very serious situation that was addressed by Wilhelm Reich, not Wilhelm Reich, by Reich technology, and that's been a process of elimination, literally by assassination of people who talk about that stuff. And it's very dangerous to talk about it because it comes back to control. We see this with the 5G and the graphene hydroxide and the quaxines and all these things. And this is a very serious thing which no indemnified Crown agent who is a practitioner of medical science can talk about. They're not allowed to. And so it's not up to the professional people really to deal with this problem. They can't do it. They're encapsulated by power and money. And so it's a really serious issue. And so the West must kneel to the East because 5,000 years of continuous Chinese civilization cannot possibly be wrong. But what happened with the end of World War II and the invasion of China and then Tibet by forces that are ruled by Vaticano and all these other things, these are all big-time politics, which involves enormous amounts of suffering. But if you search for Black Goo, Harold Kurtzweiler, he does a lecture with the bases on YouTube. You have to search through lots of, because YouTube is censoring everything now. But that tells you what's going on. It's a sentient metal, a sort of serious thing, very serious thing. And you can find that apparently you've got two jars and they try to come together. And some say it's animating everything. It goes into teleological evolutionary theory and all of this sort of thing, with Darwin and other alternative theoretical perspectives. So, but anyway, I'm hogging the thing, and it was a very wonderful meeting, and I'm not a medical practitioner, but I want to say I've done a lot of Tai Chi afterwards, and so really the West could do with like some form of complementary thing, but the problem is that it's got to be complementary to their money, and then it's a problem. And I'm so I can speak it freely. And
Until it collapses, which will happen at some point. But thank you, and
I do want to say we are students of Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche, and last night, well, I've been thinking a lot about the emotional body. I mean, I think about that a lot. I just had a real head injury, which actually cleared it out for me. And
good old pineal clearing.
Yes, and my
smash your head into cement.
Brain spotting. Do some brain spotting. It's the most profound thing I've ever done. It's just staring, listening to. You can find the music for free online. I'll put the link in the chat. You just stare at a stick, this distance apart. 40 minutes. I was hit when I was fighting. It just unlocks the brain. So I've done 30 sessions. It really helps. So if you've had a head injury, anyone who's had a head injury or brain cancer,
last night,
do brain spotting. EMDR.
Last night, I was kind of looking through Facebook, and all of a sudden, this video started playing of Rinpoche talking about the power of silence.
Right, that came up earlier.
Yeah, and the nature of mind, and the not only clearing the emotional chatter, but the mental chatter that accompanies it. And I have to say, in Crestone, it's so quiet here. We're very lucky. We're way up in the mountains, and it's so quiet that one can begin, it's like going up into, a temple or a place of refuge up in the Himalayas or something. And that quietude really helps. Well, at first, some people who are very chatter oriented can't handle it, but it really helps to understand and actually feel that silence.
Yeah, being with yourself, your whole self, the whole oneness, right? You need to make the connection.
Yeah.
And it's healing just in its own right, for sure.
Well, it has been, as always, a pleasure. And, here, us at Healing Our Earth would love to have you be part of this whole forum that we're doing. Well, you're here to do that, and have Crestone do that. And we've talked a lot about what can be done, and over many shows, the course of many shows, we talk about education, that if we could bring these practices, time-honored practices, into schools. Namaste. We have two people here. Into schools, and have children learning the power of these from very young age, that it would be they would become very different adults.
So important right now.
And so we have Libby here with us today, who has been working in the schools for years. Here.
Yeah.
Libby Edson, Yo Mind. I love it. Yo Mind. Yoga, mindfulness, and neuroscience education in schools. Libby Edson is the founder and director of Yo Mind, a program developed by her that combines yoga, mindfulness, neuroscience education, and social emotional learning. She's been teaching yoga in the schools for 28 years and formally through the Yo Mind program for the last decade. She has provided in-person instruction to school educators, parents, community members, and over 14,000 students ages pre-K through college, including national championship college athletic teams, at-risk youth, and special education students. The films written and produced by Libby and available on the Yo Mind website have reached over 4 million students in 185 countries. Libby has completed intensive training through Mindful Schools, a nonprofit organization with a mission to bring mindfulness to youth. She received her Ashtanga yoga teacher training from David Swenson and Jivana yoga training from Kristen Leak. She continues to practice and study yoga, nutrition, mindfulness, and neuroscience through online and independent study, www.yomind.com. Global namaste to you.
Namaste. Thank you for having me. Sharon, I just loved how you said Yo Mind, because the students, the minute they hear that, that's exactly how they say it. There's several interpretations, but it's like Yo Mind. And so I just appreciated the way you introduced me. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Oh, here's your website. Beautiful.
Thank you.
So tell us, how did you get into, I mean, you're actually doing what we've been talking about doing. So tell us about how that has evolved and the responses of the schools and the kids, etc.
Thank you. Well, I started meditating like when I was in my mid-20s, and I'm 60 years old now. But when I was 30, I think 32 years old, I stepped on a yoga mat, and I had even though I was athletic and had this meditation practice, there was something different about when I stepped on the yoga mat. Things made sense to me. And my immediate thought as a mother of 3 children was, why didn't I learn this in schools, and how can I support my kids in learning this? And so I started volunteering and just taking yoga into their schools. If they were in preschool, I'd take them into the preschool. I continued this through, bringing them up. And then, would volunteer at the elementary school and teach PE for a week, the PE classes. And I got yoga mats and I taped them so that I could just say, put your feet on the, blue dots, and taught them all of the yoga poses. And I found that they just loved doing it. And they had these, there was such a great reaction, even 15, 20 years ago. And then there was the mindfulness movement in 2007, when the Dalai Lama was brought to a scientific conference. It kind of created this wave of studying the mind. And that's where a lot of the neuroscience education research started catching up to the ancient sciences, which you all are talking about. And from that, I think prior to 2007, there was hardly any studies done at all about neuroscience and how yoga, Tai Chi, meditation, mindfulness, all these things that people have been practicing for thousands and thousands of years for mental and physical health. All of a sudden, the scientific and medical community decided to start investing money, and there've been, studies done. And so now in 2022 and in 2012, when I started the Yo Mind program, there was so much scientific data available to support the experience that I had. When I stepped on the yoga mat, I said, wow, something is different. So the evolution of Yo Mind was that I was sharing yoga with kids. I've been teaching in the schools, like I said, 28 years. And I realized that for students, and also we're talking about penetrating a 20th century school system that is based on facts, and we don't want to offend anybody. And so we can't really bring things in as with any kind of spiritual component without agitating someone. Even though we're all the same and we, our minds are all the same, we have to be mindful in the schools about how we present these practices. And so I said it, and the second factor was, or that was how I brought in the scientific part. And then as I studied it more and more, I realized that if you look at kids and say, hey, sit down and sit still and take a breath, that's often hard for a lot of kids. Every child is different. And so adding some mindful movement and providing a variety of ways that they can access these practices, that's where we need to be in the school systems. We need to be looking at the individual child and kind of reforming the system so that we're meeting the needs of the kids and prioritizing their mental and their mental health first, the mental and physical health, and then they can start learning. So the response I've had has been, overwhelming. I've had students come back to me. Like I said, I've taught 14,000 kids in person now. I have story after story of how it has changed lives. People have discovered things about themselves in yoga class. So that's kind of how we started with Yo Mind, and it's just grown and grown. You asked me about the responses that I've gotten. Before I think I want to be more specific about what the mission is. The mission that I started with is I believe that yoga, or this Yo Mind neuroscience education, teaching kids emotional literacy, teaching them and giving them opportunities to be embodied through physical movement. I believe those things need to be taught before we can actually expect them to learn reading, writing, or they need to be taught science right along with reading and writing. Because the way what we know about the mind, if the mind is in an agitated and emotional state, it's pretty hard to access the rational parts of our brain. It's if they're, we have so much trauma going on in the world, and if we were to allow the kids the time and space to calm their minds, they would be much more efficient at learning, and we would create a better world. I don't know if kind of was all over the place. I hope that gave you a foundation.
And you are doing that.
Yes. Yes. I have experience of about 6 or 7 years working in schools throughout the East Coast with multicultural dance, music, and story. And so in that context, we were able to bring in meditation as part of the story. And it was wonderful. It really helped the students, like guided visualization and things like that, because I would have them sit in a circle when I was introducing a culture, right? So then I'd have them sit and close their eyes, and then I would kind of tell them a story about that culture. And then when we were done, I'd have them draw what they were seeing. I always like to have them have something they could go home with, that they could remember what they were learning. But one teacher brought me in specifically to do India because of the meditative aspect of it. And she said it really helped once it had come in, once I had taught that they continued that. And it was so helpful to her. So that's my own personal experience of, I also think that using music and dance, rhythm in particular, chanting, it clears the mind, it focuses the mind, it helps weave the synapses. It's a really good thing to do. And even we also brought in yoga, as far as India, what you could do India without yoga, right? So it was really very beneficial.
And I like Sharon, what I'm hearing. Sorry. I was going to say, Sharon, what you're saying there too is that, the movement part is what I meant by the embodiment, yes. And every child has a different access point. Some children will love dance, some will want kickboxing, but it's how are we going to provide this kind of physical embodiment that can then allow them to quiet their mind. And yes. So and to get back kind of to your original question, there's I teach yoga as a superfood, and I teach the kids all the things about yoga that help not only the body, but the mind, and looking and in a very scientific way, teaching them about the principles of yoga, kindness and truthfulness. And I show them how on the mat, it's like a mirror. It's just for us to do inquiry, and we're just using these shapes, and we're using that time to notice how their mind works. So like when they're challenged in a pose, or if they notice a sensation in their body, what are they feeling? Where I'm just trying to cultivate that space, reassuring them that whatever they're feeling is absolutely okay. And I think that's like a really big part of it. So I'll get kind of back to the sequence I teach in if you're interested, but I also want to say it's like the bottom line is like yoga is a superfood and kindness is a superpower. And that's kind of the arc. And through that, I touch on sensations, getting them comfortable with having sensations and letting them know that if they're uncomfortable, it means that they need something. If they are comfortable, it means their needs have been satisfied. Teaching them the emotional literacy, teaching them about how sensations are connected to emotions, talking to them about how their brain's working, reassuring them the whole time that everything they're feeling is okay and that they are A-okay. And then continuing on to that, it's like, teaching them that the people around them also have these feelings. And all of our feelings are just signals from the body that we need something. So when we're noticing someone's saying something or doing something, we know everything that they do or say is to meet a need. So we're teaching empathy and compassion and kindness along with this. Also teaching the kids about their brains. Once we've taught them about sensations and that these feelings, name it to tame it, and all these mindfulness things, teach them what they need. Then looking at the drive systems in the body is so important. And I talk about this leading with science, just as you all have, because leading with science and let them understand how their mind works, we can eliminate a lot of both the mental and physical problems that people have if they're taught very, very young to skillfully navigate and meet the moments around them. You know, they won't have things built up in their body. They'll make better choices. We learn how habits are built, for instance. And the drive systems in the body, you know, because of the way our world works right now, most people are in chronic sympathetic activation. You know, that fight or flight system is so triggered, right? That a lot of us can't think clearly because we'll, you know, just looking at the neuroscience again, if we're in fight or flight, we can don't have access to the prefrontal cortex. And in kids, that's still being developed. So I teach the kids about that, and that showing them different breathing techniques so that how they can move from that sympathetic into the rest and digest system, you know, by extending their exhale, teaching them, demystifying the practices, saying that you don't have to have 2 hours to change the way that your nervous system is. So I teach them about that. I teach them about the drive system of setting and meeting goals, and what happens to their brain when we set goals and meet them, and that we need to do that. But most importantly, that kindness is a superpower comes from the tend and befriend system, which you guys are talking about, this global healing. And that's what we really, really want to instill with the kids. Once we get okay with ourselves and they know they're okay and they know how to navigate and talk to each other about emotions, they know that, you know, kindness is a superpower. The tend and befriend system has kept communities together for centuries. That's what makes us thrive, is taking care of each other. And so teaching kindness for the South, the relationship with the South, is the same as the relationship we have with the world. And so, you know, I think it's Kristen Neff that talks about, you know, kindness makes us smart, social, and brave. And so we've kind of come up with this Yo Mind is Kind agreement, which I can share with you in a bit. But anyway, it's teaching the kids that they're okay and giving them tools and repeating those tools and having them find moments of mindfulness, having parents involved. I'm going to go to Minnesota in about 2 weeks. I'll be starting an artist in residency program with a community there. And I'll spend 2 weeks at the school and working with teachers, students, and parents, and trying to get everyone on the same page in terms of using the same language and expanding the emotional literacy of the whole community. It's like a pretty amazing opportunity. And what was I going to say one other thing about that? But I just think it needs to be in the schools. I think that we have the science. It's a human right. Now that we have the science, it's a human right to know how the mind works. And I think what you were talking about, like, how do we get this at medical schools? I teach literally the same thing to kindergartners that I do to a college football team. It's the same thing. There's one of us here. If we choose love and being kind, but we can't get to choosing love and being kind if we're in an activated state.
Nice. Right. Nice. Well, I'd like to bring in Dr. Lakshmi Vyas is here today. I've missed you. And I'd like to bring in my Wai Ching and then my dear friend Dion Eagleton, who actually will be joining us on the on May 1st for the show, meditation show. And do you have any questions for Libby or Kim here? Namaste, Lakshmi ji.
Namaste, namaste. So nice, looking at you, Sharon. I missed you for the last couple of weeks. I could not join because of many reasons. I can see Libby spoke so well on yoga, and everything that she mentioned about yoga is a food, and it was wonderful. And it's very true. We really don't know, from where the yoga helps us, which part of the body it helps. I mean, you do it, and then you have you enjoy it. That's how it is. And Wai Ching, nice seeing you. And there's Mita also there around somewhere, and Kamlesh Patel, all of you. It's so nice to see all of you. I'm really sorry that I missed the last couple of weeks because I was traveling, and there's too many activities. The Chaitra month is full of festivals for the Indians. So there was one after the other, the Zoom meetings, and so I missed. Anyway, so nice to be back. Neil Kumar.
It's really nice to have you. It's really, I missed you, really. I have. Your knowledge, is profound. So it's always a pleasure to have you. And I'd like to welcome Diana Wilton here.
Hi, everybody.
Yes,
Diana.
Diana, I missed your name, so I'm taking your name just now. Diana.
Thank you. It's so wonderful to be a part of this, but I just came on. But I'm excited to be able to talk with all of you also in a couple of 2-3 weeks about how to access visionary experience. Anyway, it's great to be here and good to meet you.
Yes.
Sharon, did you want me to? I was so happy
to
hear.
Have any questions or thoughts about this whole idea of a forum and how to bring what we have been immersed in for most of our lives to the general public?
I'm afraid I haven't thought about that much. I'm very impressed. I just want to say about your last speaker here. Her work with children is remarkable, and with families and teachers. I'm deeply impressed and moved by that. It was so good to hear about it. And
especially in this country right now, what you're doing should be in every school, starting kindergarten.
Thank you so much. I've been saying that for a long time. So having the rest of you to start speaking that into the ethers is just exactly what we need.
Oh, and even working, individually with teenagers and children occasionally here and there, it needs to be done at that level where you're teaching them together, teaching them to interact together, and to see how they're processing and what changes they can make. It's just so important. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Yes, here's the website. So I think this website and Libby's work can be a real model for the educational outreach that we're doing. And I'd really like to, Libby, he's not here today, he couldn't come, but Bill Douglas, who is created World Qigong and Tai Chi Day, he's now doing, and we're part of it, a bunch of us are part of it, a global transformation project to do exactly what you're doing. So I will connect you, because I told him about you. He was thrilled. He was
Thank you. And I do have
real go-getter.
I have recorded everything I've taught for the last 4 years. So I have the entire curriculum recorded. I've got workshops recorded. I've been waiting to have people to support me with this. I've had a great filmmaker that did the initial videos with me. I have also been approached about selling these films, and I have been absolutely no. I feel like they need to be free and accessible to schools. And so it's been I've had some criticism around that, saying, oh, you should be selling this program. And I go back to, it's science. We're just talking about science. No one owns science. And just like we're teaching kids math in school, we need to teach them this. This is what we need. And so I really appreciate the connection. I also like to make a point too about we are in the 21st century, and I've spoke about this on a couple of podcasts before about the concept of edutainment and about meeting kids where they're at. We have a lot of competition to get through a message, whether we're trying to get through to a doctor or a kindergartner. There's a lot of competition out there, and we need to be really skillful in using visual medium, film. And that's been my whole thing about making the ones I made that are on there now that have been just received. I just got a little pivot here. I got a video from a special education classroom in Maine of the entire class every morning watches all 7 videos on the loop. And these special education students know every word to them. Everybody keeps asking for more films because like the school in Minnesota, they said, we've invested all this money in all these other programs. The only thing that works is yours. You're not, because it's scientific, it doesn't offend anybody. Because it works, because the practices are simplified and demystified. And also that edutainment factor. So I just wanted to throw that in there as a concept, because we're looking for solutions on how to meet different sectors of the world. And we have to keep in mind as teachers, our job, whether it's a teacher in the classroom or it's somebody that has a body of knowledge, giving it to a surgeon, whatever, we are the connectors between the known and the unknown. And we have to look at each individual and to see what is their access point. And so as much as we might have one film that can hit 100,000 people, we need another film that's going to reach the other 50,000 that couldn't relate to the first one, if you follow what I'm saying.
I understand completely, because it was like that in the schools. So some kids, well, actually everyone honestly loved India. The stories are so rich, but also what they really liked, because I had them all doing these rhythms and movements with these rhythms, like, like ta ta tun tun tig da dig dig tay, right? And then we would do characters doing movements to those specific rhythms, and they really were so absorbed. One of my favorite stories is that this one little Hispanic kid in the 3rd grade, he really hadn't learned to read, but he fell in love with Ganesh through this. And his grandmother took him, he got some book about Ganesh, and he learned to read because of Ganesh.
Obstacle was removed.
That's right. That's right. So, Wai Ching, you have any questions? Oh, and we have Dr. Julie, right? She's here too.
Yeah, Julie's also here, and she has a question. I don't have one, but I just want to say thank you, Libby, for your work, and just really want to align with you with this and how you work with the children. So I do too, and it's just really wonderful what you've done. And I so agree about edutainment. That's what Sharon and I are trying to do with the film as well. And then we have to bring
the film, the first episode, I have 2 complete episodes, and then COVID hit, so everything kind of went into different place. But it's planned to, the first episode is really an introduction to the whole field of the Qigong and the different aspects it has for you. And then we go into the martial arts and the power of martial and the power of energetic protection, not just physical protection. And then it had planned to go into the emotional body, the mental body, our relationship with the earth itself, the quantum field. Oh yes, of course. And even at the end, we were going to go into the longevity, immortality. This is one of Wai Ching's areas of expertise, and inner alchemy. So yeah, Sundance. So
this is the Sundance sequence.
Nice.
It helps to stretch the body, release energy, and calm the mind. To begin, stand up straight and tall like a mountain. The top of your head reaches towards the sky. Bring your hands together in front of your heart. Take a deep breath like you're smelling a flower. Now breathe out like you're blowing out a candle. Breathe in again, nice and slow, and reach your arms up to the sky. Stretch your body nice and tall. And as you breathe out, dive down like a swan and touch the ground. Float your arms around like a jellyfish in the ocean. And stop there. Look up halfway. And look back down, relax, stretching out your spine, releasing your head. Bring one leg straight out behind you like a crouching tiger. Now the other leg comes back. Make your body strong and straight. Slowly lower to the ground. And as you breathe in and smell the flowers, slither up like a cobra snake, nice and long. Dog pose is next, so tuck your toes under and lift your hips up to the sky. Wiggle your tail back and forth, back and forth. Now lift one leg up behind you and make circles with your foot. Bring that leg down and lift the other leg high in the sky. Wiggle that foot all around. Place that foot back down. Now hop your feet to your hands like a frog. And take 3 big frog jumps. Great job! Now straighten your legs and relax your arms and head like a jellyfish. Stop here and smell the flower and look up halfway. Now blow out the candle and look back down. Relax. Next, get strong in your legs and take a nice slow breath as you reach your arms up to the sky, feeling a big stretch from your fingers to your toes. Breathe out and slowly lower your hands together to your heart. Stand tall and close your eyes. Notice how you feel in your body and mind. Enjoy the stillness. You can repeat this sequence as many times as you'd like.
Yay.
Yeah, beautiful.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Beautiful. I know
Thank
that
you.
Dr. Tay wants to ask a question, so let's bring her on. We can find her here. Julie.
I read the question about how is kindness and flexibility connected. I think she's having a hard time getting on.
Okay.
So
She's in
I'll just
Malaysia, actually. So
okay. Yeah. So with kindness and flexibility, I mean, flexibility of, I refer to it as emotional agility along while I'm teaching yoga, because when I'm teaching the kids, I'm kind of throwing in these concepts. I'll have them do a movement and then we'll sit for a minute and practice. And then I'll throw in a little piece of neuroscience and then I move them again, stop. So I'm teaching them the flexibility of the body along with the concepts of flexibility of the mind. And when we step on the yoga mat, I teach them the principle of ahimsa, which is kindness. And that's kindness to self first, and to have them notice not only how, being kind to their body, but also in their thoughts. Are they being comparative with someone else? Are they, saying, oh, I can't do this? I'm having them watch their language, but also we have several experiences during the time, however many minutes I have with them. I usually try to have them focus on different things and have them notice how their mind, they do have personal agency over where they direct their attention. So that's the flexibility of the mind that goes along with the practice of yoga. During a body scan, they notice your toes, notice your foot, all that. And then we talk about how that activates the part of the brain that is not only involved in self-awareness, but it's also involved in empathy and understanding of other people. And so I teach them which part of the brain, and I'm always trying to tell them exactly what's happening. When I teach them alternate nostril breathing, talk about connecting the right and left hemispheres of the brain. And so basically, I don't know if this answers it specifically, but kindness is the ultimate goal, but it's also what we start with. And every time we go away from that, and we notice we're veering away from kindness, or if we're even veering our attention away from something, every time we pull it back, that is the practice. So I'm teaching them that they have that agency, and that sometimes we're gonna get pulled over this way, but the more we cultivate that awareness and the ability to come back to the moment, or the ability to choose kindness again, that is the practice. So I hope that answered the question.
That's beautiful. We're going to get this.
Qi is the foundation of many, many healing arts. Qi is the foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from Qi. And how about Qi? Where does the Qi come from? From love of the universe.
What does Qi feel like? A buzz, tingling. You're so excited, full of energy, that you want to be playful all the time.
When the Qi flowing, you can feel like warm, expansive, tingling. Because Qi, when you move, it also have a power to heal.
When you're doing Qigong, what you're doing is cultivating life force within your body. You become a conduit for information, for new information to come into the body. And you connect to the Qi of the earth and the sky. You're simply a conduit.
In Taoist practice, you're harnessing this light, this energy, this qi. And so when we cultivate that energy from within, that compassion, that joy, that love, we can shift our state, shift that emotional state into something that's elevated and not constricted.
Learn to shift from externally focused, searching for happiness, searching for meaning of life. You go inwardly, recognizing you have more access to life inside of you.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for martial arts or sports, improving strength, stamina, balance, and coordination.
Yoga practitioners and teachers love Qigong. The Qi focus turns their attention to a much more awakened internal sensory awareness.
There's a sense of resting in a very natural, open, spacious, clear, luminous energy, which then carries you spontaneously and creatively through the movements and the flow.
Therein lies the ability of practicing Qigong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, longevity, self-healing, and healing others.
Qigong for everyone.
Qi is love.
Qi is light.
Qi is free. Qi is energy.
Thank you, Neil, for showing our trailer and gives a little introduction to Qigong. I only wish that I had known Qigong when I was in the schools, but I did know yoga and meditation from many cultures, actually. They also really loved Egypt. I've done a lot of training with Egyptian metaphysics and Egyptian dance. So I would bring in meditation and poses in different cultures. And that was wonderful. And yes, Wai Ching. Wai Ching. We're coming towards the close of the show, and I really, Libby, you've been just wonderful to have you with us. I want to talk about our future events for Healing Our Earth. Next week, we have the Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically. And that's going to be, I know that Wai Ching is going to be going to some restaurants in Ecuador and bringing us some interesting things. I went to the seed exchange in this valley. We're very much aware of the issues going on. Well, we have been seeing this for quite some time. With food shortages, et cetera. And so I'll have some interviews with some of the people here who are working towards a real community effort to feed ourselves and be sustainable here. And then after that, we have yoga and meditation for body, mind, and soul. Diana is going to be with us and bring us her knowledge that's been, culled from years and years of, she's a medical intuitive, plus she has tremendous knowledge of Tibetan Buddhism and tarot and really the visionary experience altogether. And as well, I'm going to bring, I think, Jing Li, who is in Quantum Chi and is an incredible Qigong and meditation teacher. So I'll have that for that show. So thank you so much, Libby.
You're welcome.
Neil, are you there?
I am very much here.
We really need to keep working with Libby and help her and have her as an advisor for the things that we are working on.
Sharon Libby.
I'd be honored.
Sharon Libby has done fantastic work in the Yo Mind, and the Yo Mind is so appropriate. I like particularly she has done outreaches with some schools, and the children were not only enjoying yoga for health, but it was also a very good exercise that it can form a part of school curriculum, that people can enhance their brain attention to the classroom, to other subjects, if holistically we can keep them cool and calm. So some of the videos she has done is par excellent. And Sharon, thank you for bringing her in, because I think Libby, we want to put her in a core team to lead a department. And so many people for last 40 years have been trying to see if the holistic and the supplementary and the auxiliary health care and therapies can be included in the mainstream. So I think it's time to go with the new wave of fashion to globally connect people with the curriculum. So if we can start with the children, today's children will be tomorrow's stalwarts. Together with the children, concurrently making educational authority our partners via curriculum, we can also work with the health authorities of respective countries. Then we attack the parliamentary authorities and the media authorities. So let us do what we have started for the Global Integrated Health Forum. And USA will play a big part. And Libby has accumulated at least 30 to 40 years worth of experience that she has put it into a program format. So if you see all the videos, it takes from literally up to 4-year-old going right through till elderly people. So Libby, welcome to the family.
Thank you.
We will talk privately because we are live right now on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, and website. So when Sharon closes, we'll discuss that further. And Diana, welcome, because we'll be seeing you in the yoga and meditation, which obviously forms.
Looking forward.
Yes, yes, Diana, we look forward to it because Sharon has been talking very highly about Libby and you, and Wai Ching, who is our coordinator anyway. She is our coordinator that travels different country and outreaches for us. Next week on the vegetarian program, the exciting bit is she is bringing the culinary experience of the Ecuadorians, which is going to be very exciting. Take it over, Sharon, and I'll chat with you when we go offline.
Well, thank you all for being here. And I'd like to end with a short meditation from Wai Ching. And then I'll say global namaste to you all. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. We'll make it short, and it will be just the closing of the circle. And we bring in all our beautiful soul strands into our bodies and send them out to the ethers and to the planetary matrix to make all that we've talked about come through on this physical plane. So if you like, gently close our eyes and breathing in 8 counts in the infinity breath. From the stars, sun, the moon, and the planets, and breathing in down the front of the body and up the spine to the top of the head. And then connecting with the mind to higher mind, to Shen, to spirit. And bringing forth the inspiration of the spirit into our bodies, into our minds and our hearts. To ground even more our purpose on the planet. And breathing out all the past as we breathe in the new matrix of light into our soul matrix. And may the vibrations of the universe bring forth the gifts of ease to manifest and to ground the purpose, the mission of this forum for integrative health as a title, as a label, to be more holistic as humans, for humanistic medicine, for everyone in the planet. Breathing in. Breathing out. Smiling into the heart, the lips and the eyes with grace and clarity. So it is.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Wai Ching. It's such a pleasure to have you on the show with us. And to all of you out there, we wish you a beautiful week filled with love and joy and beauty. Go out in nature, grow some food, connect with the plants, and we'll see you next week and be speaking so much more about, well, we'll have our dear Seema, I'm sure, the coordinator for the health, for the vegetarian cooking show. She's incredible. She's going to be, I'm sure, offering some wonderful recipes, etc., and ways to really bring that connection with your food and the health of your food. So we'll see you next week. A global namaste.